Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know? Retailers using real-time data tools like SAP CAR make business decisions 30% faster and increase sales by up to 20%. In this course, we'll explore SAP CAR, short for Customer Activity Repository. It's a powerful solution by SAP that helps businesses gather, process, and analyze real-time customer data across multiple channels. Retailers using SAP CAR report improved inventory accuracy by 40% and gain clearer insight into customer buying behavior, which leads to better forecasting and promotion. In today's fast-moving retail world, businesses must understand customer actions as they happen. SAP CAR enables smarter decision-making, improves customer experiences, and supports seamless integration with other SAP systems like SAP HANA and SAP S4 HANA. In this training, we'll guide you through the core features of SAP CAR, its architecture, integration points, and real-world use cases. You'll also learn how to use CAR for analytics, inventory visibility, and omni-channel processing. Let's dive in.
So, agenda for our SAP Customer Activity Repository session is the introduction, and post-introduction I will try to introduce architecture, and then we move forward. Yeah.
Okay.
So, jump into the car. I want to make it interactive session. Okay, since it's our first session. Yeah. So what do you know about car?
Car,
Anyone?
car is an means used for saving the whatever customer activity is done through that at Omni level. So it records both the data, whatever is there in walk-in and online sales are done through the store. So and it is used for the audit purpose. Auditing purpose is there, and rest few other uses are also there regarding that price means pricing, shelf availability to check the shelf availability of the articles. So those are things for which car is used mostly.
Correct. Yes, what you said is correct. Okay. So now I'll put it in a different way. So what are the main challenges for the retail business? Anyone, not just the
No, retail business is used. You are asking about which perspective? Like it is related.
layman terminology perspective, right?
Yeah, retail. We are having
do everyday
multiple
shopping.
channels.
Visit the mobile, right?
Yes. So in retail business, as I'm replying because of we are through many years we are working in retail. So basically, practically, we are getting multiple challenges like. In the customer point of view, like whenever it is billing related or from data flow, it is from many of the challenges we are facing. So in car perspective, the billing challenges is the most usual challenge we are having right now.
Got it. So if you consider from the business perspective, right, I would say the main challenge for retail business is the supply chain, right? Arranging the stock to the distributor, to the retailer, and to the customer, right? And then having the inventory figures accurate in hand, the live inventory, they should have it. That's one of the challenge. And the other thing,
yes,
understanding the customer behavior, right? Now we shop from earlier we used to visit stores and do a shopping for anything. Now it's everything is in our hand, right? With the mobile we are shopping, and with the browser we are shopping, even with over the phone we are buying. So
Yes.
now understanding the customer behavior, and understanding the pattern of how the customer is doing, and then reacting to the customer behavior is the one of the what retail businesses have as on today's world, right? So I'd put it here, these two, and we have few others, right? Next is the forecasting, right? You visit a store for a specific brand, and that the item for that specific brand is not available. Then what do? Either you simply walk up from the store, or you prefer a different brand, right? So where, so the retailers mainly faces a challenge. Make sure they do have a proper the supply, the demand and supply. So now the car is all about, addressing these issues, making sure that, all of your information, like all of the sale, the customer activity information in one place, so that we have a clear picture of what is our the inventory, and you can do a sales analytics and the customer segmentation, the pricing thing, and you can do a forecasting. So from SAP, this is one of the retail offering, I would say. I mean, one of the solution from the SAP which offers to the retailers, even the wholesalers, to address these issues. Okay, this is from the normal terminology, like why you need a car, what it actually does, apart from the technical details. Any
Okay.
questions here?
No
Okay.
questions.
As I mentioned, SAP customer activity repository, from now onwards I will refer it as a car. So SAP car is a central repository that collects data, cleans and unifies the customer and transactional data from multiple sources. What does it mean? you know it takes data of our transactions which ever happen at store, at mobile, web application, or any other source, right? Even the sales happens at vendor. Consider OEMs who has its own stores, and parallelly it will have vendors, right, which actually sells their product. Now, now this is the system where we try to extract all your sales information into a one system, which is your own sales, including the vendor sales, so that you have a clear picture of what's happening with your, the sales and the inventory. That's where it's a CAR, and it provides harmonized the multi-channel data model to prepare the data for analytics and used by the various consuming applications. Since we have all the data in one place, right? Now, on top of it, we can build a multiple applications which does analytics, forecasting, various other applications. You can build, basically you have that information. Now we can make use of that information and build a number of applications. And as part of car, we have some built-in applications and some add-ons. We'll go more in details when we move on. This is an architecture diagram. I will go more in detail in the module 2. Right now, I'm skipping it. So, these are the priorities as we spoke just before. What are the priorities and trends in retail? One is the connecting with the customer, right? So is connecting with the customers or redefining the shopping through the online channels, mobile technologies, and even social networks. The stores will become a hub for a mobile, social, and the digital branding. The relevance is the key with the localization and personalization and delivering differentiating values. What does that mean? Basically, the another challenge as part of a retail business, always connected with the customer, right? I mean, out of sight, then yeah. So that's where for retailers, this is the one of the priorities and the trends in retail. In layman terms, when you speak CAR, the customer is the one who purchases a commodity or a service. It could be a product or a service. And the activity, so it's a behavior or actions of a particular kind. It is like placing a service order, buying an item from the store, or returning something to the store, right? Or so there's a feedback, and that is also one of the kind of activity, So all of these activities. So, and the repository is the place, room, or a container where something is being deposited or stored. So in the layman terminology is that, the customer activity repository is the one who, which holds the data of the customer, which, it's a behavior or action of any kind, and it being stored into that. As we already spoke, it's a retail product from the SAP, and it will be the customer driven business process and analytic contents for the sales and inventory, and it's been powered by SAP HANA technologies. And this provides the retail innovation platform for all retail solutions and deployed on premises or in cloud. There's one more thing I wanted to add. So we always speak about retail solutions, but it's not just limited to the retail, even wholesale as well. This can be implemented even in a wholesale scenarios, and we did. A multi-channel data foundation in which retail data collected that were previously spread over multiple silo applications. This is what we spoke. The data is there with spread across different applications. Now we bring everything into a one foundation. We one repository, and that's your multi-channel data foundation. On top of it, we build applications. This is the platform which I will explain you more. So if you consider, this is the SAP CAR platform. It can be tightly integrated with the SAP marketing, like the hybrids and e-commerce, right? We have something. So that is the one thing. And your S4 box, it could be IS retail and a fashion management system. And SAP CRM, this is for the customer segmentation and related things. So this is a SAP CRM. On top of it, there are some core processes which will go, which I'll explain in the later slides. And this is a customer related information. E-commerce also can be integrated to the car, and then analytics, Xylos, consistent planning, 360 customer review, cutting costs, customer loyalty, and the verticalization and the globalization. So these are the and these are the keynotes where we understand the customer and take action. Since you have all the information in one place, these are the small introduction to the what of things which we already discussed, right? I will go through it, and then we'll jump into the individual components. So what happens, right? All your multi-channel sales activity information, shared a common platform that could associate every sale with a unique consumer. So with that, the platform could segment customers any way you want it by attribute statistics and any predictive analysis. And the platform know exactly how much inventory you had and where you had, and how much it costs, right? I mean, with that information, you derive such things. Example, somebody want to know, okay, how much inventory was spending, right? I mean, it's not considered. There are two cases, right? One is that granular, like somebody is placing order or some placing an order. It could be a sales order, which means somebody is trying to buy from a retailer or the dealer, right? That's a one scenario. And now as a dealer or the retailer, now he sees that, okay, the stock is less, and now he want to place an order, right? That is where the next challenge is, like, okay, now at what point he has to place an order. That's a one thing. Second, there's a lot of inventory was stuck, and the sales were dropped down, and now they just want to understand how much inventory is there. It's not at that level, consider it at the org level, just want to see the at geo level itself, they can able to understand about this much of inventory is still pending with us, and then they can calculate, because end of the day for leadership, it is the amount, right? The cost, basically, they can able to calculate since you have all the information in one platform, and all your planning execution applications sat on the same platform, exposed to all this. So have all your planning execution applications sat on same platform. The platform knows what is the right, know all this right now in the real time, so as it's happening now, which means it's not that you do the planning or analytics on the information which is extracted a day before, right? You are doing everything on the live system. Enterprise-wide sales analytics available right now for all the channels at all levels, and the ability to create targeted promotions, laser focused on right segmentation, the right segments and customers, enhance your business, precisely place inventory by channel, procure, replenish product more accurately to support those efforts, while having daily valuations of inventory to support entire financial reporting. So these are, there are merchandise and the assortment to the promotional and replenishment, and drive your business where you focus your customers are going, and truly customer driven. These are all what and if things, like if you have everything is being shared by one platform, then what we can do. We'll go more in details. I know it looks like more of theory, but we'll go more in detail. So these are the components which are there in the car. I'll brief you one by one. Okay. So In car, you have something called a demand data foundation. We call it as TDF, and then unified demand forecast UDF, inventory visibility, and omni-channel article availability. This omni-channel article availability we refer it as OEAA, and customer harmonization, sales analytics, sales audit, omni-channel promotion pricing, and on-shelf availability. So these are the components which are the offering from SAP CAR. Every component has its own significance, and all are tightly coupled. I'll put it in this way, right? And not every customer implements all these components. Okay, this is an important thing to understand when you are learning car, because when somebody says car, they expect that you should know everything, all the components. That's not true, because consider an S4, right? You have SD, FI, HR, right? So does you will have an idea for sure, but it's not necessarily that you know end to end, right, of each component. So similarly, in car, you have all these components, and not necessarily that you should be expertise or the person should know everything in detail. In detail, I'm referring, but for sure you should know what is it. So I will explain demand data unified little later, but let's start with inventory visibility and omni-channel availability. So what does that mean? So in car, normally with the S4, your S4 and ERP, right? We get an inventory figures, right? Inventory will be there in Mark. If it is a ECC, if it is a S4 fashion, you get it from Maddox extract. These are the tables. So, those are not the accurate inventory figures. When I say those are not the accurate figures, what does that mean? There's a lot of delay of when you are updating those tables and the inventory figures in S4. So when you say delay, what is the right inventory, right? Now, whatever the sale happening at a store, at a web application or the mobile or whatever, all the channels, right? That information to traverse to S4, it takes time. Generally, no one sends that information the moment the transaction happens at store. It takes time to reach to the S4. When I say time, generally, every customer has a different process. Some does every 3 hours, 4 hours, but it's not every transaction. Okay. And end of the day, generally, if you consider the most of the transactions, 80% of the transactions goes end of the day. What does that mean? So whatever the transactions happening as on today with a store, that's not been reflected into your S4. So whatever the information, that inventory information is available, that's not the actual. So there is a delay, right? Now the car is there to fulfill or get rid of the delay, and we will give the live information. And this omni-channel article availability. So when it comes to the digital sales, when I say digital sales, it could be for mobile or application, web application. Okay. When it comes to the digital sales, it happens little different, right? Not the regular sale. Like it's not the so the two types of sales. One is the consumer sales, where person visit to the store directly and buys from it. The second is the digital sales, where you order something from the phone or web application. So this omni-channel article availability component is there. Ordering something from the mobile, it tells you, not basically not to the end user. It tells to that application, the Flipkart or the Myntra, from wherever you're ordering it. So that application tells, okay, this customer ordered for this address. Okay, now what is the nearest the DC, right? It identifies the source from where it can be delivered. So that is what this omni-channel article availability is. Basically, in a simple terminology, sourcing and reservation. It does the sourcing like from where to get this product. Next, reserve it and do a reservation. We'll go more in detail, okay, when we move forward. Let's say, but if you have any questions, don't hesitate. Just ask me wherever you feel talk. The customer harmonization, it's like you have the all the sale information from there. You can do a customer segmentation. This is one part. And sales analytics. So within a car, there is something called the smart business multi-channel sales application. There's one car. I mean, it comes with a car as an outer box solution. That's a one. But since you have all the information, we can build a multiple, analytics reports. Not just the sales, but inventory as well. But this is actually speaking about the component which is come from car. But nobody uses that out of box solution. Everyone built the custom reports. Sales. This is one of the primary component. I would put it in this way. Most of the customers implements the sales audit. So this is referring. I mean, this is actually a POS DTA. Okay. POS sales, the point of sales, which we are talking, right? Somebody is visiting to the store and buying something that's called POS, the point of sale. So this is the POS DTA component, which actually responsible for, the processing POS sale information. So which is more, we will talk more in detail in the entire session, I would say. The entire training thing, we will focus more on POS DTA compared to other modules. And then the omni-channel pricing, omni-channel promotion and pricing. So this component is already for not many customers implement this omni-channel pricing, promotion and pricing. I'll tell you. So now we have to give someone have to run promotions, right? And someone have to decide the pricing for a product. So how do you do that now with the how the business is going right now? I mean, how the customer's behavior is changing, right? So if you see each 1 hour they change the price. Now consider the Flipkart. I'm assuming everybody is from India and you are very much familiar with the shopping applications. Yeah. So the customer behavior, I mean, so you see, right, every 1 hour the pricing will keep changing. I mean, when you see that one time you see some percentage and the next time. So how does it happen? So somebody is running those promotions by understanding your behavior, how you're doing it. Like you added something, you removed something, or some other sales are being happening, or many customers are viewing that particular product. Okay, let's okay. So there are the different strategies every organization follows. But this component is actually to read data from, when I say read data from, it is a part of a component. So since you have all your sales information within a car system, and it reads that information and it understands it and comes with some insights and tells us, hey, okay, go ahead. And then the business users can define promotions and the pricing strategy. And this component is actually tightly coupled with the S4. It is a part of an S4, but this has been brought into the car because the car has the live data. And if you really, I think I saw one or two this application in a car rather than in S4. We will not go more in details this component because it's a different thing. I would say it's part of an S4, but it's been given to the car. Next is the on-shelf availability. Now, this is another challenge for a retail business, right? Now, they had always making sure that the items shouldn't go to the out of stock situation, and they shouldn't face those situations. So this on-shelf availability is the component which will give notifications, alerts to the store people who is accessing that application, mentioning that, hey, there is a situation. This particular product may go into out of stock situation after 3 weeks. One is, right, it can tell you, hey, this particular stock is out of situation, but that's not the case, right? Always we should have some forecasting when what will happen after 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So what it does, it understands the pattern of that particular product, like when the sales are happening, how the sales are happening for last, the based on how we give an input, right? It considers that like last 2 months, this is how the product is being sold, and now you have only 10 quantity. It will get over by next 2 or 3 days. So which means you should now place an order. The replenishment basically you should place in. And this component is directly this is only to generate an information, and this information has to be fed into a F&R forecasting and replenishment, which is a separate box again. We will talk more in detail later.
Yeah, I just wanted to know. So these things which you have highlighted, all these are separate modules, or some of them are overlapping also, means
when it comes to the car, I would say it's a separate modules. I'll put it, but everything is overlapping, right? So
yeah.
So consider your sales audit. With a sales audit, the data comes into the car, like mainly the POS sales.
Okay.
Stores. I mean, mainly the sales comes into the car with the sales audit. Once you have a sales, then you have a sales, and like you can build a sales analysis, and these two are both are interlinked, and your inventory
Okay.
visibility is based on this.
Okay.
Okay, and your omni-channel is based on sales rate. The these three are interlinked. Next,
Okay.
the demand DDF I'm here to mention. So 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 when it come to the when it come to the UDF, right, it helps the business to predict future demand for products across various channels and locations. So and the UDF uses the historical data and the demand influencing factors like promotions, based on the holiday season, weather, even other events. Okay, to create accurate demand forecast. This is mainly for the forecasting. Now, we just mentioned, right? It is based on a historical data. So where is that historical data has been? This is the demand data foundation. I will try to summarize it a bit more. Try to put it in a very short format. So demand data foundation is it's a component where it stores your historical sales master data. When I say master data, it includes your plan, material, promotion, and the pricing thing. So all these details are being extracted and put it into the DDF tables. Okay, so this DDF foundation is this DDF is mainly for holding your historical data, could be a transactional and the master data. And once we have the data in place, and on top of this, we will build a forecasting, however we want it, and whatever forecasting we want to build. So once, let's say, you build some forecasting, I mean, you run in application, you provide, let's say, you want to know you want to forecast the sales for the next 2 months, 3 months, right? For the 6 months. In that scenario, what it does, it takes last 2 year sales history, and then it performs and applies multiple, I mean, the algorithms, like it's about to us, like how do you want to like which and all. And based on that, it takes, and also we will put, hey, because the sales not always not same, right? We cannot do an average considering that, okay, last 6 months this much sale is happened, now divided by 6 months, or that convert into the days, next 2 months this one, not that case, right? Let's say Diwali we do have more sales, and the normal days we see a less sales. Now we have to understand the influencing factors here. What are the events which are accelerating the sales? Like like do we have any promotional event, like the Black Friday? That's a promotional event. Or you have a holiday, that's a Diwali, or a few other festivals. And the next day weather, okay, consider that during winter, right, most of the winter the clothes cost more faster, right? And summer is a different things. So weather also influence a particular product. Like in case of summer, right, in AC, cooler, those things goes faster. In the normal days, it goes lesser. So this DDF and UDF mainly for having a forecast, predicting the future demand across all the channels basically. And to run car, we must have S4 HANA or AS Retail. Any questions here?
One more question I am having, and that if I need to use a car system, which module has to be mandatorily used? Can you tell me? That means, can we
Correct.
use only one module? That is also okay, or do we need
Yes.
to use some set of modules in that?
Correct. So I would say you're not necessarily you to use all the modules for sure.
Okay.
So one is some customer, he want to implement car for doing only forecasting. What does it mean? He's only interested here. He's not at all interested in any. So he will only implement DDF and UDF. So I mean, the system comes with all these modules.
Okay.
Implementation, you only focus on this part, like extracting data into the DDF tables, and then building the forecasting configuration. So and the next building applications on top of it. Okay. And now there are I have seen customers who only implements UDF and DDF. I mean, basically only this layer. They're not bothered about all of this. Though you have all the APIs, tables, everything is available, but they don't use it. And I saw the customers only implements the sales audit. That's a past GTA. I refer it.
Okay.
Okay. And I saw the customers who implements cost GTA and inventory visibility and omni-channel. And this is the common, I would say, this is the commonly why people implements. Like these are the common components. That's your cost GTA, inventory visibility. These are the main thing. And the omni-channel also comes into the picture. Omni-channel article availability. These two. And yes, since you have the data on top of it, for sure people build reports, right? The Fury or that's
Yeah.
what. And the customer harmonization, basically the customer segmentation, which comes with the your CRM, which is optional. Okay, I think I'm not introduced myself. I've been working in car. I'm talking only in the car like more than 80 years. So I'm not see only one time I have seen somebody integrated CRM with the car, like basically doing that customer segmentation and other things. So, but
Okay.
apart from that, I'm not really seen anybody is really implementing such things here. But
Okay.
you have a data, you can do it. Okay.
Okay.
And this omni-channel pricing, again, as a customer who interested in this component. And again, I say that have seen it is only kind of a POC because this component tightly coupled with S4 system. But some customer want to do this activity in car, they will come to the car. But which is a purely S4 component, I would say. But this component is an optional component, not optional, I would say. It's an component is also delivered with a car and which will help customers to do the promotion and the pricing on transactional data, on live data, I would say, rather than
Okay.
the one day old data.
So, but promotion pricing, which you are saying that it is mostly done on S4. So, means can you means tell why means it is better to do in S4 as compared to Carbon? Is there any specific reason behind that, or?
So it's not like that. See, this particular component delivered, I mean, it is there with a S4 since long.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if you see see where is the promotion data is residing? Your promotion data is there in S4. So with a car, what it does, right? It gives an additional layer to you, and I mean additional application, and there we can to play around with the data what we have, and then create some promotions and the pricing conditions, right? Once you have everything, after that, once you submit it, again this data goes in feed into the S4 only.
Yeah.
Okay, and then and from the S4 side, all our promotions, everything will get created. So
Okay.
this is an additional layer, but if you really ask me, I really not seen that somebody is really implementing this thing.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
That's why that's a yellow line, right? It is really
Okay.
can't even show you this application in car right now because that require hell number of settings, and you required S4 functional consultant for
Okay.
configuring this component.
Okay.
It's not that, but sure you can ignore this one, but we should have an idea that what is this component does. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Being a car consultant, the main thing for omni-channel pricing processor is you should understand what is this component, what are the
Mhm.
building blocks for this component. Basically, when I say building blocks, to make this component work, what is required, right? What is required? So for this omni-channel, the base for this one is the DDF. So
Okay.
we should have the data into the DDF. Mainly the master data should be there in DDF, and then the sales also from the DDF, but we can even switch over from the sales auditors. It depends on how we'll do. But DDF is the main component for this omni-channel promotional pricing. And the on-shelf availability is something that now, see, again, for the on-shelf availability also you have a separate system. I mean, same thing is there in S4 as well. In S4 also you can generate, and then accordingly people does the replenishment. But now it is with the car. Why? Because the car has the live data, right? We don't have to you don't have to do all these things or events or anything on the S4 one day old information. You can do it on the live system. So I've seen some people implement, but thing here, you cannot perform any action. It is only informative. Like you run a report, it gives you the alerts, notifications. Now that information we have to feed into either to the S4 or FNR system.
Okay.
That forecasting and replenishment, right? So we have to feed to that system, and that system takes care of it. It's like whether to place an order for curing that item. That particular system takes care of. But for us, it is for car. It is only I would put it in this way. It's a display application. Nothing much we can do there. It gives a feed. I mean, it gives a data, and now that you have to feed into the either S4 or to the F1. Yeah.
It means in car we can only see that whatever that on-shelf availability is there or not, but the action has to be taken in S4 level.
Correct.
Okay.
See, we cannot place replenishment order from car, right? That has to be created in S4.
Okay.
Even I mentioned we can send data to the F&R system. Again, what is this F&R does in the final? Again, it has to send the information to the S4 only.
Okay, got it.
And as I mentioned, when it comes to the implementation, right, your primary system is always S4, which is your fashion or retail system, and the car is a secondary system. Why I'm saying secondary? Without this, we are not. The car is not existing. It's not a separate box. You can run without S4. You can only run with S4. I mean S4 ERP if somebody is in a very lower version. But yeah, this is what I'm saying.
Okay.
We'll go that versioning part and all when we spoke about. I mean when I explain about architecture the later sessions. CRM, I told you, right? We can integrate. It's again optional thing. CRM, why we have to implement. So we will have this customer segmentation and all that information you can feed to the CRM. Okay.
And I wanted to know, like, if any chance like it is integrated, I mean, the database it is taking from, okay, that is what I understood. So by any chance it is depending upon any other system like MPOS or something like that? Because whatever my understanding here in the practically, I never work in car, but whatever I understood from the retail itself is some of the data available, I mean, the modification happened in the POS system and it is directly impacting car. So the database, it is taking whatever changes we have done in the S4 system, that is from that it is picking up, or some of the data or modification done in the POS system that is also impacting upon.
Got it. So yes, so we extract data from S4, and so that's a base for us, right? I mean, when it comes to the car, we replicate S4 master data, transactional data into the car. That's one. And second, yes, from stores, POS information being feed into the car. So this is where we do the. I'll go more in detail. I think I will answer your question when I move forward.
Okay.
I understood what you are asking.
Okay,
yes,
that's fine.
So whatever modifications we do in S4 and POS, yes, that both will reflect into the car. But I'll go more in detail in the next slides. Okay, I'm going to the next slide. So these are the additional applications. So okay, so this comes as a bundle. Earlier we explained it's a car components, and now this is a car application bundle. Car, when you see something, trying to find the installation component, or see as not as a car app. Okay, that's application bundle they refer it. And we have additional applications. These are the planning applications, right? The promotion management, merchandise planning, assortment, allocation management, replenishment planning. Again, to your question, earlier someone asked like, hey, do we have to implement everything? This is again an optional. Some customers only focused on these applications, But for these applications, the base is the DDF and the UDF. These two are base for these applications. So any org want to do a financial planning, sales planning, right? This comes under sales or the merchandise planning. So these are the separate applications, and everything is a separate licensing actually. Okay. So these are different applications. They are the workbooks basically. We'll go not very detailed, but very high level. I will explain you in the later sessions. This is what we spoke just before. These are the building blocks. The positivity is the one main thing, and the forecasting, on-shelf availability, omni-channel promotion pricing, omni-channel article availability, inventory visibility, multi-channel sales analytics, and the multi-channel foundation. Yeah, this is the the building blocks, and I will try to address the the roles here. You see, this is the let's start from POS. This is the complete car box which is running on SAP HANA. And in T-log, just remember the term T-log. You will be habituated by end of the session with the T-log. Is the core table in car. When T-log stands for the transaction log. So we have a POS sales and the multi-channel sales and then inventory, right? Now these are the three components what we spoke, and we have saying mediums. So consider here from the POS. our POS machines, the data is feed into the car. This is a pipe that is POS. That's an inbound processing engine. Okay, pipe we call this POS, inbound processing engine. This is the initial stage where the data comes into the car. We do, we cleanse the data, validate, and then we store into the TLDF table. This is your POS. That's a one thing. And here we have a ERP. That's a S4 system, right? Fashion or retail. So from ERP, we extract master data, not just the master data, even transactional data we extract using SLT, which is a real-time replication. So we extract the data into the car. So because why we need master data? This is to validate the transactions of flowing into the car, whether they are valid or invalid. Consider that you get some material associated with the transaction. Now we have to validate whether that material is a valid or invalid material, right? That I can check against the master data which is being replicated. That's a one thing. How it is, right? Once you have a TLOG, the sales information on top of it, these are the some VDMs there just showing up, the VDMs for the building some analytics here. When it's a multi-channel sales, right? Now, if somebody places an order from the mobile or web application, what is it? You're not getting the product straight away, right? There is a process involved for it. So when somebody places an order, then the associated sales order has to be created. And once you have a sales order, then schedule and then delivery, right? There is a process involved. So that's a different type of sale. That's not a POS sale, right? So but that information also being fed into the car. That is from SLT only, that's been fed into the car. So that's a one thing. And now this is the one thing. And the inventory also the same thing. As I mentioned from the S4. So from S4, we get that inventory information also being replicated into the car. And now when it comes to this inventory, you can ask the question, hey, if you are replicating that inventory from SLT, from the S4, what does it make difference, right? Are you just duplicating that information? No. So this inventory is from your S4 and plus the car, because whatever the sales are there in the car, they are not sent to the S4 yet. I mean, they are not yet sent. There is some delay in sending that information. So whatever the inventory we are referring, this is the combination of your car and then the demand forecasting, as I mentioned, right? This information again, your UDF, it gets data from it's run directly from TLOG and the sales order, but in between you have a DDF. That's just remember. So from there, it gets it, and then forecasting applications, and these are the on-shelf availability I mentioned here, this store replenishment thing. These are additional applications. I'm not like the SAP BW. This is for historical data and doing some reporting on top of it. We can extract data we can push data to the integrate with the BW, and this is the market segmentation and CRMizing. You see here there is a thing, right? The promotion planner, category manager, demand planner, store manager or employee, inventory replenishment planner. See, all these are being, going to access our system based on the modules which we have implemented. So consider that we spoke about POS DTA, right? In that scenario, these are the store manager or the employee, these are the one who regularly access the car system or the applications which we built to understand what is the sales, because they have to do a reconciliation and they have to understand how the sales are, not how the sales are happening, but at least they should have what is my yesterday sales or what is the sales rate. They have to do that thing. So that's where and the demand planner influencer, like if somebody is doing a forecasting, that's where this thing, and category manager is for the segmentation thing, and then inventory does the replenishment, right? He will look into your information. And this promotion planner, again, I mentioned omni-channel promotion and pricing. So this is the one who actually looks into that particular application. So everything is associated with the different applications. Every role is associated with different applications. It depends on whether we are implementing that particular component. If you implement that component, and then the business user will be any one of these. So this is an introduction session, will be most on theory and all. You might think that I'm not showing anything in the system, but yeah, we have more other sessions to show. It is just to bring you into the car environment and make you understand the offering from the what is there.
Yeah.
I know you may have a lot of questions at this moment, but it's just you can ask. You can wait for the next slides to come.
I had one more doubt regarding this. I wanted to know that as the car consultant, what modules are solely dependent on us? Means if we need to implement the car modules in the system, so which modules are considered under us only? So
You want to know what and all modules are? I mean, as a car consultant, we should know, correct?
Yeah, we should know, and means while implementing it, which are solely dependent on us. Means there is no like you told now that for promotion pricing we need a S4 person also. It is not only that car consultant has to do. Likewise, which modules are only done by the car consultant while implementing. I wanted to know that also.
Yeah. So that is POS DTA.
Okay.
As I mentioned, which we will go more in detail.
Okay.
So there are two things. When it comes to the car, it's always a question: are you a functional, or technical? Okay.
Yeah.
Or a techno-functional. But if you ask me, I'm a techno-functional. I mean, technical and functional as well.
Okay.
Not just because I have seen many who are only functional consultants in the car. So any technical, they say you have to check with the dev team or engineering team. That's what they say. So, but here the session I'll try to cover both. Okay. Okay. But as a car consultant, when you ask, right, first thing is the positivity is the one component, you must be aware of it. And the second, OAA, is then another component, you must be aware of it.
Okay.
But there's nothing much to do on the OA space. I mean, but I'll explain. When I say there's nothing much to do, only the configuration part is there and few customization, but I will explain you that. And along with that, the UDF and DDF is also comes under the car.
Okay.
These are the three which is preliminary by car, but not necessarily you must be expertise in OA, UDF all together. But it's good to know all three. At least as a car consultant, when you talk to the customers, because they will ask questions from all components, and I have seen customers who expect me to do everything. They don't use all the components. Okay, they're only POS, the POS DTA, but they will ask me to do implementation. They will ask me to do UDF you do configuration for UDF, DDF, and everything, right? They will ask me to enable everything, but the problem is, how do I enable it, right? I should know the requirement to enable something you want to do. What is the scenarios they wanted to do? But they simply, I've seen some customer. I'm not saying customers who will ask me to enable everything. So as a out of box, we will just enable all the configurations. Everything is up and running. That's it. But that's not the enabling when I say enablement, right? But yeah, from the carb side, I would say just focus on POS DTA and the OEA, these two, and UDF DDF till some extent. Even the whole session, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm not gonna give you other components because I would even see that our system is even not configured to enable. So that it's a project to enable, configure everything. Yeah. So we already spoke individual components. Now I mean all the components, and now we are going. So POS DT I spoke, right? So the car incorporates an extended version of POS inbound processing engine software component from POS DM. What does it mean? So this car POS DT I'm speaking, right? But this POS DT is not very new to the car. I mean, we have a component called POS DM, POS data management. So that was there with the SAP BW, which is one of the component in BW. Again, I'm not sure everybody is aware of BW. Can I elaborate or?
Yeah, we got it.
So right, it's a warehouse. Basically, we in BW we store the historical data, right? We extract sales, inventory, all our information from different ERP, CRM systems into the BW, and that on top of it we build the BW reports, right? And now the component called POS DM, which is a separate component. Not everybody implements it. Okay, So some of the retailers who does. So what it does, it's the same thing. It also has the same POS and piping. That's a POS inbound processing engine it has. So there are the same thing. Somebody feeds the information, it comes to the BW system, it goes through the complete cycle. I would say the configuration is almost the similar to it, like what is there in the car. The POS DT, DM and the POS DT is almost similar. I would say 80% is similar. The whatever the 20% additional PC, it's actually is a latest and as per the HANA, everything, because the past DM is based on SAP BW, and which is a non-HANA system. And there, the data replication, if you know about the master data, everything master data replication happens with, the data sources, and that master data will be stored in info objects. The data is not up to date, not real time. Basically, it will keep updating once in a day or twice in a day. That's a really old component. What SAP have come up with this new system called SAP CAR, and it kept multiple components in it. This POS DTA is one of the component there. So now this POS DTA runs on, it's a separate system because it has dedicated system now, and it runs on SAP HANA, and it leverages all the capabilities what HANA has, like the column storage, and then the runtime this thing. So it has everything. So, and if somebody want to migrate from BW POS DM to the standard programs over there, how do we extract? But if you really ask me, I'm not seeing anybody right now running in POS DW, but I don't know if somebody is really running in POS DW. It used to be the case 4 years before. I think now most of them are converted to CAR, but we don't know. We never. Okay. But again, the configuration part, when I say configuration, consider put it as a configuration, POS inbound configuration. That configuration is almost the same as the POS DM, whatever was there in BW, but with some 20% extra additional options, features. That is from the configuration. Performance, everything, the way it works is entirely different. From here onwards, I don't go much on this. Mostly I will try to explain from my end. So the POS DTA, what it does, as I mentioned, right, it takes data from your stores, the retail stores. Okay, the POS information being fed into the car, and once it comes to the car, we do the multiple validations checks, and once once all the checks are being performed successfully, then only that particular transaction will be in a successful state in the car POS workbench, and then we will send that sale to the moment transaction reaches to the S4. When I say transaction, right, the write-off reaches to the S4, it must be in the successful state for any reason. So what are the challenges? I think, Arihant, that's what you mentioned. The main thing is generating the billing documents. That's where you say an issue, right? It creates a lot of errors whenever you get something from POS system feeding directly to the ECC or S4. The main thing is, you see IDOCs are keep getting failed, multiple IDOCs, and it's a lot of headache to go and rectify, edit them and rectify it or create the master data. Now everything will be done in car workbench, POS workbench. Okay, so here all the transactions will come to the car workbench, POS workbench, and there whoever is the user, functional user, he will go functional or over dedicated resource who actually make those correct all the error transactions, and then that information will be found to the follow-up systems as well. This is the migration strategy from POS W POS DM on this thing. I think this will be covered later, and it is very less important as in this world. As I mentioned, right, you can extract information from all the channels, like your consumer sales, the digital sales. You can get everything here into the car. Once you have the data on top of it, you can build any number of applications. Multi-channel sales transactions are replicated from ERP to the car via SLT. Availability of the POS return transactions at one place enables 360 view of the customer, and CAR offers SAP marketing access to the cross-channel transactional data. CAR offers 360 customer access to cross-channel transactional data. So basically, what is trying to say, with the since you have the data, everything here, on top of it, you can enable. One is the SAP marketing access. This is what it is referring. And I don't know what is this customer 360. It looks like separate application. Yeah. Inventory visibility. Yeah. So when it comes to the inventory visibility, what happens, right? It actually takes your POS transactions, and then from the ERP, we have something called unrestricted use, right? So that is your stock when you really see in S4. So that is what, and we do have some stock in transfer, intra-company stock in transport, and then we need a valuation for that stock, right? At cost and the retail level. Now, when it comes to the car, what will happen? We have this POS information flowing into the car, that is residing in car, and this ERP information also, that's S4 information also, we extracted. Since both sales information is there, sales and inventory information is there, so what we do, we calculate that actual inventory figure will be the unrestricted use from the ERP, your PR, the mad doc extract, whatever is there. So that the quantity minus processed sales quantity. When you say unprocessed, what does it mean? The transaction have reached to the car, but not yet sent to the S4. It is yet to send to the S4. Put it in this way. Okay, it is yet to send into the S4. So, which is called unprocessed sale. So, when you say inventory, how does it been calculated? That is your ERP unrestricted use stock quantity minus unprocessed sales quantity. So that is the inventory figure. So that's why the inventory in the car is always near live information. Again, why I'm saying, instead of saying live, why I'm saying near live, because there will be delay in receiving this POS transaction to the car, right? Could be 5 minutes or 10 minutes. That's it. But when it comes to the ERP, it will be hours or a day for the unrestricted stock you see here. Any questions here?
No.
I'm going to that. This we already spoke about UDF, right? I'm not reiterating this part. Same thing. So one thing I will add it here, as I mentioned, right? It is a promotion, calendar events, which is like a holiday things, right? So that information will be used for generating the UDF information. So these are some of the statistics, the algorithms which are generating the forecast data. We'll explain you in the later stage. This I can explain a bit. I'm not sure whether this is it clear to you? This diagram is
not that means it's little small. Text is little small, not
prominently it is visible. Yeah.
Maybe I will explain this. This image is not really clear. What I will do when I'm actually explaining about Omni-channel pricing thing at that time. But again, as I mentioned, that this we are going to give very basic information on this part. But again, it's a S4 thing. Article availability, the dynamic order sourcing. I told you, when it comes to the OA, it is always about the sourcing and the reservation. So this omni-channel article availability provides the customers with the ability to provide insight on current, which is your store and as well as vendor. That's what I told you initially, right? So when you say inventory, it is not always what is there in the store, right? We also have to consider the vendor and the future stock level for online sales. What is the meaning of the future stock levels? Anyone has any idea about what is this
stock level?
Yeah.
Future stock level, it is the forecasting that is we are analyzing in future how much demand will be and what would be the supply need to be done from us.
Yeah. I'll give an example, right? What does happens? Consider any product, right? Any product you take. What is this? As you said, the forecasting, right? Now, once the forecasting is done, but we should have this scenario goes into the wholesale scenario, not the retail scenario. Retail is always about if you have the stock in hand, that will be consumed. Okay, but when it comes to the wholesale, so right, wholesale vendor, consider a vendor. Now the vendor he want to buy. Vendor doesn't buy one or two items, right? He will buy in a bulk, and he will place an order for a bulk if 6 months before. It's not that he will place an order and he will get it. No. So there are scenarios where the vendor places an order, he gets that inventory after 6 months, after 7 months, or I'll put it in a different way. So based on the demand, that the OEMs does the manufacturing. So there are multiple vendors, right? Now each vendor is placing an order to the OEM saying, hey, I need these many items from the from your side. So for that, we'll have a separate purchase orders being created. For that purchase orders, we will have we'll consider it as a future stock. Hello? So for each of these contracts, so as of we don't have the stock available, but we will have that stock will be that stock will be available after 6 months, after 8 months. This is a future date stock. As in today we don't have, but we will have it as future date. Now, now this is something that as a OEM he ordered from outside. I'm sorry, as a OEM he ordered from outside, and then the vendor now placing an order. Now he want to consume that order which OEM placed. I mean to say, now he gonna get a stock after 6 months. Now that's whatever the stock we are saying after 6 months, right? Now for that future stock, now the vendor is placing an order. That is what we are saying. It's a future stock levels. This is saying online, but just consider even wholesale scenario also being covered here. Okay. I'll go more in detail when we spoke on the inventory omni-channel article availability OES space. Okay, but mainly it is about the sourcing and the reservation blocks for OA like channel sales org. But we'll go more in detail when I'm explaining. On-shelf availability. On-shelf availability algorithms can be used to detect, visualize out-of-shelf situations in the store when they happen in real time, and they take immediate actions to prevent further loss. So how do we take the action, right? That's what I said. Like that action we cannot take in the car. The only thing is send that feed to the S4 or F&R system. They will place an order. Only thing from car side, you got a notification. You say that I'm already addressed it. That's some status change. Nothing much we can do here. Yeah, it's a small topic, but I'll cover that. And as part of a car application bundle, as I mentioned, that you get all of this. Your SAP promotion management is also one of that car API functionality. Like it doesn't come directly as out of box solution, so someone have to buy. And then the merchandise planning and the assortment planning. When it comes to the merchandise, like the financial store, these plannings and strategic to the tactical sales and the goods receipt planning, creation of open to buy budget. Assortment is location plus product ranging. You know that assortment planning, right? Mainly the fashions that it's been used. That assortment planning, the creation of article level purchasing quantity, and then we have allocation management and replenishment planning. Allocation, like distribution of products from DCs to the stores and focused on seasonal and fashion type merchandise. Allocation by two major important predefined business scenarios that target automatic in-season fill-in. Basically, it's all about the allocation and the replenishment planning here. Cost optimal ordering and predict and consider expected spoilers, intraday replenishment, real-time inventory, simulation capabilities, and order plan creation. Have you anyone worked in the planning workbooks, not just the car, but normally I'm asking?
Yeah. I used to work in planning.
Yeah.
It was in the production.
Correct. So it's a similar concept. So we do have a planning workbooks, and as a car, right? It also have a BW in a car. When you consider as a system, right? It will have by default it will have it's an S4 HANA foundation. It will have a car along with it. You have SLT. You will have a BW also. Okay. So for this one, right? These all these allocation, these things works with the BW or the planning workbooks, whatever you worked in the earlier thing. It's the same thing. And we do have something called a business functions, and we go and write some kind of a code. But again, I'm not gonna go more in detail. These things are like very high level. We will just go through it, just the building blocks, nothing much. As I said, that this is again a separate thing. Like it's a separate model. We covered it. These are the releases what we have since being in 2013. The first car system has been introduced, the 1.0, and then these are the versions we have started working. This one thing I somewhere here I started 16. I started working on this one with 1.0 itself. I started, and then now we are at 6.0. Any questions on the release part? Good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. So on all these versions, right, nothing much major changes. One, I would say that is the initial version, and then they did a lot of enhancements on the performance side, and then they come up with the planning applications. They come up with the planning applications, and the next thing what they did was for fashion, right? They did added a lot of additional fields into the POS, DT, and others, and also mainly focused on the we have a lot of changes in the recent times, right? The data extraction and those things. So that's where the changes are happened. After that, I would say it's more consistent system. Like you don't see much changes. Like we say version change, like you upgrade to the new system, but you see some difference on the system. It is just that we have to upgrade to the latest. So this is all about the introduction. I will start with the second module.
Okay.
The architecture. This is the architecture diagram. Maybe if you want, I will make it a little larger. Visible? No?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we spoke about the POS TTA, multi-channel sales analysis, inventory visibility, OEA, promotion pricing, OSA, that is the on-shelf availability, TDF, UDF, right? We understood these different components at like a very high level. Now, all these components, I mean, this complete car system is actually a HANA box. And now on top of it, you have for visualization, right? You can connect with the BTP, even, we can even expose to a SAC, SAC. Basically, you have that information, you can expose it in whatever ways you want it. So one thing is we get a POS transactions from a POS system. When it's a POS, the stores basically. Those are the consumer sales. So consumer sales can be an application as well, but the POS sales mainly. And then we have a ER, sales order, inventory, all this information being replicated using SLT. And then CRM, like in case if somebody is implementing the customer segmentations, those related stuff, right? Then we require a CRM also, but it's not a mandatory component, it's an optional. If somebody is implementing and that requires a CRM, customer master data, that is where we require a CRM. Otherwise, it's not mandatory in the architecture. The next here, right? Once we perform everything, do that activity, and now we have to feed that information, right? That information again comes back to the ERP system. That is your financial and inventory figures. So I'll explain you more. And then when it comes to the BW, like we want to extract some information for historical thing or analytics, that's where we extract. So there are some predefined data sources available, but I have seen like mostly people go with custom only if they want to expose something out of car. And here e-commerce, right? E-commerce and SAP marketing, that hybrids and other things. So we can also can be integrated with these two applications. So that's one thing. Now again, I'm coming back to the ERP retailer fashion. So what exactly we are saying? So when there is any transaction sale happened, right? What it does, it impacts the inventory figures, right? We have to, because the product went from the store. I mean, we have issued the, so the customer have bought the product from the store, which means, it will impact multiple places. One is it will impact the inventory figures. The next is the sale, that's your billing, and the next is the financial or accounting document, right? These are the three documents will get impacted when there is any sale happened. So that's what it is meant. POS DTA process everything, and then we send the sales to the ERP system. That's where it's been written. Like, any questions here?
No.
Clear, right? On top of it, we have, these are all the comes as part of CAR application bundle. I said, right? Assortment planning, all these are different planning. And we also have something called prediction. I think RPL, it's that. So if somebody implements it, then they implement. This we have already covered. CAR, it's a delivery package and comes with these applications, all these applications basically. But again, licensing is done at individual components, and it is running on CAR. The CAR is running on SAP HANA, so it requires HANA box. This is for the volume, because you understood, right? What are we saving here? We are getting the most granular data into the car, which is the sales transaction. Like it will have all the information. That's something we are getting it, and then some of the history information also. If you want, we can. Top of it, we are trying to build the forecasting things, right? So the volume is very high. So I'll talk more in the sizing part when you go to the next slides. Master data replication. The two ways, two types of master data we will replicate. One, we will replicate the real time via SLT. Okay. So any one of you, worked on SLT already? Do you know the SLT part?
No.
Is it S or no?
No. We haven't do.
No. Oh, okay. Fine. As part of core curriculum, I added that SLT as well. I'll take you through the stuff to configure. But just to explain, when you say SLT, right, it is a the real time replication basically. It's a system landscape transformation. It's mainly a replication tool in the car. It does the real time replication between SAP systems. Okay. So it when I say replication, so you select a table from a source, say here S4, we select say Mara table, like Mara, like material, Mara, Marci, Mardi, whatever, right? All the tables we select, and then we say, okay, just then move this information into a targeted system. In this here, we say, okay, just move information onto the car, and then once the setup is done, then the moment there is a change, right? There is a billing document created, there is a material change in the material document or change in anywhere in the configuration, right? That it immediately triggers the replication, triggers that replication event, and immediately the moment it makes a change, it immediately reflected into the car. That's how that replication is a real. Somebody is saying something. Sorry if I cut it. Oh, yeah.
This SLT is also part of car or system, or is it a different system only?
Okay. So yeah, SLT component is a part of car.
Okay.
So like as I said, right, BW component is also a part of car core components.
Okay.
Your Fury also a core component in the car.
Okay.
Why we should have a SLT, BW, these components? Because there are scenarios. For those scenarios, you required those things, right? But here, when I speak about the SLT from ERP system, right? If you see in the real world, SLT will be a separate box.
Okay.
You can have a sidecar. You can have with S4, you can have an SLT, and then you can do a configurations. I would even say we have code deployment option like CAR, S4, everything together. But what SAP recommends is there is a provision, but don't keep everything in one system or it's better to have a separate system because you're right, the volumes are very big. So with that volume, so we require dedicated system to that specific task. So SLT will be a separate box, and it is not part of car consultant work. But for us to understand that there is something called SLT, because I would say out of 100 issues, the 70% issues are because of SLT problem.
Okay.
Why? Somebody says that, hey, I'm failed. We are not understanding what's happening. Somebody says, hey, the transaction is failing in past workbench. We don't know. Suddenly we see the spike got increased. And then what is the root cause for it? That particular, there is a one master data table is not getting replicated for some reason. Again, someone have to replicate that, the reinitiate the load, or they have to clear the delta or something. But these are all rare scenarios in the production environments, because production will be always, people monitor. So we rarely see an issue because everybody works in that. You see somewhere also this will be taken care. But we see most of these issues in the dev for sure. QA environments you see oftenly, because you do have a multiple environments for testing and all. For testing, we do have a multiple environments, and when people are validating some solutions or mock testings are going on, they always complain that something is not working. And when you go on realizing that, oh, it's because the SLT is not working. That's why I said, yes, we must know what is SLT, how it works. Because if you know how it works, it's easy for us to guide somebody saying that, hey, I see an issue. Can you please check? It could be an SLT problem. Okay. So what we do, right? Being a car consultant, what we do, first you check something and you identified that, okay, so the transaction is failed by giving that there is an unknown GTN number or unknown material article, right? In this scenario, okay, there is an unknown thing. The next thing what you have to do, first check in the S4 system whether this article is available or not, whether this material is, if it is there. Then the next part is check in our car system. The problem, I'll go like when I say the car, right? Ideally, it will be in the database side. It won't be visible. Like you cannot see that in the SE16. Using SE16, you cannot access the Mara. I mean, all the S4 tables in the car R3 from R.
Okay.
Why? Because these are replicated tables. The schema will reside inside the HANA database, not in the SAP tree. Okay, not in the ABAP layer. I'll put it in this. Not in the ABAP layer. This will be there in the HANA layer. Okay, that's why you cannot access it. So how do we have to access it? So you should have a database access from there. We should be able to see it, but it depends, right? If you are in the the technical area, you get an access to the database. You'll able to see it. If you are from pure functional, if that expectation is as a functional, you may not have access to the database. In that scenario, you have to rely on the engineering team or the Dev team, asking them, hey, can you please cross check this particular entry is there in this table or not? If they confirm it, and the next thing is reach out to the respective team. Why I'm saying all of this, right? Every environment, every customer is different. And in some of the customers, you yourself have SAP All Access. You can do whatever you wanted. Some of the customers are very segregated in the roles, right? Not everybody gets all the access. And whatever I have seen, there are the places where this SLT has a dedicated team. It's like SLT dedicated team is there. You only have to reach out to them. You don't even have access to look into it, what is there. So that scenario I have seen, and there are cases like these SLTs being managed that I have seen. And I have seen this SLT system is being managed by CAR, SLT, S4, like all combined. Basically, everybody has access to it. You can go and do anything basically. It's like that. But I would say SLT is a mandatory thing which we have to understand how it works, and we must be aware of it. It's a part of our CAR integration between S4. And the next is DRF out. So, and we also replicate data from S4 to the CAR, the master data, sales history, inventory, the cost related information into the into the DDF tables. DDF tables, I already said, right? It's a demand data foundation, which is a base for generating the forecasted data. That's a UDF. Now, when it comes to the DDF, so this DDF is again is a table. How do you fill this table? So you have something called DRF framework. I'm not sure if any one of you worked with it. Generally, this is the DRF thing works between MDG and your S4.
What is the full form of DRF? Means what?
I don't know.
Okay.
What is DRF? So we check. Seriously, I don't know. I think data replication foundation.
Okay.
SAP MDG, I told you it is there in MDG. Yeah, data replication framework.
Okay. And what is what is the purpose for this? Means what is it used for?
Correct. This is also used for replicating the data.
Okay.
This is also used for replicating data from S4 to the CAR. But when it comes to the SLT, what it does, and it replicates from S4 to the CAR into the HANA database schema separately. And when it comes to the DRF, it actually extracts data from S4 system to the CAR DDF tables. So these DDF tables are again ABAP tables. Okay. So we have multiple T codes like DRF IMG, where you have to do n number of configurations to enable DRF. Okay. It's a big thing. I mean, if you are doing for the first time, but that is the one. And then you have something called DRF out. Once the configuration is done from S4 system, you have to run a T code called DRF out, and then there will be this is something that already predefined components will be not components. Predefined tables will be there for replication, like the master data mainly. The business partners, products, location is plant, right? And then location, and then the products, basically your Marcy data, and the sales information, inventory information. All this information can be replicated using DRF out to the CAR into the DDF tables. And let's say now, as I mentioned in the earlier slide, for UDF, the base is a DDF. I mean, for doing any forecasting, you require a DDF tables, where you have the master data, sales history, inventory, cost. Okay, so this is the base. And now there are applications who runs based on forecasting. They also require a DDF. That's how the link is.
Okay.
Validation enrichment is dependent on ERP. So I mentioned you, right, in past. Now when there is a transaction, what we do, we actually, when transaction comes into the car, we do a multiple validations, right? Now, when you do the validation, we have to compare it with somewhere, right? So there will be some standard delivered HANA content. I will explain you that information also. So delivered content will be there, and that HANA delivered content will be, will be read ABAP layer and then do a comparison of, okay, whether this G10 is there, plant is there, the combination is there or not, measure is matching or not. We do everything, all that. We'll go more in detail when I'm explaining that. But that's where it's talking about. And then DDF, UDF require low-level master data access for forecasting. All that's what we discussed. In some cases, data enriching. In some cases, enrich the master data. Yeah, that is all. The next is the transactional data. I mentioned it. We are not just taking the master data from ERP. We are also taking the sales data, inventory data. To have software requirements, the minimum software requirements for CAR 6.0, which is the mandatory components are ERP, or basically non-mandatory for non-CAR. Okay, if it is a non-CAR thing. This is mainly for CAR. But again, this merchandise and all I mentioned you, right? If you are taking, then it is. Otherwise, as far as it's only as for fashion.
Okay.
This is the one. And SLT. We must require a SLT system.
Okay.
That is the integration between your S4 and CAR. That's where we get data replicated. So SLT is a mandatory tool for us. I think in our box right now for the training thing, I'm yet to look into the system, but I believe it's been configured within S4. But that's possible, right? I mean, we can have within S4 or you can have a separate box.
Okay. But SLT can't be in a car. Is there any option that we can keep SLT in car also?
We can have a SLT in CAR as well. Yes.
Okay.
We can, but again, right? That's the thing. Now we can enable in the CAR as well, but always the recommendation for SLT is to have a separate box. That's our primary thing.
Okay.
Second, the scenarios I have seen, I would say there are scenarios we enabled SLT into the CAR, but that is not for replicating your S4 information into the CAR. That is for replicating our inventory information. That is for egressing the inventory information from the CAR to some other applications.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that's what it is. A solution manager solve this charm, right? Charm is required for transporting, for moving changes from one system to the other system, like from DAO to QA, and then for deploying it to the production. Nowadays, everybody is implemented charm, so everything goes with the charm. In case if somebody is not implementing, then it's a manual effort. So we can import transports between the systems using following the charm. The second is a manual process. Any questions here?
I'm not aware about this charm you are talking about now. What is that exactly means? I have not heard it earlier. Can you elaborate on that?
Okay. So we make some code change or we do some configuration change, right, in the system. So what the system will ask for a transport request.
Yeah, correct. And then TR is generated for each and every changes what we have done in development system.
Correct. So we do. So what we do, we make. In the development system, for any change, it will ask for a transport request, and we capture the changes into that the transport request. Right, that is done. Your part is done. You validated everything is fine. Now you want to move into the QA environment for testing. Now, when you want to validate into the QA environment, how do you move the changes from TR from one system to other system?
Through from which we can move that from development to quality, and then there we can consume it in quality. Then that same.
Okay, understood. So basically, we will release it from the development. The moment you releases it, it lands into the QA environment. That's an import queue, and you go to the import queue. That is a STMS_import. You go and there you import it. Correct? You select that you import it. Yeah. That's what you are saying.
Yeah, correct. That
once you import into the QA, that goes to the production. Right? This is the manual import which you set right now. But in the real world, in the normal scenarios, either this thing will be done by basis, a dedicated basis team. If somebody doesn't have a charm, or if any big companies, if you take, they generally follow charm process. They don't do the manual imports. They never encourage any manual transports will only be done during upgrades that were very specific basis related transports or something which cannot be transported using a charm. That is about the manual. The next thing is, so any big companies follows this solution manager, which is a charm tool. What it does? So we have something called change normal, like we create a NC there, normal change. So that NC will be associated with, that will have a life cycle, like the draft, in development, to be tested, authorized for successfully tested, authorized for production, imported into the production, right? Like this they will have. So when some change is being created, it is initially will be in the draft state, and then when you move it to the development state, now it is open for development, and then someone have to go there and create transport request. They create a transport request for that particular NC. Now, why you can ask why that NC is required? So it's not the TR, right? So you're saying you created, it will ask for a transport request and you create. But I would say in most of the systems, you don't even allow to create a transport request. You're not supposed to create a transport request.
Okay.
That has to be created from the charm. So in the charm, it creates an NC. From the NC, you create an charm transport request. Could be a workbench customizing, or one NC can have a multiple transport requests as well.
Okay.
And then you start making the changes once you're done with everything. And then when we want to move into the QA environment, and then we set the status to be tested, right? Development is done. Now you are moving into the, when you advance to the to be tested, the changes go, the trier automatically moves from dev to the QA environments. Like it will get moved and automatically get imported there. You don't have to do anything.
Okay.
And then to move into the production environment, you have to advance it to a successfully tested. And then there is something called, authorized for production. And then once you make NC authorized for production, right? And we do have something called automate, like we automate this process. Like once any NC is authorized for production, that can be imported into the, when you run a release, XLR release, that automatically picks up the NCs which are in the state of authorized for production, and that will automatically get imported. See, think from the perspective as an organization where as for system, and every week here, every other day, you do have like a number of changes are going into the system. Doing manually importing will be a complicated process. So this is like very streamlined approach of deploying into the production.
Okay.
That is the solution manager. So, but it's not mandatory, but at least it's like if somebody has it, this is the minimum requirement. This is how it is, right? If somebody is implemented a solution manager in their landscape, they want to bring that into their landscape. So the solve system must be at this configuration, like XAMPP 1.0, whatever the versioning given, right? So it must be in that.
Okay. So while in further classes, while implementing so we will be able to see this functionality using this charm you are saying now, while moving the TRs, we will be able to see that in further classes.
You're saying in the sessions we'll be able to see that.
Yeah.
I don't think
that is not covered in this thing.
No, that is not covered, and we don't have. I don't think we have multiple landscapes to do that.
Okay.
I think you are not aware. That's why it is looking like a little complicated.
Because I have done manual one only, the release of TR and consuming it manually. So I'm aware about that only. This one first time.
If you do one or two transport, if you do one or two, right, you will be habituated. But I would say that come to the solution manager, one is that you cannot the roles are segregated. You cannot simply let's say, charm is there, you go and create there are roles segregated. NC will be there, somebody saying that, okay, now you have to perform this particular task. Okay, this is that NC I'm giving you for that, right? Somebody is giving you that particular transport request. You cannot that is a one part. Second is when you are releasing, you have to release your own task, not the header. Header, you cannot release it. Task, you can release. Once you do that, once you set it to be tested for the validation, that is done. And let's say you find some issues there, you want to make a change in the development. Again, you require a task for it, right? The task also will be created from the system, from the charm only, not from the system directly. So again, we set the status back to the development and then create a task for it. And so core is the lead For that, whoever has the access, they will do it. Now, once you do everything, once ready for production, that's where the release manager comes into the picture. The release manager, again, it's a role, right? It's a role based. Everything works in the role based. Whoever is the release manager, he will be taking care deploying the changes into the production, like releasing, changing the status. Either he will run Excel or some other tool, which is an automated tool to deploy changes to the production, or he will do manually also in the charm system itself. Dedicated role for doing everything.
Okay, got it.
For now, I will stop the session here. Okay. What I will do, start the slide again, the architecture, like very fast way we will go, and again we'll continue from here.
Sure.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which technology is commonly used with SAP CAR for data analytics? Option A, SAP HANA. Option B, SAP R/3. Option C, SAP GUI. Option D, SAP NetWeaver Gateway. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at retail data and sales? Our SAP CAR course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP CAR. It's like a smart system for tracking sales and stock across all stores in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome chance to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP CAR Pro? Sign up for our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
I'll quickly take you through the software components. I know we have discussed the software requirements, but still I will take you through one more time quickly. So for CAR, right, to work CAR, we required S4 system. That's our ERP basically. So this is the mandatory thing in case of let's say if you are installing the latest CAR 6.0, and this is if it is a CAR, only CAR, like CAR 6.0 and CAR 6.0, you can state in that way, right? So in that scenario, this is the minimum requirement. If somebody is doing based on ECC, if somebody is there still in ECC, you want to implement CAR, and this is the the system requirement. If it is S4, and it should be in the latest, like S4 for fashion 2022 or retail also 2022. Okay. But anyway, we don't have to worry much on this part. You don't have to remember anything, because let's say during the upgrades, the system build, basis generally takes care of it. And based on the version we want to install, and they will come up with the system stack. Okay, they'll generate the stack and they'll say, hey, this is the versions we're going to implement. So we don't really have to worry, just for us to understand, okay, what are the systems. Don't worry about these versions. Maybe you just have to remember what is the latest version out of this information. And the SLT system, this is also a mandatory thing. So in the real world, generally in the project, we have a separate SLT box. We have an option of code deployment as well, but generally people will have a separate SLT, okay, to handle the load. And the solution manager, this we have gone through. This is mainly for deploying the changes into the production. So these are optional components like the CRM, marketing, e-commerce, analytics, code, SAC. This is what I'm referring to, mainly for reporting, dashboard, and others. Data staging options. This is for the dynamic data tiering. I believe you are aware of this dynamic tiering, like having warm data, hot data, cold data. SAP HANA Access Advanced. If somebody is building some custom application, we have standard access services. But if somebody is building an application which is mainly focused on the HANA DB level, CAR HANA DB level, that is where I think it's been referred. But now the way we are moving, right, mostly we are doing with the CDS. If it is a reporting, if you want to build some query application with editable search options, right, now the SAP is moving towards RAP. So this we not require, but just it's good to know this technical terminologies. Is the requirement, I would say, this 2.0 SPS 07. This is the minimum. AFL is mainly RTL, AFL, and AFL is mainly for the forecasting and planning related, all of these four components. So when you are implementing this, the basis will additionally will implement this component. I mean, it doesn't come by default. They have to install it separately. When I say it doesn't come default, when somebody is building a car system, right? So it doesn't automatically come. So you have to specify them, hey, we wanted this additional functionalities as well, then they will add this additional component to the HANA. So when it comes to the car, right, in S4, compare between S4 and car. Now, for car, it is for S4, it is a S4 not foundation, it's a S4. But when it comes to the car, it is a S4 HANA foundation. See, I mean, basically the same level, but it is a S4 HANA foundation. We refer it that above component. What I'm saying. And then Fury also required for this, so it also comes with the SAP Smart Business Foundation Component 1.0. Yeah, this is a component comes with a car for analytics. Like there are some predefined tiles are there which you can use, or if you want, we can even customize it. But if you really ask me, whatever the delivered content is there, the architecture, it is like we cannot really extend it much. So none of the business users are really interested in this. Now with the CDS and the Fury combination, right, you can do lot better. So no one implements this smart business function component. Okay, you can ignore this part. And also setting it up also takes time. Basically, it requires a lot of back and forth conversations between the car consultant and the car technical consultant and the basis. So this is the system landscape. If you see, I think this is where you have to focus a bit. Okay, just before I proceed, anyone has any questions? I
Harish,
know,
in
like
that, yeah, one doubt. In last slide, you have highlighted that car AB and car separately, but both means car is under that car AB application bundle only, na? Is it separate things or the same?
which you are
In
referring
this slide.
car and car AB. You are referring.
Yeah, correct. So car comes under car AB only,
So
na? That
when you say
application
car,
bundle.
right, it is only comes with a correct. So no, I'll tell you. So when you say
Mhm.
car, right, only car installation, it comes only with the car with the core components, whatever the core components is there, nothing additional to it. When you say car
Okay,
AB, so you can have an additional component. You can do like whatever additional you wanted, like like the planning applications,
okay,
those things comes under the car AB, not under
okay.
car. So
Okay.
so I would even put it in this way. Till version 4, I think people used to 3 and 2, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 1, 2, and then 4. Till that, people used to prefer, I mean, it's like if somebody is installing car, they generally go with either car or car app, right?
Okay.
Now I think everyone going with the car app, whether you implement or doesn't implement it, just go with car app and then pick up whatever you require and get the licensing for it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Any other questions, Ronald?
Harish, one
Dan?
more doubt. I have,
Yes.
see, for example, as you said before, a base system will handle those things, the software components, whatever need to be installed and all like that. Yeah. For example, if I don't have IDOC modify structure access, for example, I need to create a new segment in W30 ticket, for example. In development also, I don't have access to create a new segment. On that time, how can I able to identify that particular role, T-code role? For this particular role, I need access. And let my screen better
That,
clarification.
no, understood. No,
Yeah,
I
you
understood
got it.
what you said.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, Harish, please.
Yeah. So the question what you asked, right? That is
Mm.
regarding the access part. Okay. There is
Okay.
nothing. The basis role is not involved there. Okay. If it is a small organization,
Mm.
there the basis takes care end to end, like including the role assignment, those things. Even the basis takes care. Okay. But in the bigger organizations, always the roles are segregated and separated. There is a S4D, they call it as. So
Mhm.
for any role assignment related queries, or this, you have a team called security team. Okay,
Security. Okay.
security GRC. Okay,
GRC security. Fine. Mm.
yeah. So what they do, if you're trying to make something and you don't have access to it, ideally they
Acha.
should able to
Mm-hmm.
provide access to it.
Acha.
Okay, it's altogether it's a different. But this what we are talking here is system installations. Now, it's not even system. We have a slides for system installation as well. So what we are talking right now, like what to install, right?
Okay.
I mean, okay, which component to pick up? What are the dependent components we have, right? Being a car consultant, I think we should know what is required. I mean, what are all systems required? But
Yes.
version we don't have to worry because
Okay. Fine.
what they
Fine.
do, they go to the marketplace and the basis. This is the completely basis work. It's not our work. The basis go to the marketplace and there they select. For us, it's only to give which version we want to install. You want to go with
Okay.
N minus 1. When I say N, which is the latest version, right? You want to go with
Okay.
6.0 or 6.0, 5.0 or the 6.0. Maybe you have latest service pack. Maybe you want to go a little lesser. I mean, it depends on every company has a different strategy. It all depends. Somebody goes with the latest always. Somebody goes with a little one minus. When I say one minus, maybe the service pack as well. Reason is like if you go with very latest service pack and somebody faces some issues, right? You may not get support immediately
Yes.
from
That's
the SAP.
got it.
That's what we
Got it,
recommend.
Harish. Yeah.
So
Fine.
it all depends on the companies. There are some companies
There are a
who
lot
get
of system collaboration will be there. Yeah. Teams and all.
support from SAP faster, right? They don't worry
Mhm.
about this. They always go with the latest because whatever is
Okay.
latest available when they are upgrading or installing, they always go with the latest. So that it all depends on the and how it is. Give me a sec.
Okay. Please go ahead.
One more doubt I have.
Yeah.
This in car application bundle, na, you are saying that except we can use other things also. So how can we means if there is some requirement from client side, how can we means understand that the what extra components are required? Means can you give some real business application examples means for planning what is the requirement from the client side where we can suggest that you can use this module or like that?
Understood. So, two cases, right? Let's say you approach to the. I mean, what do I say? I'm just thinking how do I put it? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Just consider there are two cases I'm referring. Okay. This is one the customer where are installing it. It's as a fresh installation. In that particular time, there will be a lot of brainstorming things, and then you decide on what to install. Okay. That's where I'm saying you have. I mean, the answer is as within your question basically. Earlier, I told you right, we used to do only CAR.
Yeah.
Now we are not doing that. We are doing what
Correct.
does that mean? You get everything. Now it is up to us. Not when I say us, it is up to the customer. You want to implement everything, or you want to implement partial, right? He will do it. I mean, once he went to the go live, he can go with this, step by step. Like first 1 year he target for positivity, and the next year he will enable it for OEA. And then he can go with the next components. Now because with the car AB he gets everything. Now the enablement is depends on the timelines, the project timelines and the budgeting, whatever they have, they will decide on what to implement. Yes, yeah, the question what you asked is correct. Because earlier people used to do only car, but even with the car, the core components come. So whatever I said, like OEA, POS, TTA, OSA, and even UDF, DDF, all these components comes with the core car. Okay. Pricing, I really doubt it comes with this one.
Okay.
Since we have a car app, right? So they are installing it. The system is open for any kind of plugins in the future, basically. It's only that now it's like they only have to get to have the planning applications. Basically, they should get the additional licensing and then they move forward.
Okay.
So very simple thing. So it is already available in the system. It is up to us when to implement.
Okay. So, but as a car consultant, we should be means aware that if a client requires this, we need to recommend them. Means or it's client choice that what they will ask, and they will say that we want motion management or something else. So it's their responsibility. They will let us know, or we have to only inform them that we can use this also. So it is a car person's responsibility, or
ideally you get a requirement from the customer itself saying that, hey, this is the, I mean, we are implementing a car system and we wanted POS TTA enablement and OE enablement. Or somebody reaches saying that we want to enable the planning functions. Somebody reaches saying, so that's how it comes. Now the question what you asked, right, then who will decide what to implement for the customer? Right?
Yeah.
Generally,
Yeah.
must have what you call the consultants. Again, they're also again the car or the business consultants. They do this work. They
Okay.
understand the business of from the customer. Okay. Once they understand that, they'll say, okay, basically either SAP or some third party. I mean, instead of, but I would say vendor. Some vendor will do this exercise, understand this business. They say that okay, in the car we have these options.
Can I end
Yes,
that here?
OTC.
Hello.
Yeah, please, sir. Please carry.
Yeah, sorry. Just correct me if I'm wrong. Arun, their question is, I just wanted to, link it through ABFRL, whatever we are supporting.
Mhm.
Your question
Yeah,
was,
yeah.
whether it is for car, correct? So
Yeah.
bundle, it is having the multiple applications we are having with car. So suppose in ABFRL, we are not using the DDF, or we are not using this, in what is that? Suppose I'm giving an example, DDF. So DDF, what is the demand data foundation? Suppose we are not analyzing here, like what we are analyzing in AVFRL, like what is the demand in future and all, but that is not done through car here. It is decided through Symphony tail rotation. Okay. So here we are not using the bundles. Okay. We are taking it separately, and we are just skipping that particular module like that. So if somebody is not using Symphony and somebody going for car, and the same thing it is done through car, they will be getting a easy application, and they will be available, the ready-made application they are having in car. So this is the way we are, the customers are deciding as per their business.
Okay. So it's customer's choice only, no?
It's a customer
they want to
choice,
do.
because they are
Okay.
having the other applications that they don't want this module as well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just interrupted because
No, thank you, Arun, for helping actually. Yeah,
right.
I'm going into the other side as well. So, like from the customer side, who will decide, right? So that's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you're good, right, Arihan?
Yeah, good. Understood.
Okay. Shall I proceed with the system landscape? Okay. In case if any small doubt, just do let me know from here next 2-3 slides.
Yeah, sure.
Everyone. Yeah. So this is Kara NetWeaver ABAP server, right? From the ABAP. So this is the HANA database. So just try to understand. We just separated, and you see here multiple schemas. I'll go one by one. And this is our S4 system, and this is the CRM and the marketing, SAP marketing in case if you have. So why we written here two boxes? We want to separate it like a ABAP layer and database layer. Okay. That when I say ABAP, that NetWeaver ABAP, and the database layer is the DB, whatever we are referring. So right, in the database, everything is a schema, right? All the tables, everything will be separated based on a schema. I'm not going into the basics of HANA database schema and everything. I'm assuming that you must be aware of it already. If not, maybe a post session you can just go through it. You'll get more understanding of it. Okay. So I mentioned you. So we replicate to the car, right? Data replication based on the scenario. We do a replication. So one is via SLT. The second one is DRF, right? For now, okay, I'll very brief. I will give. When I say DRF, taking master data, sale, and inventory data into the DDF tables. These DDF tables are ABAP tables. Okay, so that's why you see the link here. It reads data from ABAP NetWeaver. From the ABAP layer, pushes into the car ABAP layer. Is it clear? Anyone has any questions?
Sorry, this is a question from my end, Arun. See, ABAP layer, in the sense, I wanted to understand, like, how many layers are in car? Is there any separate layer as ABAP layer, or it is it is part of the 3-layer data structure you are saying?
It's a part of 3 data structure layers. So the ABAP and the HANA database and the UI, right? So
correct.
So we are only referring to the ABAP. When I say ABAP layer, just the normal ABAP. We log into the SAP system, right? That's what I'm referring. So
my question is, ABAP layer is coming under application layer or database layer?
Under the application layer.
Application layer, okay.
Yeah, on the application layer. So mainly, right, when I say DDF tables, they are accessible within our SAP ABAP, or like with the SC16, SC11, right? SC11, SC12, you can able to see those tables, access the data. That's how it is. And now the DDF tables will be filled with DRF replication. It is from ABAP to ABAP transfer. Okay. When it comes to the SAP HANA DB we written, right? Now for POS DTA and inventory visibility, OA, right? We need SAP tables, SAP S4 HANA tables, these tables. So that replication will be done using SLT. Okay. So how does it? It is from database to the database. It's not from
That is
database.
through
Diagram is little long. I
connection.
mean,
Yeah, that is through connection
yeah.
DRF, right? Like data replication.
Yeah. Whatever the link you're seeing, right? There will be a setup and that there will be a connection. Yes. So
Achha.
the moment I say ABAP to ABAP, how two SAP systems gets connected? Using RFC connection, right? So
RFC, remote function. Okay, fine.
yeah, RFC connection. So between this and this, we will have an RFC connection between S4 and CAR. So that RFC connection will be used for replicating data from ABAP to S4 to CAR.
Yeah, so to target like logical system like that.
So to target, yeah.
Fine.
And when it comes to the SLT, there are two ways. Okay. So one is the database level, but I would say again, this is also kind of connection to the NetWeaver and SLT, and it connects to the database directly, not to your that application layer, not the ABAP layer. What does it mean? Whatever the tables that the MARA, MARC, MARD, right? That will be stored within a HANA database, right? There is no, the ABAP tables are not being created for it. So in S4 system, to check Mara table data and all, you have to log into your SAP S4, go to SC16, right? And then you see the data. But when it comes to the car, if you go to the SC16 and search for a Mara, you will not able to find it here. Why? Because you don't have the table available in our data dictionary. It is there in the HANA layer, HANA database. Okay. So that's where we are saying DB schema for S4 tables.
Okay, Harish, but the reason clear, but the reason behind this, why they haven't implemented those tables in our CAR system due to the data segregation part, like how?
No. See, we wanted to see two things, right? One is you wanted these tables at ABAP layer or you wanted only on the HANA layer, right? So you wanted at a HANA layer reason. This we wanted to use the SLT real-time replication. So the moment there is a change happens at S4 side, right? I mean, there is a master data change for material plan.
Article, material plan.
That immediately replicated into the car side these tables. From here to here, it's a real time.
Okay, fine, got it.
Okay, that is what. And yes, you have a question, sir. Why the car doesn't have a ABAP layer? You can also have a ABAP layer. You can also do a real time, right? You can do that. But the problem here, see, whatever tables are there in S4, we cannot have it in the ABAP layer. So what does it mean? If you have a Mara, I should have here Mara as well. And yeah, you have something.
Yeah, I wanted to understand, like SLT is a particular, it is acting as a small server or any database it is storing inside it, or it is only replicating the real-time scenarios, whatever the data it is flowing to the HANA applications.
Yeah.
So that is what, can you please?
It is a separate small server. Okay, it's a separate system basically. But if you really see the compare to S4 and smaller system, and it doesn't store any data. It only does the replication between the source and target.
It is basically having some tables, or I'm just confused. Like, what is SLT? The real work is. Sorry, I could not understand that. Can you please give some light on that?
Got it. So when it comes to the SLT, right, it doesn't have a separate tables, but yeah, there are some log tables. So how does that SLT works, right? Maybe I'll put it in a simple terminology. So
yes.
When it comes to the SLT, right, it's a separate box. It is mainly used for transferring data from source to target. Okay, and say replicating Mara table from source to the target. Say I have enabled it, right? So what happens? So there are multiple stages for it. And the moment I enable a replication for a specific table, what it does, it creates triggers on the source side. Triggers, the database triggers, it will get created. So what it does, so whenever there is any change to this particular table, to any entry in this table, so immediately will be captured and moved into a log table.
Okay.
There's something called log tables. Okay. And from that log table, the data will be replicated into the target. Now here, these log tables also will be a part of your source only, not in the SLT system. Okay, everything, whatever the triggers, whatever the log table, these are, and the will be available in the source itself. And when it comes to the SLT, so what is this SLT does? It processes these unprocessed entries from the log table and then pushes the data into the target system. That's what that SLT does. It doesn't have any specific the tables where it store the log data and no, it doesn't store any data. It will have some SLT specific tables where it will hold that configuration what you create. If any performance related setting you do, right, those details will be there. And then obviously there is some background jobs will be there to replicate this information. Am I answered, Tarun? Or you want more elaborate? If you are expecting more elaborate, I would say I have a session separate module for SLT where I'm giving a basic training on what is SLT and the setup for SLT, right? Maybe I'll try to cover there more in case if you're not satisfied with this answer.
No. I'm satisfied because my doubt was like what I think earlier was like SLT only replicates the data that I mean from a different language to above. That is what my knowledge. I mean, what was my perception was.
Okay. So see, with the SLT, we can do between non-SAP as well. Okay. I mean, with SAP, it's a tightly coupled. With non-SLT also you can do because it has a capability to replicate from non-HANA database as well.
Okay.
So what is SLT doing? The moment you create a configuration, there itself you select, you want to select SAP system. Okay, then select the RFC connection. Source I'm talking, not target. Okay, like this system you want to extract the data. So
Okay.
either SAP system or you want to select a non-SAP. The moment you say non-SAP, okay, now you choose because there is already predefined a supported database. You cannot randomly select something which is not available in the SLT support landscape, right? And then you choose from that list, say DB2 or Oracle, right? You select something, and then the provide HANA database.
So it is basically ELT
Yes.
tools, if you can say.
It is a kind of it is a kind of ELT tool. Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. So here I mean the data replication happens from SAP S4 HANA to CAR HANA database to a separate schema called S4. So we will create a separate schema. That schema is called, it's specific to the S4 table. So whatever the data tables we are replicating, that will be part of this schema, like from the S4. And now this the S4 schema contains the master data from the S4, the transactional data from the S4, inventory, which includes sales and inventory, and for any customer specific requirement, right? If any custom tables are there, that is also been captured into this one. So anything comes here. On top of it, we build HANA database. On top of it, we will build HANA views, the calculation views, right? So those calculation views, VDA, accessing this information for validating past transactions and few other things. So that is how it is. And this is for CRM. In case if somebody is implementing CRM, that information also goes into a separate schema, CRM schema. That is, and here is the HANA content. I said VDMs, right? Now there will be a standard HANA content will be delivered, like in case of master data of material plant, right? You have a separate, and even currency conversion, the unit of measure, inventory for sales related analytics. You have a HANA content. I will explain you. I will show you everything basically what and all available. So this is the component. I mean, this is the one which actually reads data from these tables. That's the one. And then CAR tables. This is your SAP schema. Don't get confused when I say SAP schema because we are referring here CAR, right? So this is the ABAP layer, and then you will have a database layer, right? So for our application, you should have a database. So this is our tables. And this is then additional schema in case if you install this AFL library separately. Okay. In case, I mean, Access Advanced is actually, the framework which is already part of our normal delivery. But in case if somebody is implementing omni-channel pricing procedure, then that's where you get this additional services. The dynamic tiering is again it's a DB concept of having warm and cold data. Okay. This is a POS integration. I will go. So this is the POS integrated scenario. Again, right? Earlier I said, so again, if you have any questions, just ask me immediately, because these are all very important topics. Some I'm going very fast. I know, because they are not much, significance for us to understand, but these are really important. The previous slide and this slide and the coming slides as well. That's why I'm going very slow. If you have any questions, you don't understand what is this terminology, you didn't get it, just raise your flag. Now we are going slowly, we are going into the details, if you really observe. So see here, this is the POS solution. What is the POS solution? Just consider you visit a store, right? You buy something and then you go to the billing, and the what is that? The cashier or the person who is doing the bill, he will scan everything and then give you one receipt, a bill after your payment, right? That is what we are referring here. Okay. Now that of items which you or customer bought with a quantity, and it will have information of, it will have a quantity information, and if you have a discount, right, it will have a discount detail, and it will have a tax part, right, and your additional detail, your phone number, name, and if any details have been captured, and it will have the time where the transaction, I'll put it in this way. So the billing cycle, right? So the first item scan for you, the difference in each POS machine works differently. So some cases they initially ask your credentials, and then from there the details, and then they will start, right? So that is your starting of the transaction. In some cases they start directly with they start as a new transaction, and they start with a scanning, and later they will ask. But whatever, the moment they start your thing, right, that's a start time, and then after the billing, that's the end time of the transaction. So all these details are captured at the POS machine. POS stands for point of sale. Okay. This information now has to flow to our S4 HANA system. You can ask, like, why this information has to flow to S4 HANA system? Because you are buying something from the store. So there are multiple activities happen there. One is it is impacted the inventory, because there is a stock, that material is going out of the store, issued to the customer, which means you have to decrease the inventory quantity. Second, okay, there is a sale happen, so we should have a billing document for it, like the sale document for it. Next, the shop receives the money from the customer, right? So there is an accounting document for it. So these are the three things which will happen when there is any sale at POS. Now this information has to flow to S4 system. How does it go? Does it go directly? No. That's where we have a CAR in between. So the CAR act as the middle layer between POS and the S4. So what CAR does now in this the sale, POS sale, the sale order, that bill, whatever gets generated, right? Whatever information is there in it, whether this information is correct or not. You can ask the question, hey, you are saying everything being scanned at POS system. Obviously, this information must be available in the system. So what are additional you are testing it, right? Did you get that question? Anyone?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have one or two more questions regarding this. That if we are sending the data from, how do we directly send the data to S4? Is it necessary that we have to keep in all the retail businesses? Because already the data is in POS, and some of the data we are sending into S4 also. So what is the necessity that we use CAR?
Absolutely. Yes, that's a right question, Arhan. Earlier, when CAR doesn't exist, right, and we have a BW, and not everybody is implementing that. Okay, consider that somebody doesn't even takes care of POS DD, then how does it working in the real world? As you said, the POS information is directly flowing into your S4, or I mean, I'll put it in ERP, not S4, because whoever is implementing S4, they will implementing S4, right? Whoever retailer implementing S4, they implement CAR. Okay, I'll put it ERP.
Okay.
So the earlier, or whoever is not doesn't have a car, right? The POS information is directly fed into a S4 system. So what happens here? Yes, that also works. But the challenge is here, right? The challenge here, the moment transactions comes to the S4, S4 have a limitation. It doesn't have the specific framework to do auditing of the transactions which are coming from POS system to the S4. When you say auditing, if there is any master data, the S4 doesn't know the moment it gets it. When there is an issue with the tender amount, there isn't a problem with the tax amount which is being moved from POS. If any incorrect information from the POS system, there is no specific, there is no the framework in S4 which doesn't understand. So you feed to the S4, okay? S4 takes it as a idocs. If you see, we are slowly going into the details, and S4 takes into a in the format of maybe there every customer implements differently. Some do a staging, like everything is a custom solution. Whatever we are talking right now, taking into the POS into the S4, you don't have any framework, which means to take data from POS to S4, you have to build a custom tables where the data will be stored, processed, or reprocessed in case of failures, right? So, and consider from the standard box perspective. And these boss information has to be converted into IDOCs. WP Bone, which is a sales detail IDOC, WP OOMS, which is a sales aggregated IDOCs. And you have few other IDOCs like WPBW, that is for if any inventory related things. So what happens here? The information has to get converted into IDOC. Yes, you will convert into the IDOC. That is also again a custom thing. Like there is nothing is available, right? We have to build that custom solution.
Yeah.
Now the challenge here, let's say somebody's built it. Now the challenge here, the moment you try to post or process that IDOC, it gets into error saying that, hey, incorrect material, incorrect Z10, or unit of measure is not maintained for this article, or the combination between article and plant doesn't exist. Okay, the conditions doesn't exist in the system. The number of failures for these IDOCs are way higher than you expect. And who will resolve these IDOCs? The business consultant or the functional consultants who does this work every day. Now they have to get into the system, take these IDOCs either manually but it is very, very tedious. And if you consider any retailer every day, generally, right? I'm considering the medium scale retailer. If you consider, they receive, let's say, at least two. Everybody is from India, right? Habituated with Indian things, right?
Yeah.
So 2 lakhs. So at least like 2 to 4 lakhs. Okay, transactions happens in a day. So those many transactions will be converted into the IDOCs, will be fed into the system, and then you ended up having n number of failures. Now what will happen? Who will resolve it? It's very, very complicated. I'm not sure if you're already looking into the particular system where it doesn't have a car, it's directly connected to the POS system. You will see a lot of issues. It's the main problem here. The IDOCs gets failed because when there's a one item have a problem, the whole IDOCs gets failed. Yeah, that's a problem. Sometimes if you enable it as the partial, but again the problem here, you don't have the inventory and few other things which you are talking. Only specific to the POS I spoke. Now the next part will be inventory. Now when S4 is processing this information, when S4 is processing this information, the IDOCs gets failed. Now the inventory figures are not getting adjusted, right? And now the second part, the POS doesn't the POS doesn't feed to the S4, or it can feed to the S4, but they cannot process IDOCs like every 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So there will be delay in the inventory as well. So two things here I'm highlighting. One is data cleansing part, right? Enriching the master data. That's everything will be a custom, and then you don't have a control on the auditing part. If something gets failed, you have to work on IDOCs. That's a problem. That's a painful thing. I'm not sure if any one of you have really did that part, but in the real world, because the volume is way, way higher. And every scenario is different. Editing something in the production is very critical. Second, inventory picture. Since the transactions coming from POS are not cleansed, are not enriched, what will happen? The failures of IDOCs is more. The moment there's a failures of more, in the S4 side IDOC posting, that inventory figures are not getting reflected. Inventory sales figures are not getting reflected immediately, because to resolve these failures, people takes like 1 week to 1 month. Consider the situation where the customers have implemented CAR itself takes 1 week to 1 month. Now imagine the situation where doesn't have a CAR, but they only have a POS and S4, and now somebody have to resolve some IDOC, right? Yeah, consider how it is, right?
Mhm.
Something gets
Yeah.
failed. It's not just don't think two parts. Always, being a consultant, I think always like two ways. One is you go to the system, go to a transaction, edit something, right, and then you fix it. We think from the effort side, that is what is that effort, but that's not the actual effort. That is the final, I would say, that 20-30% is. The 70% is communicating with the business. Hey, there is an ad hoc failed because of this particular article is not available. Now, can you confirm? Is it an invalid article? Is there any replacement article for it? How do we move forward? What do we do here? And why this article is not flown? So now the business or the whoever is responsible for the master data, they said, okay, this material been created in MDZ, but dropped in between or not flown to the S4, but it is flown to the POS, but not flown to the S4. It is not come to the S4. That's the reason you have this material is being missed, right? This is the one scenario. The second scenario will be, hey, this material was there, but now it's been discontinued. Use an alternate replacement, article. Now, do you think these answers gets just like that? No. So just imagine the scale of it, right? So these are real-time problems. Because of this, now SAP come up with a POS DM, and then now we have this the POS integration basically. Now what happens? Now you understood two problems, right? The data, the POS feeding POS data directly to the server, mainly the master data cleansing, and then the enrichment. Second is within that interlinked to the IDOC failures. The second one is the inventory picture, because the more IDOCs gets failure and we don't have the clear picture on that inventory part. Now, with the CAR comes into the picture. Now you can ask the right. Okay, with the CAR, your master data issues gets resolved. No, it's the same. It is the same scenario. But what happens here? When the POS data comes to the CAR, it will be stored into it will be available in our CAR POS workbench. Okay. The moment that data is there in POS workbench, though it is a failed or successful, doesn't matter. You can see what is your sale. You can see what is the inventory, because you have the granular level information in the CAR. When I say granular level, the moment you do the billing at the counter, whatever information you are seeing in that receipt, you will see the same information, even more information into the CAR system. But when it comes to the S4, it is always the aggregated or like very minimal information. The CAR will have a very granular information. Okay, this is an additional thing which I'm speaking right now. So what happened? If it is a failed also, it will be there in the workbench. If it is success also, it will be there in the workbench. And what we're gonna send from the CAR to the S4, whatever is a successful transactions, that only we will send to the S4. So the failures are very, very minimal compared to the previous scenario. I mean, without CAR. Okay. Now, next question. Oh, what do you do with the failed transactions? Yes. Now, for the failed transaction, some business or functional consultant who are dedicated for resolving. Now, he will reach out to the master data team, MDG or third party. So they will keep checking, hey, we have these errors because of this master data, or we have these errors because of tax thing. Now their job is to reach out to the respective teams, say their master data or the POS team or tax team, understanding that this tax code doesn't exist. Is it something new, or is it something we missed, or is it an incorrect information being flown from POS system? They get everything and they will get resolved. And you have a time here to resolve it, because you may resolve it in a week, 2 week, or 1 month or 2 months, right? But we have a clear picture on what is failed, what is the value of those failed transactions, and what are the inventory figures of those failed. Like not necessarily some transaction gets failed because of master data. You have a material plant, everything was correct, but it is failed because of the tax code problem. So you get it, right? What I'm trying to say. So that is where the CAR is very, very essential for retailers for processing their POS information into the S4.
Harish, one more point from my side. Can I add it?
Charan, yeah, please carry.
See, for example, if car is not available directly to pass to S4 means it will get into IDAC level segments. See, for example, one IDAC is having 400 to 500 segments. But
Yes.
if the IDOC got failed, we manually we cannot interrupt to check like in which segment level that article is missing. That is also one more point, right? That is the too much of effort.
Yeah, that's what it's very tedious. It's very tedious to edit any IDOC. Right, and then you are doing it in the production environment, it is even more. And if you consider the retailer, I'm telling at the medium scale I'm talking about, they will have a like 2 to 3 lakh, 2 to 4 lakh transactions every day. That's a figure of every day, right? And based on the holiday season and specific events, that figure goes way higher. And if you take a large retailer, just consider the DMart, right? I'm not sure if you're familiar with the DMart. I mean, I don't know. DMart, Walmart, right? You consider how many people visits every day, right? I mean, across the globe we are talking, not one specific store, right? So it's a huge. The volume,
millions of
volume is way higher. So that's the reason why you need a car here. Okay, now I'm going back to this diagram. One second, please. Don't hesitate to ask because these are very, very important topics. Any small doubt, just ask me. Now, so the POS system generates the POS transaction details, and that's being pushed to a CAR system. When I say pushed, who will push? Now, what this POS system generates the POS transactions, place it some server, right? And from there, we will have a SAP PIPO or some third party, a message broker, basically a third party application ETL system, right? I would say, what is it? Informatica also can be used. A few other, I have seen in my project, I have seen many other third party applications. I want to say something.
Yeah, Harish, you have told like without CAR system also the integration, the sales flow would be possible to S4 HANA, is it?
Yes.
So one of my doubt is here, like from MPOS, the communication media is XML, if I'm not wrong. So how can S4 could be recognized that particular language and convert into S4? Is it done by CAR or is it done by some other application?
No, I think you have two questions, right? Or you're asking me. I mean, just let me reiterate what you said. So that POS application, you said the word M4. Okay, that POS application you're specific mentioning XML, right? And now, are you saying this XML directly feed into S4 time or to the CAR you're talking?
Is it possible to directly feed to S4 and S4 can judge it? That is what the question is.
Yeah. So yes, that's what I'm saying, right? Not just that specific the system you mentioned right now. Any other POS systems generates the data in XML format or few other different formats or text file. Now, does the S4 understands? No, it doesn't understand. Now, who will have to make it understand? It's the web developer who has to build a custom solution there, read the feed, first save it into some custom tables, and then process each transaction. When I say process, convert, transform that each transaction into that specific IDOC format, and then push into the S4. Process those items. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. When people doesn't have a CAR, that's a process people used to follow.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you have a CAR. Now what is changed here, right? That would be the next question. So having a CAR into the picture, now what happens? CAR has a specific structure. Okay. That's called T-log structure, transaction log. Okay. Now this transaction, so what happens now? The CAR has a very big structure. I will explain. I will show you in the system. Okay, maybe I'm not sure like how much you're digesting, but I'm going very slowly because these are very important topics. But again, any question, just do let me know. So consider, just imagine, right? Now whatever you're seeing in a bill receipt, you have multiple. All this information will be generated as an XML in a POS system. that will be put it into some FTP server, and that's from that FTP server, that information is being read by this, the transformer like PAPO or some third party tool, right? That will be read from here and will be pushed into the car. Now, since it's a transformation tool, what it does, it reads that XML or any other format and then converts into a SAP format. Now, just imagine, reads the source. Basically, it reads the source file and converts into the target system, whatever the structure we expect. So these interfaces has to be prepared, developed as part of a car project. This is also an essential. So one of the major tasks, let's say if it is a greenfield project and you are implementing a POS GTA, the major part lies here, the mapping files, creating something called mapping files. What is this mapping file does? Oh, okay, this is that XML, it gets generated. Now, okay, first fill, it says that retail store, okay, that our store, right? It says as a store in that XML. Now, what is the corresponding field in our car system? So in car, you will have something like retail store ID, right? Similarly, you have some field there, cashier. Okay, what is the field in the car side? And you have some segments there. You have some segments like tax, discount, right? Tax, discount, and the currency related, how much amount being received. Now, where do you put that information into the car? To put the tax, there's a specific segment. Okay, push that information. You understood, right? That's the mapping we do. Okay, put that information into this, the tax segment and the discount segment and the tender segment where the money is involved. And then you have, let's say the people are doing some commission, right? Like when somebody, you generally know the commission concept, right? If any retailer, there will be some as a commission given to that employee who's demonstrated about that product and who is selling that product to you, right? He gets some commission when they sell it. Similarly, it is applicable for let's say the vendor dealer concept also, that will be there, right? In those two scenarios, consider this will be applicable. So now that particular information, who actually did the sale for this one, right? If you see when you visit even smaller stores, you will have somebody is coming with you, and they will, when they're doing entering the name, they will also enter that person who sold that item to you, right? Who is with the person who is with you for selecting that item also, he will be there till the building. He will give his name. His name will be entered into the system. So that is being used for giving a commission to him, like as a month end activity or whatever. So now this information also is there in the your billing, but you don't see that information. That's what I'm saying. Whatever you see there, consider the 50-60% information. There is another 40% information is not visible to you. So the whole information is being generated out of the POS machine into an XML. That information will be transformed. Okay? This is what this SAP PA work. Now it pushes data into the car. Now car, you have something called pipe. We refer it as a pipe. That is a POS inbound processing engine. So these feed, now I'm changing the terminology. The feed comes from POS system and then this third party transformation tool to the car into the inbound interface. Now in the inbound interface, it takes the data, it processes all the transactions, and then sends it to sends this information into the ERP, which is again our S4 or ECC. So outbound interface. So what it sends, once the information is processed, it sends the same IDOCs, that is the sales detail, sales aggregate, and the finance. We'll go more in detail when you explain it. So these IDOCs are being generated out of car and being sent to the S4, and the S4 process those IDOCs and then it generates the billing document, material document, and accounting document. This is the life cycle for POS transactions and POS DTA. And again, we'll go more in detail in the next slides, but this is very high level. Any questions still here?
Like Harish, you have mentioned outbound interface as DDF. Like why the particular DDF one?
No. So here there is a one thing. I stopped here. I'll go here later. Now.
Oh, fine.
I stopped here. Any questions still here? No? Good, right?
No,
Yeah,
no.
good.
You can proceed.
How the POS data will be generated and how it's being fed to the system. Clear, right?
Clear, clear.
Yeah. Okay. Because why I'm asking, see, if these are like very small, other basic looks like, but if you are not sure about or you don't understand what's happening here, it will be difficult for you to imagine in the next sessions what is happening, right? So I want to make sure your basic is very clear what's happening here. Okay. Now I'm going to the
Yeah,
next
like a
video.
foundation. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the foundation, correct. The next is the DDF, right? I mean, this is it's been mentioned here, but we are only talking about the POS integration here. Okay. And now, so as part of a DDF, UDF, right? Now we said, okay, you want to do a forecasting. Forecasting on what? You want to do a forecasting on sales, correct? Now, if you want to do a forecasting on sales, two ways you can do. Now, you can extract the sale information from your S4 via DRF. That's a transactional data. Or since your car system implemented a POS GTA, okay, they have implemented a POS GTA, and you have that information is readily available here. You can even pull that information into the DDF tables. That's why they said like outbound interface, but it's not going anywhere out of the car. It is going into the separate box. I mean, separate tables called DDF. Clear?
Okay, but the DDF tables are handling by ABAP team, right? You as you said before.
Not ABAP
Okay.
tables, DDIC tables.
Acha.
DDIC tables, database tables. I mean, see, two things, right? Whenever I say database table, it is only available in the database. To access those tables, to see what data is there, what is the table structure, you cannot see from SC16. Sorry, SC16 as it all. You have to log into the HANA. You have to get the HANA database access. That's a HANA Studio or Eclipse. You should have that connection or access available. Then only you can able to see. Whenever say specific to, so you see here these basically these information what is been replicated, these are all database level. These are not available in your ABAP. That's the one thing. The next, whenever I say ABAP tables or DDIC tables, they must be available in the database. So you can start here TLAGF, but this table is also available in the ABAP layer. So the mapping. So when I say available, you know the differentiation between ABAP and database layer, right? I mean to say, see, whatever the table you see in the ABAP layer, that's a structure basically. No, that actual table, the data will be there in the database. So that structure of the data DDIC, right, will be available in the DDIC here. So when you construct TLAGF, this will be available here. So this particular table you access it from my SC16 if you want to see the data and everything, but not these tables. Similarly, DDF is also the same thing. Like DDF tables are also DDIC tables, ABAP tables. So that can be accessed from the ABAP layer. Okay, I'm going to the next slide. If no one has any questions, so receiving again, right? Once you do it, this is the outbound, and again, if you want to send this information to any your information to any applications, then these are like a bit based on the scenarios we egress out the scenario, we egress out the information. Okay, now I'm going to skim it. This we can ignore for now, and we have already gone through. But again, it is more in detail of how it looked like the dispatcher, more technical terminologies. Ignore for now. Somebody has
one question. Yeah, that is before this slide, na, that where the structure you were showing. In that, see, SLT is also doing the replication and DRF is also doing the replication. Is there some difference there? Here we are using SLT for separate things and DRF for separate things because the purpose is same only, the replication of the data.
correct. Yeah, what you said is correct. But the thing is, DDF works differently. I mean, the components which uses the DDF are different. I said you right.
Okay. Yeah.
Forecasting. So the forecasting requires you DDF tables, and for this DDF tables replication happens from DRF only. Only thing here, the sales and inventory mainly the sales information can be replicated from the car tables within a car table because it's a transaction data that can be. But when it comes to the master data and inventory, that has to come from your S4 using a DRF plus. That's a framework what car has given it. Yes, whatever the question you have, I had the same question when I'm learning, but this is how it is.
Okay, understood. That's all.
Okay, and again, I just want to reiterate one more thing. It is not necessarily to enable these two replications together. I mean to say, if you are working for some customer and they are implementing UDF, DDF, then only it is required, the DRF. Otherwise, this DRF is not at all required for you. You only have to look for a SLT.
Okay.
If somebody is only implementing UDF, DDF, then this SLT is not required. You only require the DRF plus. Okay.
Yeah.
This one I'm skipping. This also will go more faster because these are completely installation. One question: any one of you been part of upgrades or installation? Not car, any other systems. Anyone? Not anyone. Basically, everyone. Maybe it's good for me to go at what level I can go. That's for that reason I'm asking. So which means none of you are being part of any system. I'm not saying car, any systems installation or upgrades.
Yeah.
Software components, tools, yeah. No one has no interest.
Okay. So I will go very later.
Upgradation and enhancement, I was a part of that, but installation and completely implementation, I didn't do in my career.
Okay, so I will go more very high level. I will go. Don't worry about this much. Okay, when you start with something, I would say focus on that past data and installation and all. This is, I mean, I'll try to highlight wherever the highlight one required. It's really, it is all again a different topic. In case if you are being part of it, then it's easy for you to understand. Okay, if I try to explain more, also it will go out of your mind. Okay, so I don't want to go more in detail. So generally, for any installation, right? It's not there in this slide, but when I say for any installation, first thing is the requirement, right? Someone have to give a requirement saying that, hey, we want to implement a car. Okay, you implement a car, but which version you need to go? Go with the latest version, right? I told you, right, whether to latest or 1-, it all depends on that particular customer, whoever is driving. Now, when it comes to the, okay, once you finalize on the specific system version, say car version, 6.0 you wanted to implement, and next will give it to the basis saying that, hey, we wanted to implement car 6.0. Let's proceed. So they extract the stack. There's something called stack. So what is this stack? This stack contains, now to implement SAP CAR 6.0, these are the mandatory versioning. Like what could be the component, initially I have explained, right? Oh, we should have SAP S4 foundation. This is that version. We should have a Fury, and this is the BW version. So we get the complete list of components. What is the version we are getting? So once that is prepared and somebody will review, or is the architect for it, they will review, or who is responsible for the installation or upgrade from the engineering side, they will review it. Once they give an approval, and then basis starts doing a installation. I think this is that installation steps they have provided. You can ignore it, but just I will say install HANA and all related components including. So the first installation will be this one. So verify prerequisites and SAP notes. That's what I said, right? So before that, they will, whatever the stack generation and everything, that's what is the prerequisite. And then they start with SAP notes implementation, and then HANA, and then so it has given everything. Don't get confused. Everything is a separate box. Don't consider that everything will be installed in the car system. One is we require a HANA box. Second, Solman, if somebody is implementing end to end from the scratch. But no, whenever there is an implementation for a car, consider they don't implement end to end from the beginning. Okay, the Solman is a separate system. SLT we required, that's a separate system. And then AFL, this is again same thing they explained, repeated, it's a separate component. And then they install the car app backend version, DDF, right? It depends on if you are only implementing the DDF, UDF stuff, then you required this setup, and then this is the ABAP installation, and this Fury has to get installed. So in our scenario, this is what we will install, not the central component. Central component, again, is there are some some separate Fury system, so everything goes to that system and being given. So that's a different, and install alternate storage, map authoring schemas to physical schemas before SLT. This I will go more. This is required for you to understand. Okay, this is also I will go through it. Replicate sources. So all these are steps in the installation. I am not going more in detail, but I think this is required. So when you set up a car system, right, I mentioned we have something called a HANA content. Now, okay, next question. Have you worked in HANA VDMs, created or at least used HANA VDMs? I mean, HANA calculation views. Anyone?
Oh, what is HANA medium you're saying? Sorry,
HANA VDS, like
Virtual data.
yeah, VD. So HANA calculation views. I'm referring to HANA calculation views.
Like CDS.
No. The CDS is a different. That's core data services. HANA, like I wanted to show it to you, but I do not have HANA access as of now. I'll get it and I'll show you the things. Okay.
Why? Because we will also get little confused. You can proceed with basic only, then only we'll go further.
Okay.
Yeah.
HANA IDS in the sense like you're saying like virtual system IDS like kind of thing.
No. In HANA database, we do HANA calculation views.
No, we don't know.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. Fine. Ignore. Then I'm just skipping completely. Okay. I'll get back to this later. Or while covering that actual topics, right? Maybe I'll explain it much better.
Yeah, once you will get the access now, you can just show it in real time. Then we can able to understand easily, better understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And we have ERP tables required by CAR. So I told you right in this one. So we're gonna replicate our S4 tables into the CAR, right? Now the next question we should have like, what tables we will replicate? Are you gonna replicate everything from S4 to the CAR? No, it's a duplicating the data, right? What we will do, we will only replicate what is necessary for a car to run. Understood? What is necessary for a car. Now we have something called HANA content, which has been delivered by SAP. Okay, like when I say HANA content, HANA views I'm referring. So these views, what it does, I mean, whether you use it or not, to enable this content, we must have all the table structures into the HANA data. When I say all the tables, all the required table structures into the HANA database. Okay, from the S4 to the CAR. So that's been replicated. That's the table structure, and then based on the scenarios which we are implementing. Okay, I'll repeat. When I say based on the scenarios, so are you implementing fast DTA? Are you building some OEA? Are you building some custom applications, right? Based on these scenarios, we will replicate the data as well. One is the structure is a mandatory, and the data is we will decide on like what we are implementing. Now, one Excel. Just give me a second. Where is this Excel? I'm pulling that Excel. Just give me just a second. Download it. Where it went? Here it is. It's for ECC. Extracting it. Are you able to see my screen? That Excel?
Oh no, the slide is the PPT.
Just a second. Stop sharing. Share again. No, not this. Yes. Now you're able to see, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is what I'm referring basically. See, our S4 system has n number of tables. Those tables, we only required these, I think 200 something. Yeah. We only required 233 tables. These are the maximum tables, whatever you are seeing here. See, it has a promotion related tables, right? And these are the sales tables. And then T-CAR tables, the currency tables, you see? And then the plant related tables and some OEA related, ITP related tables, and then your master data related tables and the plant related tables. And these are the condition tables. And this is the fashion in case if you are implementing for FMS system, and these are FMS related. Here also in purchase order related tables. So you have all of these tables, we're going to replicate from S4 to the CAR. Now, how many you required? You see, this is a 233, right? Now you see here the column row number 1, and there are multiple things are there. If you observe carefully, it's saying SAP ECC. If you are implementing a CAR system for a SAP ECC environment, right? I mean, your ERP system is SAP ECC. Sorry. In that scenario, you only require the tables which are marked in X. So the MAD extract, this is what I'm saying. This will contain the inventory information. So
Asha, your screen is not visible.
It's not visible.
Yeah, Harish, your screen is not visible. Does anyone visible?
It was visible. Now it is stopped.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
And
Okay. Now it is visible.
The Excel, you are able to see the Excel, right?
Yes. Yes.
yeah, we are able to see. Yeah.
Okay. Now here the mat and AC document, it's not matter. It's a AC document. Here it is a blank, and then you see there will be a mat out extract. This is also a blank here, right? Why it is a blank? Reason, we don't require these tables for ECC. Why we don't require? Because this table doesn't even exist in this ECC system itself. These are the tables are available with S4 HANA. Similarly, if you come here, this is the S4 HANA versioning. Okay, 2023 is the very latest. 2022 is the previous one. So you have all of these are different S4 HANA versions. So every version is a different, right? See, that's why you are saying that okay, for this particular version, you replicate all of this, but wherever you see a blank, that please.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, one doubt. See, as you said, these are all related to standard tables like for each and every core module like SD, MMPP.
Correct.
Okay.
You're right. It will have MM, SD, all
Like the version wise, like how many standard tables are present in our HANA system? Like
S4 HANA,
yeah, S4 HANA.
or CAR.
S4 HANA, S4 HANA.
I don't know the count of S4 HANA, how many tables they have.
Let us count near count. That is enough.
I think it will be double to it.
Okay.
Yeah. So whatever you're seeing on column A, these are the list of tables required. But out of all of these 233 tables, based on your core ERP versioning, you have to replicate the tables. Consider you are implementing for the latest S4 HANA, right? There you will replicate everything. And now here, this is the blank. So you don't require to replicate these two tables. Why? Because these tables doesn't available in here. These are available only in the ECC.
This is okay.
Okay. That's a thing basically. Okay.
Okay.
You understood, right? Wherever it's a blank. So now question is, hey, how did you get this XML? Excel.
Excel.
You prepared it or no? It is available in the standard. Whoever is implementing, I will show you that part as well. Just a second. I believe I hope. Just a second. Tell me one thing. Are you seeing MS Teams now? No.
We are in that Excel screen only. No.
You are at Excel screen, right? I want to make sure that you are seeing this one or not.
That's why we are informing you before. Like it is showing that got the photo on the.
Okay. Yeah. Just
due to slight network issue, no problem.
Give me a minute. I want to show you that part. Okay, how it looks.
Sure. No worries.
Like, where do you get that information? That's what I'm trying to explain. This is SAP itself. Okay. Now you see here, this is the help portal. Now it will have all the information, like from where to do what and all things are available. But let's go down. Certain planning. Yeah, here it is. Implementation. See here. Now the list of SAP SLT tables for SAP CAR application bundle 6.0. If you click, it will download the text, whatever I have shown you, right? So that's the list. Now to check for, oh no, we are at this, like the customer implementing for 5.0 SPS 07. That's case you select this and now you get it for this one. You understood, right? Now whatever the Excel I'm showing, this I'm showing you for 6.0. You see here, I'm showing it for 6.0. Required tables for 6.0. It's not that I prepared. It's available in the installation guide. Okay. Yeah. Now going back to the slides. ERP tables required by CAR of 6.0. I have explained you like how do you get it. Okay. Next part, DB schema. So there is something called authoring schema and physical schema. Okay, I will explain you this concept later. The reason I want to show you, the HANA views in the system, how it look like, and what I'm referring. But for you to understand this authoring schema is something that the virtual doesn't exist in the system. We are renaming something. We are putting some name there, saying that hey, this is the physical schema. For this physical schema, this is the name I'm giving it. So from now onwards, you refer to that name. That's what we are saying, authoring schema. Start. In much here, I'm going to the next slide. Authoring schema, DB schema, I'm skipping it right now. I will explain you later because it's all depends on this HANA content. Maybe I will explain you this part. Okay. The deployment options, I think it's the same thing, right? That our like the standalone car is a standalone system, and then this will be S4. This is the one, and this is like a co deployment. I mean, deployment options, a co deployment for SAP BWR marketing. Let's say if somebody's want to implement SAP marketing with a car, right? That will be deployed within the system. That's what it's been. And schema for that SAP marketing is SAP_1. This is the installation guide. I'm skipping. Okay, yeah, this is important. These are the support components for car. When I say support components, say you have seen some issue, right? Something is not working. It's giving some dump. The functionality as expected. You see some abnormality. In such scenario, we have to reach out to the SAP, right? I mean, we did everything from our end, and then we see that it's a bug in the system, or you don't know what it is. That's where we reach out to the SAP support, correct? So, like which component you have to select. So these are the list of components are available now. Like these are required when you are raising a OSS message to the SAP. You can see here. Any questions? No questions?
Harish, one question. That when you are referring is the schema, na, what is the meaning? Means what you are exactly referring? That means what is the meaning of schema as you are referring here in previous slide? What I can understand from that, I am not able to get it. Means if you are saying this is the schema, so what is the meaning of that? What is schema?
So the schema is one of the DB object, which holds all our database objects like table, views, right?
Okay.
Triggers, a sequence. What a sequence, like in case if you create alias names for it, not okay. That's all these DB objects will comes under schema. Okay. Now we will have a multiple schemas. What is this multiple schemas? We'll have a multiple schemas. One for our car system, right? For our car system, we will have a one car specific schema into the database. And now we are replicating from S4. So we are replicating some tables from S4. So we will have a one more additional schema for S4 specific tables.
Okay.
Consider we are also integrating CRM. So we will have another schema for a CRM. Similarly, whatever systems, how many systems you are implementing, you will have a separate schemas for those systems. And within that schema, you will have that tables are specific to that particular system.
Okay.
You understood now? So here we are saying that ECC, we are saying SAP_ECC. Okay. So how it will be? Let's go to the top. Yeah, here. Now there is a development system, right? In development system is consider the system ID is ED1, MD1 is market system, this is BD1, and F&R is FE1, and CAR is EAD, right? Okay. These are the environments. When it comes to the QA environment is EQ1, and when it comes to the production it is EP1, right? I mean, the CAP, CAQ, these are all the system IDs. Now general basis does, right? Again, each customer does differently. I have seen it. According to their knowledge, they do it. But normally, if you see any ABAP system, like S4, CAR, MDG, whatever, you will have the specific core schema that is SAP SR3. That's the default name we gets it. SAP. Some people changes into the, as per the system ID. Consider here this one, right? EDI is the system ID. So they say that SAP EDI. Okay. In the production, it is SAP EP1. Understood? This is the DB schema. It's been defined in the system. Okay. Now, when we are replicating this S4 data into the car, now we should name a schema for it, right? You want to name the schema as a SAP EP1, or you want to name it as a little different? That's where the question comes in. So this is that authoring schema. What we do, whatever is the schema name, right? Whether it is a EP1 or EP1 or EQ1 or ED1, whatever is the schema name, we define a authoring schema as SAP_ECC in case of a ECC. If it is a S4, SAP_S4H. Okay. So when we define authoring schema, what will happen? In the HANA content, consider there is a HANA view, consider a view which is defined in the database. And the view, right? We do a joins and do some calculations based on multiple tables. But where are those tables? Those tables should belong to some schema, right? Now, the HANA content which are belongs to this our S4 our ERP system, right? Those tables are actually refers to a SAP EP1. But now we define authoring schema as a SAP underscore ECC. What will happen? Those tables are actually set a little different. So the content by default it refer to the SAP underscore ECC, but your physical schema is SAP EP1. Now if you really see this HANA view is actually referring to the ECC, but that ECC is not at all available. What is available is EP1. So for this, what we have to do, there is an additional step. It is again a part of installation. It's not a regular configuration or anything. It is a part of installation. So there is something called DB schema mapping. So what we do there, we will define there, okay, what is the physical schema and what is the authoring schema. So the physical schema is SAP EP1 and the authoring schema is SAP underscore ECC. That's how we define it. So when you define there, the system automatically understands, okay, in a HANA content, we are referring SAP ECC, which means when you are actually executing the runtime, it goes and try to retrieve data from this one. That's the difference between that's a concept of having a the physical schema and then authoring schema. Arya, is it clear now?
Yeah.
Or somewhat?
Means not fully, but yeah, a little bit. Means we will go through
I think
it.
you will understand completely with tomorrow's session. No, tomorrow's session you will understand completely.
Yeah.
I will
Tomorrow once
take
Harish will get access now, on that time we can able to.
Yeah.
That's
Little bit I understood, but when you will go through with the system, maybe that at that time it will get clear.
Yeah, it will be more clear for you.
Yeah.
That's why I skipped these two slides. I want to explain you when I'm showing. But since you asked, I can now have explained the concept. But and similar, we are only talking about ERP, right? Similarly, you have few other schemas as well here. Like these are all CAR schemas. So see here, when you see here, it is saying ABAP. What is the meaning of ABAP? It's like ABAP schema.
Okay.
Similarly, you have different schemas here.
Okay.
These are additional components for DDF.
Okay.
Support components.
But all these components need not to be used, no? We can choose inside that.
No. These are support components. Like when you want to reach out to the SAP to raise some incident, to raise OS, that time we have to select. But I mean, if you recently raise any incident, it is even more advanced right now. Earlier it's a really struggle for us to select like which for DDF issue you have to select the right one. Now it's not like that. It is even more mature. Now we have to select the system thing, and based on it, it is filtering out like. It is filtering out, giving exactly what is required. I think it is more better right now to raise any voice message much faster.
Okay.
Sizing thing. So I mean, if you are as a car consultant, you are approaching some new. I mean, if you are implementing a new system, right? And this will be then obviously the question you get: what could be the sizing for our system? And it's a common question whenever there is any new implementation. So the sizing is always tricky part. It's saying the sizing support provided by the hardware partner, but being a car consultant also, we should have some idea because it's not that every customer asks vendor. Some customers ask you only say, hey, what is the sizing?
While troubleshooting time also it will be helpful for us.
So the sizing, right here, it mentioned multiple sizing for BW, ERP and all. It's not relevant for us. We only have to consider car, right? Because we are working in car, we only have to consider car. Now, when it comes to the car sizing, there is I think here it is there. Let me show it to you. Are you able to see the help now?
No. PPT is shown.
No worries, I understood. Now I'm intentionally giving this value that I don't want to give. Now you're able to see the screen, right? Okay. Yeah. Now here itself we have something called sizing. Yeah, here it is the size. So what we do, if you click here, it downloads some. Still downloading. I'll take another 10 minutes. Hope that should be fine.
Yeah. In sizing means what is it considering that bandwidth and all that things, memory, how much is required like that. Those covered.
Yes.
Okay. So, but basically, this is done by basis team or car consultant has to do this part?
Give me a second. I'll explain.
Okay. Okay.
Screen 1 and screen 2. This is the screen 2. Okay. I'm sharing completely the screen 2. Okay. You're able to see now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Let me go back to. So, whatever that Excel you are seeing, I downloaded from here.
Okay.
So, what it is? Now, question to you, right? Does the basis do this or we do it?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a basis work, but it as I mean, it depends on where you are, right?
Okay.
But that this information has to be prepared by CAR team by checking with the business.
Okay. Okay.
You understood? So it is not. I would even say it's not even basis work. This Excel we have to fill and give it to the SAP, and SAP comes back saying that hey, this much memory you require. So basically, we have to create an SAP. Now you see here scenarios. This questionnaire and the accompanying sizing guide provide information on system sizing for SAP CAR application bundle add-on, including the following applications and the components. So I told you, right, these are all the planning applications and along with CAR. The CAR is including DDF, UDF, omni-channel pricing, and then article availability. This is what it is. Now, are you implementing merchandise planning or not? Yes or no? Or yes, right?
Okay.
So this will when we talk to the customer, we understood okay, what and all scenarios they want to implement, right? Now here is that concept. That's where I said. So this is like way before starting the project. It all depends on where you are. So we are trying to cover everything. So this is how you select. And now coming to the car. Okay, now yes, you wanted a car. Now do you wanted UDF, DDF, omni-channel pricing? No. Right? Let's say where it's been implemented. This will be there by default, or we can even. So now all of this, right? You wanted replenishment, forecast analysis, yes or no, and then here additional things. Now general, how many locations, how many stores are there?
Okay.
100 stores are there. Okay, how many number of productions in a location? Which means the Marcy, like
Articles.
has been assigned to this one, right? How many are there, right?
Okay.
And if you see, it depends on the industry. Retail will be little lesser if it's so consider K 100K. I'm giving a lesser figure here. Okay, 100K, and then the unique products per location per day. So once you give this information, and then these are all the scenario-wise AMR, and merchandise planning. All of these, you provide all this information, and then this is a very very car specific. Now, yeah. I would say you ignore all of this, okay? Just ignore. I mean, understand, but don't worry about what it is and all. Ignore everything. Come to the car. Now, coming to the car, here we are more focused in. Okay. The whole session, we are going to focus more on OSTTA and then OEA and inventory visibility, not other components. So here, like what is the non-aggregated information, how many tasks been generated, sales stocks, and now here, right? The number of stores and how much data we get it per hour, and the non-aggregated sales, how many non-aggregated sales, how many the average sales. So all this information, it's not we provide from out of nowhere. We ask these questions to the customer, or we give this Excel to the customer, and then the customer gets this information filled by the respective teams who has this information, right? What is the average number of transactions, how many that average number of lines per transaction, right? This information will be filled by the customer or with our presence. We'll get once have all this information available with us, and then we send this XML file to SAP by creating an incident. Then SAP suggests us how much the sizing required for a car system. It all depends on scenarios what we choose. Yeah, somebody is asking a question. Someone have any question here?
Nothing.
Okay, I told you, right? I'm not going more in. We have already covered this part.
Okay.
This also I'm just skipping. It is nothing. We don't have to worry about these considerations and everything. Completely basis how to take care, scale up, scale on. They're all basis activities. You can ignore. And this is important for us. Partitioning of car tables, not just the car tables. I told you, right? We replicate as 4 tables also into the car, right? So obviously will be larger table. So that also we have to consider for partitioning. So it all depends on the volume. So generally you see whenever any database table nearing to the 2 billion, we have to do a partitioning. Okay.
What you are referring to as partitioning is separate tables. You have to save the data or what?
No. So in HANA data, I mean in the normal SAP HANA database, right? If any table, the number of entries reaching near 2 billion, right? It cannot hold more than 2 billion records. Any table.
Okay.
Now, but we cannot, right? It all depends on the customer and the data, right? They can be more than 2 billion. You cannot say that, hey, we have a technical limitation having a 2 billion, so you shouldn't have more than 2 billion. No, that's not the case, right? So what we have to do, if any table that it's nearing to the 2 billion, so we should have a partition strategy for it. What is meaning of partitioning? So based on some key, consider the financial year or the based on the geo, what we will do, we will split the table into multiple tables. When I say split the table, it's it's everything within a database. So your table name doesn't change, your database table name doesn't change. It does the partitioning within the memory allocation. So it will create those many memory allocations within a HANA database. Now each memory allocation can consist 2 billion records. Okay. Now when you create a normal database, normal table, it will hold only a 2 billion. Now you did a partition based on a geolocation. Okay, consider not geo, consider based on a geolocation you did. Say, okay, now earlier this particular table slash posted plus post dw post dlogf, right? Now this table is a transaction log table. Now this table have all the transactions across the globe into this one, and it is a need, right? In this scenario, what we will do now, we come to a strategy or conclusion. We want to divide. When I say divide, we want to do a partitioning based on a geo. In that scenario, what we will do? Okay, we do a partitioning. So when you do a partitioning within a database, what happens? Now based on this 2 billion records will be separated based on a geo and will be stored into those appropriate partitioning locations, I would say. Now each partition is again become a lesser than 2 billion, right? I mean, if something comes for North America, it goes to the North America. Something for China, it goes to the China. India, APLA, it goes to the different. So that's how the partitioning happens. Generally, it happens not at the geo. Basically, it happens at store level, not store. What is it? The physical year, right? There are some combination generally people follow, and then accordingly we do a partitioning. And this partitioning, there is no straight line. We can say, hey, this is how you have to do a partitioning. It all varies based on a customer and the table context. So on the fly, we decide, oh, okay, this table is nearing 2 billion. It requires a partitioning strategy, and then the team will decide, okay, how do we do a partitioning? This is about the partitioning concept. Now here what we are saying, okay, if there is a table, let's say tlog f table, tlog ext table is nearing 2 billion. Now we decide on what basis we will do a partitioning. Yeah, someone has a.
So we can do partitioning based on store level also. For each store, we can
You can do, but that will be huge actually. See, you shouldn't have, when you say store, right?
Yeah.
Stores are like at least 200 to 400 stores will be there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Arihan, like that
200 to
we can
400
do
stores.
partition.
Now you want to do those many partitioning, and see, at the moment you want to do a partitioning, it will impact the performance also. That also you have to keep it in mind. Performance for read-write operations.
Okay.
So you only have to do a partitioning when it is required. You only have to do a partitioning with a minimal so that the partitioning strategy also should be appropriate when somebody is doing it.
Yeah,
One doubt that who will be doing it, an student or some other person?
Partitioning will be done by basis.
Okay.
And it all depends on orgs. Like we get a notifications that will be a dedicated team who monitors across all the systems in all the landscapes. So one, they will intimate to the respective teams mentioning, hey, this particular table is nearing 2 billion. Please take an appropriate action, right? Either archiving the data or doing a partitioning. So
Okay.
those scenarios, the particular
Partitioning means you are referring to the memory, the size of memory we are going to allocate that particular memory. That is the partitioning you are referring to.
yes, it's a memory, but it's a number of line items. End of the day, it's a number of line items, not the
It
size of.
depends upon the store size, inventory size, and everything. These are the all factors you are doing, right?
So when it comes here, right, it's one is the size, yes. The second is the number of line items in a table. So it's a limitation in our SAP HANA that no table should contain more than 2 billion records. It's a limitation. So it can have 3 columns, it can have a 300 columns, doesn't matter, but it shouldn't cross 2 billion records. So the moment if any table nearing 2 billion, we should take an action. Either you archive the data, parse the data, or do a partitioning.
Understood.
Clear, right?
Yeah, clear.
Yeah.
I'm going next. These are, regarding partition and all. I mean, if you keep explaining this, you lose your mind, I would say. Leave it. Some specific I will explain you, basically. These are all, T codes related to the partitioning. When you have system access and all, you can explore it later.
Okay.
And yeah, this is SLT specific, basically. I will explain you more. I think it's you don't even register when I say there are some T codes LTRC and LTRS. These are the two.
We can.
Pardon?
I'm saying when the system will be there, it will be better to explain at that time.
Yeah. So this is how it looked like. So that's what I'm saying. I will explain you more SLT later. So this is it. So we're done for this session. Anyone has any questions? Onwards, I will start taking you from the system. I will explain there's some concept like authoring schema, HANA database, HANA content. This is two things. Authoring schema, DB mapping, that is also I will show. And then that is also in the system itself. Now, any questions?
Right now, this cost system is there. They are sending us the data, the sales discount and this taxes. Now they are adding one more section in that where they will be sending us the charges, that shipment. Suppose you are booking some order and then they will charge you some ordering fees, like that. So now we want to take that data also in our car system. So can you suggest some way how we can do that? Means how we can consume that data also in our system?
Okay. So when you say, so my understanding is you already have a car system with you, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
We are working on that.
Okay. And you are getting the data from already. You are getting data flowing into the car, like whatever you mentioned right now.
Correct.
It's already flowing.
It's already, everything is go live. Just we need to add this thing in the system.
No. That's my question right now. Now you want some additional thing, right? Now,
yeah,
question here: does the car system getting that information into the car?
Right now, it is not there. We have to add some segment so that we can store the data
Harish,
there.
let me share my screen. Like it is very useful to you. I think you will easily. Like Harish, my screen is visible for you.
Yes.
See here, POS team is going to send the charges block after the item tax details under item level data. Okay. The PIPO team is already created those fields, whatever the POS team has been created.
So these are part of a tax.
Yeah, these are part of shipping charges as they are informed as.
The shipping charges are part of where are these charges part of? It's part of tax you're doing, or how is it?
No,
Not part of tax.
Tax, we are only sending means in shipping charges, what tax will be charged, that we will send in tax. But the main amount, because we have to break that part also. Suppose we are taking 100 rupees and as shipping charges, so 18% GST we will be putting in tax only. But the rest, 72 rupees, we have to send separately. We can't send it in tax. So for that, we need to find that where we can send this data. Means that 72 rupees separate.
Actually, this is the XML file. Yes, you can see here after item tax details, they are going to send the shipping charges data as a charges block. Okay, under item level. Like you understood now. Like what is the main thing? Like see, they have created the charges code as a condition ZMSH. Like is it possible to send the data in our system in tax level, or else we need to create any separate segments for this particular charges. That's what we have done.
Understood. So tell me
Yeah.
one thing. Do you want this information into the car or you want to publish it to the S4 as well?
S4. We need to
S4,
publish it as
S4.
S4 as well. Yeah.
So what are you going to do in S4?
Accounting. Yeah. For accounting purpose.
Yeah.
No. That's a question, right? Are you going to do process it and post some into the GL accounts? Basically, are you planning to create some this information?
Publish in jail.
So you require enhancement in S4 as well.
Correct.
Eh? So what you can do, this information you can take it into an extended segment. In a tax itself, you have something called extended segment.
Okay.
So you can take that information to the extended segment, and from there you push that information into a.
Like you are saying that we need to create one more new segment as for particular charges.
You don't have to create. You already have a segment. You only have to pass that information. Only thing here, you have to enhance the IDOC. When I say enhance, you don't have to make any changes to a standard thing. Only thing when the IDOC gets generated, you have to append whatever the additional things you wanted to send, and then the S4 actually takes that information and puts it from there.
Okay, like what are the codes we will use for that particular IDOC extended segments?
Pardon? What are the?
T codes we will use.
No, you don't have to do the IDOC, right? Okay, it's not changing the IDOC. That's what I'm referring. It's not that you make some changes to that IDOC. It is that you enhance that IDOC when it's getting generated.
Okay.
But in Workbench, where this data will land in under taxes only.
Yes, it depends on how you want it, right? But it is coming as part of our taxes. Then we can put it into the tax. You wanted it somewhere else, then you have to make change to the interface.
Yeah, actually, the PIMS is the IDOC which we are going to send the material level data and also the taxes data on Harish.
Right.
You can check over here segments under data records.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see here. This is the discount. Like as we have created segment for discount as PU03 and PU05 is for taxes.
Correct.
Like what you are suggesting us now is like
here you get another segment saying that
taxes,
P1, PUXXX, right? XX05 or XX03. You add a new segment here and then you pass that just there.
Okay, for that we need to add a segment. Like you are saying that under basic type we need to create a one child segment under parent.
No. Don't make changes to the IDOC at all.
Okay.
Don't make any changes. So when the IDOC gets generated, you add it. So I would suggest in different way. Just see the IDOC structure. You have some enhancement segments there, custom enhancement segments. So you have to make use of. Can I explain it in session? Because now it's 10:30.
Yeah, fine. No worries.
So I understood what you're trying to say. I had given you, try to explore this part. If not, then session I will just quickly show you what can be done additionally.
Okay.
Yeah, we have goal activities. That's why we are asking this other question.
No. I think. See, you don't have to make changes to the IDOC. Only thing, when IDOC gets generated, you only have to make use of the existing custom enhancement segments. You have to make use of the existing. We don't have to make a change to that structure. Okay.
Like a new enhancement, customer enhancement, you are saying.
Yeah. Yes, correct.
Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does SAP CAR help businesses achieve in terms of customer service? Option A, reduce customer service costs only. Option B, 360-degree view of customer interactions. Option C, automated billing processes. Option D, inventory management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at retail data and sales? Our SAP CAR course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP CAR. It's like a smart system for tracking sales and stock across all stores in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome chance to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP CAR Pro? Sign up for our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So I told you, right, a few topics like the schema, HANA views, how it's been replicated. I'm still having a system access. We have a car access, okay? I'll show you the things, but to show you the SLT part and HANA database, how it is reflecting, you have to, have the system set up. Maybe in the next session, I will cover those topics. I planned for, but unfortunately, I couldn't proceed with those things. But I'll try to cover most possible part, which is a functional as well as the system level. In between, if you have any questions or something, please ask. And you're able to see my POS data transfer and audit.
Yeah,
The architecture deck, correct?
that's visible.
Okay, yeah, right. So this is the car architecture diagram, and we have already gone through this diagram. Multiple components. I would say that this positive topic goes for, I think, another 2 sessions, including, at least that's the minimum I'm expecting. Let's see how it goes. Okay, we'll see. We can finish it little early, or even we have to extend it more. It all depends on how we progress, basically. Like if you have more question, and it all depends on how we move forward. Okay, but I'm expecting another 2 sessions, including, total 3 sessions I'm expecting for POS. So out of all these components, our focus is actually on the POS DTA module, right? So I'll go more in detail in the next sessions. So leveraging the existing process in POS DM software and the component for data distribution and sales audit. So basically, we spoke, right? This POS DM is that component which is there with SAP BW, and then SAP come up with a new system powered by HANA, which is a CAR. And that's where the POS DTA has become POS DTA. The benefits of having data auditing, cleansing, and the enrichment, as well as error resolution functionality and extensible data structures and the data model. See, we can push data to the in IDOC format or PAPI RFC format, right? And these structures can be enhanced, not the technical terminology in enhancing it, say as for the business. You want to add some additional segments for specific to that particular business, we can do that, right? We can account it wherever it wanted, because the structure is defined in that way that we can put it like if that particular additional fields are at header level, or at sales item level, or the tax item level, discount item level, or you wanted the tax header level or the discount header level, or if you have something like commission, loyalty, such things, right? All that information, we have a specific dedicated segments, and this information will be added. And if anything additional, we have enhancement segments for each of these segments. I'll show you in the table. Support high-speed analytics and calculation of mass data. So this is for the secure investment into the POS DM5 environment powered by the migration path, as I mentioned, right? If somebody want to migrate from BW to CAR, you have some standard load content, and it is the communication between SAP and SAP, right? So that is that's more secure way. I think we have an option to do encryption as well. I have to explore, and I never done any migration. Whoever does, we start with the fresh implementation, just for an information. But we have a provision to do a data migration in case if we get any project for that, for migrating from BW POS DM to. And this is the continue to support BA content for long-term POS DM customers. If somebody is still using BW, just avoid that. I'm skipping all of this. I don't want to keep reading these slides. Okay. Yeah, here it is. When you're going through the content, right, you please just read those. You'll get some information. So I'm morely focused on the systems, and I want to take you to the system. So it's 2 ways, like operational and analytics, right? When it comes to the operational, the POS log file from the POS system, from our POS system, whenever there is a billing happens, it generates that file and uploads that information into the POS transaction data or TLOGF table in CAR. And then that we do the auditing, sales auditing. So it's an automated process. The moment the transaction comes into the POS workbench, there will be set of tasks will be performed for that specific transaction based on the the behavior what we define, and it can be an aggregated or just the detail with some master data enrichment, and then it will be egress, outbound to ERP or CRM. Okay, when it comes to the analytics part, so once we have the transactional data into the system, which is a TLOCAP tables, on top of it we can build a multiple analytics. Here also, right, that is past data analytics. So this is also a thing which we have to, to say, we can build analytics, or it's a mandatory, I would say, to have error log related reports. Why do we need? Because somebody have to monitor the system every day. It's their day-to-day work. And if there is any errors aside into the in past workbench, they're supposed to resolve like master data or anything with tender tax errors, right? Someone has to go and fix those error transactions. So it is a BAPI, it's a BAPI and RFC interface for data transfer, and the IDOC interface for data transfer. There is an enterprise service also for data transfer. What is that enterprise service? Like we can have a OData service also for pushing this information. So that is what it stands for. And when it comes to the past data transfer processing, that ERP independent, high performance application, early analytics analysis, it's a real time, because we are actually doing on the sales which are feeding every 10 minutes, right? So it's a real time and easily extendable. Like when you build something, and if you want to extend it with any additional fields, so that's anyhow it is there, and it can be integrated with all of the system. And when it comes to the ERP, it's tightly integrated. Without ERP, the CAR doesn't exist. There are the three ways from the POS system. We push data to the CAR. One is the IDOC format, PAPI RFC, enterprise service call. Okay. If you ask me what is the best approach people follow in the real time, right? That is a PAPI RFC and enterprise service. Or I would put it in this way. It's not just the PAPI RFC. This is being used here within the enterprise service part. So these are the two options people pick up when they implement for a car. IDOC is a very old fashioned, and we don't have that flexibility when it comes to sending the TLOG information. Any questions here?
Is there any advantage by sending through that BAPI RFC or enterprise services as compared to IDOC?
Yeah, that's what. So when you say IDOC, right? These IDOCs again, your coupon and coupon booms, those only those. These are the IDOCs. Again, you have to transform that XML format of POS transaction into that IDOC format, and then this IDOC has a limited fields, and then like whatever is important for what do you say, putting this information into the S4, right? It's very, very limited fields if you really see. But
okay,
when it comes to the BAPI RFC and enterprise, it is the granular. It's very low level granular information will be there in the system.
okay.
So this is the one widely used. I would say no one use the IDOC for inbound. Just understand that this is for inbound. I'm referring, not for outbound. For inbound, nobody uses the IDOC. I'm not sure if somebody really goes with IDOC even did, but ideally no one goes. Okay, this is always a PAPI RFC and enterprise service. When it comes to the outbound, yes, it is an IDOC mainly for our ERP, like while for posting our sales data, sales transactions or financial transactions or inventory transactions. So those goes with IDOCs to the S4. And BA and other systems, right? You already know like how SAP communicates with RFC. All these are RFC connections that goes in with RFC. Now, when I say RFC, like when it comes to the BW, like you have a data source and few other replenishment is again just an RFC call. And again, we have DDF as well. When it comes to the funder, I believe it is RFC only. Yeah, that's it. Let me go on data processing. Yeah. When it comes to the POS inbound, intraday or POS connection, yeah.
Like as you said before, OData and SOAP services, like what is the usage of those two things? Like, can you please elaborate?
Which one?
Do you have any previous OData and SOAP, single object access protocol and open data?
Can you just repeat your question, Sharan? What is the use of OData service you're saying?
And also SOAP, Simple Object Access Protocol is there.
Yeah,
no?
yeah, yeah. SOAP was also there, correct?
Yeah.
See, generally, why do we use SOAP services is for triggering an event from our system, like from the system. You want to pull something, or you want to two ways, right? I mean, when one is you want to post something, it's basically goes from car system. Okay, when it comes to the SOAP service, is always like you build something, and this service will go outside of the car system. Could be an Azure or any other system, right? It goes out of the car, and then either it posts some file. I mean, either it push some file or triggers an event in the Azure or any other systems. That's the SOAP call generally works for. And when it comes to the OData service, is actually for pulling the information. So you build a service in the car, okay, and now this OData service is there in the car. It's not car is not going and reading somewhere. Now the service is there. Now this external, like the POS systems are once they put the files into the file server, right? In between you will have a ETL.
Block storage.
Yeah, you will have what is the ETL, like SAP PIPO or any other third party tool. What it does now, the service what we have defined, that enterprise service, whatever we have defined, right? Now it will call the service, and then it will keep pushing the transactions.
Through proxy.
Not through proxy, it's a OData service.
Okay.
Proxy is different, OData is different. Right?
Usually, currently, we are like they are sending the data through proxy only to our car system. That's why.
They are sending using a proxy only. They are sending the data, which means the car is triggering every 10 minutes or something.
Yes, like that. Yeah, human.
Car only triggering. Okay. I'm hearing for the first time, but yeah, technically doable. I mean, maybe that's how it is designed as an architecture. But if you generally see, right? See, if it is from the car, you're deciding that okay, you trigger the file. I mean, based on the frequency, right? Every 10 minutes
Every
10 minutes you. I mean, I will go more in detail. Maybe you are asking project related. I'll go because I think they were very new to the car. So maybe I'll go slowly.
Sure. Yeah.
Understand. I think you are aware what I'm referring. Yeah, I'll go to the next slide so that we'll get more clarity.
Yeah, fine. No problem.
Yeah. So yeah, now okay. Let me explain because we have slides actually. I want to explain more in detail in the next slide. So we have from POS inbound, right? How it happens. So there is the feed actually goes like either intraday or a near light-term POS connection. What does it mean? Our POS system, the POS systems keep sending a transaction log to the transactions data to the car. It's a trigger based. Right? There are environments. The moment file gets generated, it will be posted into the centralized FTP server. From the FTP server, the file will be pulled to car environment. And there are cases the file will from the POS system. The file will be stored into FTP server, centralized FTP server, and there will be a job which does every 10 minutes from there, and it will push that information to the car. But if you really ask me, in the real world, it is always an event based. But what does that mean? The moment file gets added to that FTP server, that will be immediately pushed to a system. That's how the general architecture will be. Okay, because if you are doing the 10 minutes thing, right, what will happen? There will be delay of 10 minutes. Let's say there is some transaction came at 9:22. And then our job ran at 9:21. Then this particular transaction has to wait for another 9 minutes to come to the car, right? And now in the car also, we will do a scheduling to process these transactions which are reached to the car. So let's say if we are also doing 10 minutes, then there will be delay of like 20 minutes, right? So because of that reason, in the general architecture, what people feel, it is always event based. The moment file gets into the FTP server, it will be immediately pushed to car environment. Car system. But again, it depends on the load, and because we see like the volumes will be very high, right? So based on that environment what you have, it takes time to, but is always event based. Transfer and mapping of POS data. So whatever information we are getting from POS system, it will be transferred between the ETL layer, and again when it is processed, we do a data enrichment, and then make sure, and then we'll map it to the TLOG TLOG table, the data encryption for the sensitive information, possibility to capture customer defined fields using the extension concept. That's what I told you, right? So if someone has additional fields which are not even part of a standard, you always have a provision to, you always have a my screen is still visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. So you always have a possibility to the customer enhancement fields into these enhancement segments. So every sale tax, all these places you have that enhancement segment. I'll show you, maybe you have to wait for another 15 minutes to get into this.
Okay.
And past data processing. So what we do here, the basic data validation, ability to implement your own checks. So we have some standard checks, which is a master data check, whether the plant is valid or not, the material is valid or not, unit of measure is valid or not, right? The material and the plant combination is exist in the system, and the transaction, the number range is followed or not. I mean, the gap of the transaction number is followed or not, and the retention period for that transaction is within the allowed limit or not. So you understood the retention period. Say there is a transaction being generated and it reached to the car, but for some reason the POS system went offline, and to fix it and send that information took time. So that particular transaction reached to the car system after a month, consider, right? But we define a rule saying, hey, if any late transactions are coming to the system beyond 15 days, do not entertain, right? In such scenario, what happens, that particular transaction will be in our workbench in an error state. So this is one example, but there are a few other business examples where we define this and then beyond that cannot be accessible. Consider the fiscal year, right? This is one example I've given. But normally this we will do not just the 15 days. I think 1 or 2 months we will do. It will be based on our business rules what we define. I mean, you have to think from legal side as well. I mean, this is the requirement. You get it from a customer. It's not that we define something. So the customer will have an obligation says that, hey, there are chances we get a transactions more than 2 year, 2 months, 3 months old, or 6 months old transactions. There will be some specific scenarios. In those scenarios, how do we handle it, right? So do we have to allow beyond 6 months or beyond 3 months? That is something that you will decide during the design phase. How do you want to move forward? And then what is the action has to take place in case if you receive such transaction. Okay, but based on the retention check, whatever we provide, it will get failed if it is not within the retention period. And efficient error handling. So these are the standard the checks what we have, and apart from the additional checks, say whether the MRP is being maintained for that article. So that generally, right, it doesn't consider whether that MRP is there, cost is maintained or not maintained. But there are some customers as, hey, if there is a material where the MRP is not maintained, you fail that transaction in the car workbench, because when it go to the S4, it gives a problem for me. It gives an error. You're right. I believe whoever is really right now working on car, I think you might be seeing such things like it will get failed in the S4 system saying that, hey, the cost is not maintained, or the profit center is not maintained for this combination or for this article. Such errors will be coming when you are posting. So those are the additional checks. Those are not part of a standard implementation. So if you need something, we have to implement our own checks. So we have so there is a provision to enhance and add our own checks. Not just that the checks are everywhere. That's the beauty with the car. Like you have a provision everywhere. You can do a customization.
One question I had. I wanted to know this. You're saying that if some data will come after 2 months also, so we have to consume. Means if we will put that scenario, then we have to consume that. But is there any, because the data is flowing in real time on daily basis? So is there any scenario you have faced where this has happened, that data has came after 1 or 2 months? Is there any? Means can you give an example of like that scenario?
Yes. So one, I mentioned you the store offline, but it won't be delay for beyond 2 months or 3 months, right? When there is any POS machine, not store, a POS machine is offline, but that won't be more than 2 months. But I have seen the scenarios where you get the data from vendor. Okay. There is a vendor sales that has to get feed into this car, right? So I see this sometimes there is a delay happens to get the transactions into the car.
Okay.
So I have seen, it's not that I have seen but the quantity won't be like the huge number of transactions doesn't come, we don't have so much of late transactions. Ideally, it will be within that range. But
Okay.
there will be an exception. When I say exception, it will be in the error state in the pause workbench, and then someone functional. I think you're all functional, right? So you have to log into the system. You are dedicated to resolve that errors. Then you have to log into the system, look into those errors, understand. Okay, this is coming from this particular store on this particular date, and then you have to reach out to the respective team asking, "Hey, we have received this transaction. What do we do? Do you want us to process it, or do you want it to reject it?" And then you can, based on the response from that consent team, you can move ahead and reprocess the transaction. Or they say, "Hey, we don't need these transactions anymore," and then you can reject those transactions. So what will happen generally? You get a no. Let's say there is a set of transactions are part of the previous financial year, and the companies would have already closed their books with all the tax information and everything, right? In such scenario, what happens? You don't require additional. Like say again, you try to reprocess it, that will create they would already close their books. They would have done all the calculations of tax, everything, and then they don't want to see that additional entries coming into the system. So those scenarios, we basically, I see, just we mark it as a reject. Okay. But if you see any transaction, let's say we defined a retention period as 2 months, and then you get a transactions like beyond 6 months. I have seen a scenario, we generally gets an approval and then we just reprocess those transactions. I didn't see that problem. Only problem you see, like if something comes like beyond 1 year.
Okay.
Understood. Efficient error handling and intuitive user interface. So we have a pause workbench, and in the pause workbench, I mentioned we can see all these error messages, and then we can fix errors like if it is a master data or any other incorrect information. As I mentioned, if something is coming beyond the retention period, right, you can go ahead and fix all of these errors. Yeah, and the flexible setup and control of processing steps. I mentioned whenever the transaction comes into the car, and then when it gets processed, we have some set of tasks. Now it is up to us how do we want to do it. There is nothing like a standard setup, right? Everything you have to build, but only thing you have a set of tasks are already defined for master data check center. You only say that, okay, I'm defining a task CT01, and it will have it as the master data check, and then you define another task under 02, and then you mention. So it's a you can keep adding those tasks, and if any customization also required, you can keep doing that. Tracking of data changes and access to the encrypted data. Yes, this is there. And the single version of the truth. Yes. So the car, right, that we, just consider from the legal team also. When I say legal team, from the customer side, right, and they get an audit team asking, hey, I need this particular transaction or something. So we get a requirement of keeping car data for 2 years, 3 years, or 7 years, right? In that scenarios, what we do, generally we keep in the car for 2 years, and then beyond that we archive the data, and then whenever it is required, that particular team goes into that archive tool by providing some key related transactions or source keys they will get, and they retrieve that information. But this will be the source of truth for that particular transaction, because it will have all the information. Okay. So when we processing, right, we have a task called processing task. In this processing task, our aggregation will be there, or enrichment of data. So there are multiple, but we'll go more in detail. So easy to implement outbound framework. Yes, there is already a standard framework. You just have to add the task, and that will automatically work. And the flexible task framework to trigger and follow on process. Yes, I'll explain more. This is the schedule data collections. Skipping all of this, yeah, this is important one. The previous ones, right? I don't want to read the slide. I will explain the system. These are the different type of transactions, the possible transactions, I would say. One is the sales transaction. That's the most one. You visit a store and we buy something, right? That's called a sales transaction. So this sales transactions includes the means of payment. One is the transaction details, like what item, what quantity, at what price we bought, right? That details. and the means of payment, which is actually our the payment, like what form we paid, whether we paid with a cash, you bought something, using a version, using a gift card, right? Those details. So that's the means of payment, which includes the transaction details. Again, when I say transaction detail, it will have, along with your the product details, you will have tax and discount as well. The next is FA transactions. So the cash register extraction, pay-in, payout. So what is FA transactions? So there are scenarios where you visit a store with some voucher, right? So that they generally convert, that should go as a, because it's a voucher and he's taking that voucher and giving you something, right? So sometimes, based on the scenarios, whether either we will put it into the car sales transactions or we'll put it into the FA transaction. Maybe I'll go more in detail when I'm explaining this part. But these FA transactions are mainly wherever you have a financial involved. I mean, it is only specific to the currency. I mean currency specific to the cash. Either the say there is something delivered and it is damaged. Now the company have to return you, right? Yeah, they have to give a credit note to you. So it is a financial transaction, right? There is no product involved here because they already given a product as part of a sale and you have got it, and for some reason you are asking for a amount return, you are not returning the data. In such scenario, what is it, the company have to pay out that amount, right? So they create a credit note to that customer and they will provide, right? So that is the payout, and the pay in also the same thing. So that is what goods movement. So I'll tell you the difference between all of this. So when it comes to the goods movement, we are only talking about either goods received, goods issue, or markdowns. So what does it mean? These specific transactions are only relevant for inventory adjustments. No financial things involved, no billing document involved. So only the inventory related adjustments. So we are issuing, we are receiving. So when these scenarios can possible, anyone without financial.
Yeah, it may be the good transfer interorganization
Exactly,
from one
internal.
party to another.
Exactly, internal. That is something called STO, stock transfer order,
Correct.
right? From one
Yes.
store to another store or one department to another department. In such scenario, you basically consider it as a goods movement, or the particular material. I mean, the product being used for self-use. Is the meaning of self-use?
Yeah, like
Say in a store,
like
people use
some
to cleaning, right?
manicure.
Floor cleaning. Please carry on, Arun.
No. I thought like whatever the goods received for the manicure, some shoes or some of the clothes were, the store receiving from the manicure to display purpose. That is also involving in this case, right?
That is also involving in this case shoes. Yes, if they are, taking it, but whatever is the display, they are also for generally for sale only.
No,
Sometimes
some of the display material it is non-sellable.
non-sellable, correct. So yes,
Yeah,
that is
or
also part of self-consumption. You're right.
staff uniform are there. That is
Yeah,
also
the
transaction where
staff uniform is absolutely, that comes under self-consumption. So basically, whatever product being used for store maintenance, right? I will put it in this way. We are talking about store, but not necessarily a store, but so this is the one scenario, and there is another scenario. You can say there is some item spoiled, right? Because you have a product, but you didn't sold to anyone. But what was happened? The product is spoiled. Either it broke, it fell down and it broke, or there is an item which is beyond the expiry date, then you cannot use it, right? So for that, you cannot have a sale document. It's only that inventory adjustment saying that, hey, this is done. Because the moment you do a sale, and again tax and other things comes into the picture. So this is an item which is failed. So and we have something called control transactions. Sir, when cashier is logging in, logging off, and for each transactions he opens the drawer, right? So that information also being captured. And if there is any system alert or something, I mean, whatever the activity he performs at that first machine, those are comes under control transactions. These control transactions are only reaches to the car. It doesn't move. We doesn't push into the S4 system. Next, some records. What is the sum records? It's a part of end of the day activity of a cashier. What does that mean? So when cashier logs off from the system for that session, right? I mean, whenever he logs off for the day, either cashier or the overall cost machine, it depends on how that store works. So what happens? He does the end of the day activity. So in that end of the day the transaction, we will have, oh, these many number of sales are happened, this is the sales amount, and these many different types of tenders with the tender details, any discounts, taxes. Basically it's an aggregated list, and it will have a cashier statistics as well, like what time he logged in, how much time it took, all the details will be there. So that information is a part of a end of the day transaction, and this is essential for doing some reconciliation. I mean, it all depends on how you are doing reconciliation, but ideally this end of the day will be helpful for reconciliation purpose.
Yeah, I have a doubt there. Here is previously, yeah, some records and the other transactions. These are the different, because sales transaction is over there itself, right? So here also it is capturing the sales and tender.
Can you repeat again?
No, there are FI transactions, sales transaction, and sum of record. So these are, so sales, tender, even the taxes, it is coming under FI. So
comes under sales transaction. FI, you will only have a tender.
FI, we are having the tender also. So it is
You
the
only have
sum
a
of
tender.
all the.
When it comes to the goods, you will only have a retail item. You don't have the tender. You don't have a tender, taxes and discounts. You only have the retail item, sales retail item.
So some records are the combination of sales transaction and FI transaction both.
Some transactions are a combination of both. Yes. So yeah, I understood. From the business side, right? If you see there is a transaction which is where the possibility, one is like you are returning an item. Yeah, that's a good example what you just mentioned. So there is a transaction, like somebody is returning the project. It's written. It's basically a the return transaction. So that will be part of your sales transaction. For that return, one is we know that it's the return transaction, and for that, let's say the company is providing some credit note or something, like as a separate thing. So that will be captured as a separate FI transaction. But again, I'm not saying that for every return transaction we'll have an FI transaction. No, not like that. But there are scenarios we can have a FI transaction separately.
Okay.
Or I'll put it in this way. So sometimes we do have a bulk sales, right? For any corporate event or any other events, we do have a bulk sale. So it's a sale which will happen and the customer he will pay in advance.
Okay.
Because there is an agreement that he don't consume all 1,000. He will only consume partial of that 1,000, like 500, 800 or 900. He don't know basically. So he will consume that, and whatever is remain, he will again return it back. So that is a sale and return transaction. But here what will happen, in these scenarios also we separate that as a financial transaction. So we have all these transactions. So whenever we start with any project, this is the primary stage where we understand the business from the customer. Oh, okay, you have this scenario. Okay, when you have this scenario, this will be the straightforward sales transaction. Or this for this scenario, okay, this will be split into, this will be handled like sale and the finance. This will be handled through sale, return. I mean, this is how we define it, like how do we move forward. And there will be some complicated transactions, like it will be difficult to handle it, we have to do it in little different. Okay, the example of gift card issue, right? How do we do? Some companies do gift card issue as a financial transactions because they're only interested in the financial. But the company some says, no, we wanted the inventory as well, like how much they wanted as a sale as well. I mean, not as well, they wanted it as only as a sale. So it all depends on the customer, how they want it. And it's not how they want it, how their business works, basically, based on the need. So you have everything. Now it is up to us, like, okay, this goes into the sales, this goes into the FI, this goes into the goods movement, right? I told it 3 scenarios for a good. So everything will be like that.
Okay. Got it. So promotions are also a FI transaction, we can say.
Promotions, what do you mean by promotions?
The offer and promotions are there too. Right? So
they're informative, right? We're not doing anything. See, it is like when you say FI transaction, the money has to get involved. Either you are giving or you are taking. That's a financial transaction. That's it.
Okay.
FI is very plain scenario. It is you are taking or giving. Pay in, pay out. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Harish, one doubt I want. That in FI transactions, can you give some examples that which type of data is sent, scenario based? Some scenarios, can you tell me? For FI transaction, what data we are sending is some examples can you provide?
From FI transaction, we basically send a tender, like I said, right? It is only pay-in, payout scenarios. Just as
No, means this FI transaction is that WFIB IDOC will be generated now for this.
correct.
Correct, no? So in that IDOC, what data will be sent? Means exact
In that
data.
what we will be having, we will be having the the FI transaction type code, and then the amount you will have, and then if you have any additional segments for associated with that FI transaction, then that will be there.
That means that is the structure. But now I'm saying that in which type of scenario that IDOC will be generated means scenario.
So there will be a number of scenarios. One, I said that there is some credit note will be given from to the customer. That's a one thing, and there are scenarios.
I'm not aware means what is credit note means exactly.
And there are scenarios where the cashier takes a loan from the store. When I say loan, it will consider it as a loan transaction. Okay, loan FI transaction.
Okay.
Is that loan he has to take? He has to deliver some product to some consumer, right? And now, to do that, he has to fuel the vehicle. He has to fill the gas into that vehicle. So what he has to do, right? He has to take cash, borrow money from the store itself, right? So because that's a loan. That's a one option. That's a one thing. And you have something called balancing. I mean to say, like as part of a end of the day, I mentioned about the end of the day transaction, right? This is the sum transaction. So during the reconciliation, it's not everybody. See, whatever I'm saying, right? It changes. When I say changes, it's not that everybody implement everything. Okay, some only do only sales transaction, and the control is commonly comes in these two. Somebody does these two only. Somebody does these three. Somebody does these 3, 5. Okay, it's like that. So when you have the reconciliation based on this thing, and then what happens, like not only this one, like after the reconciliation, you understood that hey, there is some shortage of cash with the cashier. There is a shortage. Like the total sale amount was for that day, it is 100K consider, and then whatever cash he has in hand or in hand. I mean, when I say in hand, it could be hard cash or the watch. I mean, the the receipts, we paid with a card or a scanner, right? But he will have that receipt. You always see when you visit, he keeps that receipt aside, right? That is for him to do the reconciliation end of the day.
So Harish, can we include
what will happen now? There is any excess cash or a shortage. There is any excess or a shortage, right? In that scenario, what will happen? That excess and shortage also has to come to the system saying that hey, this much is excess there with a cashier for that particular day. I'm not saying cashier, it could be cashier or the store. This is the shortage. So if it is within the threshold limit, the system won't be considered for creating an FA document. If it is beyond the threshold limit, obviously it will create a FA document. When I say it will create, who will create? Like it's we only have to decide when you are doing the design, and then we will create a FA document for that specific scenario, and then it will be posted into that specific GL account. So that GL account, we know this GL account holds only the shortage amount from the stores.
In this FI transaction, can we send employee salary also? The store employee salaries they are paid.
Salary, I don't think. I never seen that basically.
Okay.
I never seen somebody sending say this transaction, but see that's what, right? If the store is paying something to somebody on daily basis, or just for occasionally somebody comes and do a fixing, right? Let's say electrician visit the store for some reason, right? I mean, he will fix it hourly basis or something for that particular day, correct? This could be a scenario. So he don't wait for somebody to pay. He don't get a paycheck, right? It has to be paid from the store only. So that's an expense. So they pay.
Salary could not be processed through POS now.
Can you? I think I have an internet pause in between. So can somebody repeat again?
I saw no. I told like salary could not be processed through POS. So
yeah, correct.
Not be a transaction.
Correct. What I'm saying, if some expense within the store, right? Some expense within the store because somebody visits and fixes something, that can be a part of a store, and that we can consider it as a separate FA transaction as an expense, right? But not the regular salary of a regular employee.
Okay,
I, I,
understood.
I believe I have answered your question.
Yeah, I understood.
Is that the scenario you are looking, or something else, some additional
Yeah,
scenario?
no, this one only. I got clarity. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm pausing the session here. Okay.
Okay.
Anybody, any questions? Maybe we'll take another 5 minutes. We'll go to the next slides later. But anyone has
Sure.
any questions?
So one more question from my side.
Yes.
See, for example, if the customer came to store and he paid the amount 20,000, for example, as an advance.
Correct.
Okay. Again, that is a pay-in transaction for financial transaction, right?
Correct.
Yeah. For example, again, that same customer came to store and he purchased 10 quantity of shirts, for example.
Yes.
Yeah, the bill amount is around 11,000, 12,000.
Correct.
Yeah, that is comes under sales transaction. If the biller, like a cashier, will process. Like, how about that pay-in transaction? We can identify and we can differentiate that two things.
Oh.
You got it, my point, right? Like,
Yeah. So he paid as an advance. That is a separate FA transaction, and then he bought the actual product. That's a separate sales transaction.
Yes, exactly.
Now the sales transaction should have a tender, so he would have been paid some in different format, right? So that will go to as a say, it all depends on how customer wanted it. Okay, but I'll give you two options here. How do we consider this?
Sure.
One is you can have it as a separate sale. One is a separate as a FA transaction and separate sales transaction. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
It goes into the system. First is FA goes on day one. Next day your sale transaction go, right?
Go. Yeah.
That's true. And then the third step will be, okay, whatever the sale, let it be the sale. And then whatever the FA transaction you did, you do a write up to it, offset. Like, okay, with out of that much amount, he spent, say, out of 15K, he spent only 10K, right? So for 10K, but it is an advance payment, right? That advance payment ke liye we define a separate tender consider. Okay. That way it will be considered that, and now whatever is the remaining, for that remaining you create another FA transaction. And for this advance payment also you will have a different tender. It's not like the the one which we so consider here you have to play around with the transaction types, like the tender, what kind of a tender you define, the tender types, I mean to say, the different types of tender types. This is the one approach. So the second approach I'll tell. Yes, it is an advance, but why he is paying advance? Because he want to buy something, right?
Something. Future. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's consider it as a sales transaction.
Okay. But my question is like how the system will identify that thing.
Let's consider it as a sales transaction.
Okay.
And yes, let's consider it as a sale transaction, and whatever amount is there, consider you have, I mean, see, it is like there are two cases, right? One, let's consider as a separate as an advanced transaction, but this only will reside into the car, but it won't go to the S4. It will be there in the car only, right? It won't be posted into the S4. And now when you have an actual transaction, that actual transaction will be treated and will be moved to a S4.
Okay, with the same customer if he purchased something in future. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the other scenario. I mean, basically, see, all this treatment we have to define based on the conversation with the customer.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Got it.
Clear,
like this, we need to create as a check tasks. Also, we need to create as per customer requirement how the things will come upon in future also.
Can you repeat?
Like, see, if we create any check tasks now, like for financial also we have one more task. Like on the time we need to create one more task, right? Like for example, if the customer, how can the system will identify the same customer is coming and purchasing already paid in advance? That is my question. Hello.
Can you just repeat the last one?
Like, see, how the system will identify that? See, if the same customer is purchased that advanced amount once he previously paid. That is my question.
But not paid. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Purchase but not paid.
Purchase but not paid. Yeah, that is also there. I mean, it falls into the same category. Only thing here, we are not posting anything to the S4. We are
Target.
only
Yeah.
the
Okay. Okay.
definition.
No, it will be generally decided from the POS end, right? Like what is the tender, what is the amount is there, and the rest amount, the pending amount, we are generating a credit note for the customer, and that information will be flow to car. So car will not decide whether it is decided from the POS end and it is flowing to the information we are getting, right, from car side.
Yeah.
We are getting from the POS system, but see, if you are buying a item and it has some value, say 10,000, and the tender is not matching to the 10,000, it is an issue. It always has to match with that whatever the value, the sale
Exactly.
value. It always has to
No,
match with the sale value.
no, but for my
Yeah.
doubt actually, if that is the case, okay, how it is physically, dealt with? Because see, if somebody is giving some amount and that amount would be registered somewhere in the POS, right? So
Correct,
the
correct.
information is like correct.
So that's what I'm saying.
So
That information comes to the car. It will be there
hmm,
within the car. So I
hmm.
told you, right? It depends on how do you want to design the system, right? We are thinking how do we design it?
No,
How do
got it.
we
Yeah, got it. Got it. As now I got it. Yeah.
No,
Hmm?
suppose no,
Now,
this is for my doubt actually. Maybe
yeah.
I'm
I
not able
understood.
to understand the system of
I'm
car.
explaining. I'm trying to explain you. So what I'm trying to say what I'm trying to say, somebody paid advance, correct? That's the question. Now, this advance amount, for that we can generate a transaction. It's not as an advance, we will generate an transaction. Yes, as you said, what we can do here, we will do whatever amount he paid. For that, we will say, hey, this is the amount we received into one transaction, one tender, and we'll have another tender. The tender itself stands for dues.
Okay.
That's supposed to come. We are not yet received. But this whole
But the
transaction will,
tender will come without taxes and details. Got it.
yes. No,
Okay.
I mean, it's not yet delivered. It will be there in the car workbench, but not sent to the S4.
Not
So
sent to
what?
car.
What
Yeah.
the steps you understood? It is a transaction. Somebody is buying something, but somebody is
Mm.
not buying something in one shot. First transaction, advance. Second transaction, delivery or the actual transaction. So which involve two steps, step one and step two. Now, how do you handle the step one is based on the business, how they want it, and how we can provide. So if you ask me, I will consider it as an advanced sale transaction and I will do it as a separate sale transaction. I don't do it as a finance and then sales. But
Okay. Okay.
if the
As
customer
per
is
your
requesting me,
perspective.
no,
Okay.
no, 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 we wanted to post this information into the FI. We wanted this information up to date because the delivery, because he paid advance. You don't know when he will take, right? He will take after a week. I mean, say, consider in this example. So what
Yeah.
will happen? So what will happen? Now the customer says, no. We received amount. It should go to the system because we have to generate it, taxes and other things, right? It all depends on the requirement. Now when he says that, you cannot hold the sales transaction in the car, right? You have to send this information to the S4. So in this situation, what we can do? Okay, no, in the end, let's plan to send as a separate FA document as an advance payment, so that the moment you get the transaction happens, it goes and sits into the S4. It creates an accounting document. Whatever relevant things will happen, it will happen to that. Now the next thing is, when the actual transaction happens, how do you handle that tender? That's the question. So since there is already some payment already went, now the remaining only will go. The other tender will be like stopped. So other tender, you define it as a advanced tender payment is already done, kind of one tender you define. Now this value comes to the car, but it won't go to the S4. What goes to the S4? The remaining whatever amount is there, that goes to the S4. So
Okay.
here the tender, right? Now I spoke about the one transaction. Now within the transaction, you can have a multiple payments. When I say multiple payments, right, you can split. Let's say one time you paid with a cash, one time with a card, one time with the voucher, right? So consider like this multiple. Or with card only, like you use 2-3 cards for a bigger transaction. You know, right? Like whenever we spend, like if something went like 2-3 lakhs, so we divide, or even not lakhs, like when but within 1 lakh itself, like sometimes we split into different cards for some reason, right? In a situation, what happens? You will have two different line items, two tender items you will have. Similarly, in this advanced scenario, we can have any number of tender. Any questions? If everybody is good, then I will pause the session here. We will resume after 10:05.
So what I understood here
Sorry, pardon, Arun.
yeah, so what I understood is suppose this kind of transaction it is there for the advance payment, it would be whatever the payment it is done, that is from to ASP, but whatever the payment is, the pending amount, that is not been processed to ASP, and that is still in the CAR system open.
Correct. You are right. Absolutely.
Till that is been closed to invoice.
Once again, the same customer will come and purchase something, and then we will push the as a shares transaction to target. Correct, right?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Yeah. Thanks.
So pausing the session now. It's 9:06. So I'll resume after 9:16.
Yeah, okay, fine. No.
I'll try to wind up the session a little early.
Yeah, but we have discussed that requirement thing now. We will please explain elaborately, like 10 minutes, like after 9:16 only, no problem. Not in the
No. So the problem, I'm just thinking I have to step out for something. I will try to explain a bit. So do you have a time?
Yeah.
So these are the data validations happens within the the car workbench. First thing, the store. I mean, all these informations are like from the POS transaction. We read the transaction. I mean, when processing it, we'll check whether the store exists, article exists, EN code exists, and unit of measure exists, and is it a duplicate transaction, right? I mean, when I say duplicate, the same transaction with the same transaction number, right? Is it a duplicate transaction, and is there any gap in the SIP number, and the data is too old or in future? That's what I'm referring, like the retention period. And in case if there is any credit card information provided, like whether we can validate whether it is correct and incorrect, and then providing the link between the loyalty card and customer ID exists. So these are, if you ask me, not really implemented in every environment. It's a rarely used features, but we have it, and if required, we will implement. We'll have to implement. Okay, and then these are the additional checks, like the value of the sale amount should be equal to your tenders. If there is any the difference, then that will be in the error state. And then register closing and the aggregated sales movements. I told you, right, at the end of the day sales. So in end of the day sales, if you have any differences between what is there with the cashier tender totals and then aggregated sales, then that's also a problem. Same thing with this is for sale and this is for the tender. Okay, tender closing and the sales closing. This is, and regarding the discount as well, in case whatever is there in the the end of the day activity transaction, if you have something, the discount, if it is not matching with a discount, then that's also a check which makes that end of the day transaction fair. Register closing, taxes, same thing, and the store and tills successfully balanced or not, like all the stores and then tills means the POS itself again, so are balanced. So these are the checks, the standard checks, I would say, are available. Now out of these checks, we can decide, hey, this number gaps, like we don't need that number gaps, right? They don't worry whether the sequencing is missed or not. Like after 100, you're expecting a 101, but let's say you got a transaction of 105. Then you say, hey, there is a gap here, and then that makes an error. You can make it as an error, that 105 transaction, saying that, hey, there is a gap in the previous one and now, so that we can configure to make the transaction failure. But in the real scenarios, I see that earlier people used to use, but nowadays no one is really interested in using the transaction receipt number gaps, because we use the alphanumeric one nowadays. The rest, I think you are already familiar. We spoke a lot about this, and this is also. Any questions here?
As per your experience, which are the ones which are commonly used in the every project?
Except so here, right? Receipt number gaps is not very. I mean, earlier it used to be. Nowadays, nobody is really interested in this one.
Okay.
These are also not very common.
Okay.
Rest are, I'm not going to say common. Rest are mandatory.
Okay, mandatory. Okay.
This is. I'm talking about this one. This is the master data, and this is the balancing check we refer it as. So here, these 4 you are seeing, right?
Yeah.
Again, the first one, the value of sale movement equal to value of payment. That is also for sure we have to implement. These, if somebody is implementing that end of the day transaction for reconciliation purpose, then you need this.
Okay.
Let me go back to I told you, right? Out of all of these transactions, not necessarily everybody will implement this.
Okay.
Somebody is implementing some transactions, at the end of the day transactions, Why they will implement? Because they want to do a reconciliation, right? If somebody want to do a reconciliation within a car workbench, then they will have to implement this transaction. And when they implement the transaction, how do they do a reconciliation, right? So this is that reconciliation. So maybe in layman terminology, I'll try to explain you. So what is this transaction? Is it a sale transaction? No. Is it FI? No. Is it a goods movement? No. It's not even control transaction. So what exactly it is? Now, and as an end of the day activity, what is this the cashier does? Okay, I'm done with the session, or we are closing the store, right? Not session, I would say, consider closing the store. So when he's closing the store for a day, I mean, as an end of the day activity, so it generates a transaction which will have total number of sales happen for that day on the POS machine. Okay, one. Second, the amount how much is collected from that machine. So some he collected with a cash, card, voucher, right? All the information will be there at a different this thing. So that information will be with him, and also along with when I say sale, right, it will have the sales amount, tax value, discount amount, all that information will be there as part of this transaction. Yeah. So at the end of the day transaction will, it will consist all sales related, whatever happened on that POS machine for that day. So once you have that information, it will come to the car. So in car workbench, once it reaches, what we will do? Okay. Now it comes to the car, right? Now we define a task. What is the task does? Okay, now the sale amount which is there in that sales transaction here, and compare it with the number of sales reached in the car system. Now it does the summation of the sale which is reached to the car against this particular transaction. When it does the matching, ideally it should get matched. Similarly, the discount also should get matched. And then the tenders, right? The cash, whatever he has and whatever is came as part of a sales transaction, that also should get matched. Sometimes what happens, they will enter into the system as a cash, but actually they take a card. Such things. But it used to be more error earlier days. Nowadays is we see very, very less number of issues here, because now the POS systems are mature enough to select the right payment of mode, because it works in that way, right? So for doing that, I mean, master data validation and as part of our pipe, like inbound processing, these are some of the HANA views, VDMs, that we were listed here for enrichment as well as the validations. I want to show these details, actually these views within our system, but I didn't get an access. Maybe Monday session I will show you everything. Okay. Yeah, but these are the HANA views. Basically like the slash material, right? What it does, it will have all the tables like mark and then not just the right, you have material description is also required. All the table information will be there. I mean, will be joined together, and then this is that you stands for, and then this is the international number, your G10, however you refer it, G10 or AN, right? That's what it is. And then this is the unit of measure, and this is for the plan, and then cost determination. This is the material plan combination data is there or not, and material accounting data. This is distribution of header taxes and tenders. Yeah, this is. But I would say you don't have to remember any of these. These are like technical. You only have to worry like, okay, there is some VDA which does which is already delivered by standard like material, and this is responsible for saying it. Now when you see any issues, right, and you have to reach out to that engineering team or a development team asking them, hey, we see that this thing got failed, can you check whether the replication is fine? Or what they will do, they will come here, they will run this view and see if that is coming or not, or they will drill down to the tables, and if they see any problem with the replication, they'll say there is a problem. Or if they don't see that, if the information is already there is something else actually. But as I mentioned, right, most of the scenarios, the issue is only we realize with the system. And we have multiple reports for processing our sales transactions, and then looking into the error logs, and for scheduling, like we can even schedule process. No one does the manual processing in the production environment. Everything we will schedule it. I will show you. I don't want to show in this part so much. Now, point of sale data.
it comes to the car. I mean, this is a two-way, right? I mean, this way or that way they have written it. But consider like it comes to the car using ETL tool, SAP. It comes to the car inbound. It will be stored into a inbound queue. From inbound queue, once we process it, it will store into the TLAGF table. And then from the TLAGF, so in the TLAGF table, during that process, we will do all the validations against the HANA models. That's a VDM, so I'm referring. Once all the transactions processed successfully, that information, those sales data will be pushed to our ERP using a pipe outbound dispatcher. So that will be the your WPUs, WP bone or FA transaction or inventory transactions. Okay, and loyalty is something there. Like in case if somebody is implementing a CRM, that information also will be replicated. I told you right earlier. Yeah, loyalty, such things. If somebody is really implementing that loyalty program with a car and CRM, that is in where you require that additional touch-up, like the enhancements here. So that is the thing. You already aware from ERP we do get the SLT tables, and this on these SLT tables we do have a HANA mediums, and that will be used for processing your TLAGF tables. So this is it. That's it. And these are all the additional tools which actually extract the data from the VDMs. It's not just the VDMs of CAR, S4. All these will be used for doing these activities. Not going more in detail, you already gone through it. So this is how the POS workbench look like. I'll stop here. Let me show you the system. Are you able to see the system now?
Not yet.
Okay. Let me hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes.
So this is the car system. This is the Mon 0 T code. See, for all the car POS DTA related T codes, starts with /POS DW / and then it actually starts the remaining. Okay, this POS DW is the prefix for all the POS DTA car transactions.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Do you have sandboxes for practice purpose, like for us?
Yes, Karen. Still seeing SAP screen or something else?
Your mail ID.
It was there. Now it is disconnected.
Yeah, somebody's
Yes.
asking something. Yeah.
No, like, do you have sandboxes for practice purpose? Must.
Yes, I think we will provide the system. Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah, got it. Thank you.
Supporting, can you confirm like when it can be available for users? I think when we keep progressing, it will be given to you. The systems, it is available for me right now, and I think for you, once the setup is done, I think when we are at that moment, it will be given to you.
Okay, got it.
So this is the T code. That's a Mon 0. That's a monitoring. We have Mon 0, 1, 2, 3. Consider only Mon 0. When you say Mon 0, what happens? It actually considers the state. So Mon 0, like 1, 0, 1, 2 is also there. 1, 2 basically just change the posting date, nothing else. Okay. This is the initial screen. Just a second. So this is the initial screen for a POS workbench. You have multiple selections here: store, sales org, distribution channel, and the store group. Okay. So what is it, right? Now we are launching POS workbench with the. Now you want to see the sales for a particular store, and then you put a store date there, store number. Otherwise, you can go like individual transaction header level as well. So here you have options. The posting date, based on the posting date, you can provide key between what dates you wanted, or you wanted like greater than. It's a 3 years yesterday. Like by default, if you go with Mon 0, it comes like the yesterday's date. And now what you wanted to see here, you are interested to see the transactions which are reverse transactions. You wanted to see task with error, like transactions with error state, or transactions with a warning state, or if you want to see transactions which are not processed, the transactions are successfully completed, right? And now you just enable like what and all you wanted to take. It's like that. Okay. And then if you come down, so where are we interested in basically? So we are interested in sales transactions, totals, finance transactions, goods movement, reversal transactions, or control transactions, and not defined. You may ask question, hey, you not spoke about this not defined transaction. Not defined is the transactions which doesn't comes under any of these categories. So from the source, we get some transaction transaction comes into the car with invalid transaction type code. In that scenario, it will be marked as a not defined. Okay. Now, any one of you are assigned for fixing POS workbench error transactions, then your job is okay. See, is there any transactions which are not defined, which means the transaction type code itself is a wrong. Okay, that way you can filter out the information. As and we don't have a data, by Monday I will try to have some information here, some test data. I'll try to have some test data here. So when you search for it, right, it says that no data exists for the selection, but if when you have data, ideally it will go to the next screen, which is shown here, the previous slide. And now there is another selection also here that if you wanted to filter the data based on the the specific index. So it's a combination that you want to do for a store, because it's a huge volume. In the production environment, it's a huge volume. So you want to do it based on a store, and then you put the posting date, and then further you want to have a filters. That is the transaction index you can have a transaction index, the POS number, the transaction number, or the transaction type code here. You see there are predefined the transaction type codes are available here. Sales transaction, void sale, suspended sale, other sales transaction. See here we have different transaction types we have. I'll go more in detail. Okay. And whatever you are seeing here, everything is coming for a profile type 001, which is a default profile provided by standard. And whenever we implement, right, we always have a new profile type. Like as per our naming convention, based on the customer, we will give some name there. So that profile will be used. And the start of transaction, let's say you wanted to check, you don't have much information, but you know there is a timing and you want to get, like you don't know the store, but you want to get based on a start time of the transaction and all that, so you can get it. These are the additional filters at header level. Here is item. We should have item also. Not sure why it is not coming. So we will have item also. Okay, this is a header, right? Similarly, you will have an item as well. So here we can select it have item as well. I'll check why it is not there. So what happens here? You get an additional option of item. When you go inside, you will have option to select based on the article or EAN number, right? And even the tax type or discount type, that information also we can able to get. So this is about selection screen. As and we don't have a data, so I'm not going to the next screen. Now I'm switching back to the screen. Are you able to see the presentation?
No.
All right. Okay. So once we are inside the transaction, the POS non-zero transaction, the screen will look like this. Okay. POS transactions and the POS aggregate. POS aggregates I will discuss later. Focus on POS transactions. In the POS transactions, you see here inbound monitoring, and inside that you have the posting date. This is for that particular posting date, and this is the store. You see this like 243158. This is a one store, and similarly you have 61, 62, 63. These are all store numbers. And within that store number, within that store, you have a sales transactions, total records, the control transactions, right? These are all the different type of transactions are there, and you can see the number of transactions here. Sales are 2824, and total transactions are 10. Like you see the count here. And for those transactions, when I say revenue, like the sale amount, right? So for these many number of sale records, and this is the amount what we have here. And you see a red color, what does it mean? These are the error transactions in the workbench. Let's say in this example, there are 3 error transactions are there, and the revenue for it is 4175. Okay. And whatever you're seeing here on the green, which are successfully processed. And there will be another one also there, that is something like processed. Okay, processed. What is the meaning of unprocessed? These transactions have come to the car, but they are not yet processed. Okay, I'll explain you like when we are into the system. This is about this workbench, and similarly you will have once you go inside the sales, right, we can see more detail of that particular transaction. I'll try to prepare all the test data and everything. I think by Monday session we should be ready with everything. So this is the the positive flow. So initially we get a data from, the diagram is showing IDOC or a service call, right? So the initially we get the data feed into the car. Okay, that's an inbound queue, we refer it. So, and it will be saved into the fast DWBIBQ. Okay, and this is actually a database table. Okay, and we have a T code called QMON, and with the QMON, what will happen? We try to reprocess those transactions, and then once you process those transactions, it comes and saves into the TLOGF table. TIBQ, it is in the binary format. Basically, you cannot read what it is, but the information what we have is store, business, date, the timing when the transaction got reached. So that information we have, and the rest is the binary. All the data is actually in the binary state. In the past, DW is TLOGF. Once the data got processed, this is how data will be stored here. And now the T code what we use is the mon0 T code what we used. Okay, and from here, once data comes here, right, now we have something called fast DW PDS, that is a pipe dispatcher we call. So within a transaction, you do have a multiple transactions, right? Multiple tasks. Those tasks will be processed with a PDS. Ideally scenario, everything we automate it. No one will run these things individually. But there are cases manually when you go and fix particular transaction, that point of time you have to run it manually. That's one thing. And there is another table called TLUS, that is unprocessed. So when there is any transactions comes to the car workbench, like TLUGF table, what will happen? There is an entry will be created into the TLUG US table. So what does it mean? That the transaction comes into the but not yet sent to the S4. So that is the meaning of having an unprocessed sale entry here. Now, once the once the transactions are being pushed to the S4 via the POOM or POOMs, there is an aggregator, right? In case of POOMs, what happens here? It will have an additional step where we do aggregates. We create an aggregates, and then the aggregates goes to the S4. So whenever we send this information here, automatically the data which is there in the unprocessed log table will get deleted because you have processed the sales from the car. That's the reason it will get deleted from here. So this is the one. And once you have aggregates get created, the T code for is TLOG DW, fast DW, outbound dispatcher. This is the T code what we have. With this T code, basically we egress out the data from car to the S4. Again, all of these transactions for a testing purpose and all we use in the dev environment, QA environment, we manually try to process. But in production environment, everything we will automate. Basically, when you say automate, we create a background jobs. Any questions here?
Fast DW/TIBQ is there, na? In the second step. That is the table, okay?
Yes, it's a table.
So what it stores there means in the table what
entries queue ka entries.
It's an inbound queue entries.
Inbound queue, SMQ to no.
Pardon?
SMQ to entries only, right?
Although it is
no, those are different queues actually. SMQ to Q1, those are you are talking about RFC inbound, right?
Okay.
These are car things. So we have the POS transactions, right? The POS transactions are coming from outside of car, from POS system, put it into the FTP server, and then you have an in between SAP PO you have. Let's say SAP PO for now. Okay. Our SAP PA system, what it does, it reads that file from the server and then try to push that information into the car. So when it is pushed that information, so consider that's an RFC Bubby call. It pushes that information, so that information will be staged into a TIBQ table.
Okay.
It's a staging basically. It will stage, it will store that information into this past DW TIBQ table. So once it has that information here, and then the next step would be processing these transactions, and then it will actually create an entry into the TLOGF table. So the format here is not readable format, it's a binary format. You cannot understand what data it is. But when it comes to the TLOGF, it does everything and it will get saved. I know I will go more in detail, but if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask.
But it is a standard table, na?
Means everything is a standard. Whatever we are talking here, everything is a standard.
Okay, okay, okay. So if we will go in that table, we will find data, or means once that queue is cleared, then nothing is there. So
Yes. No, in two ways, right? So in the ideal scenario, when the transactions get processed, you have to delete it.
okay,
I mean,
okay.
not delete. What is the requirement to have that transaction into the queue, right? But
Correct, correct.
it is also a configurable that you want to delete it or not.
Okay,
It is up to us you want to, but we will only keep it open in the development of QA environments, not even QA in the develop environments, because you said something, right? And then you wanted to see whether it is moved or not moved, because you can see the status of having a gray,
yeah,
which is an unprocessed, green for successfully completed, red for failure, right? Now, during the
yeah,
development stage, to understand whether it's been done or not, we don't delete it. But once we're done with the base configuration and we are confident about whatever we did, right? And that's where we enable, like, okay, once the transaction successfully processed, you just delete it.
okay, okay, okay. It means it is like T-log S table only, means the entries will get removed.
T-log?
SS. In T-log S also the entries will be removed after.
When you say T-log S, you are referring to
US.
USDM?
See, there are two T-log, no? T-log F and T-log S in this diagram.
The T-log F and T-log S, where is S?
US. This
yeah.
yeah. So in T-log F, the entries are permanently saved, no? But in T-log US, the entries will be removed after processing that, no?
Correct.
So,
Similar, but the purpose is different. This is like
purpose is different.
And this is also kind of a staging for unprocessed. So this will be deleted once the data is processed into the workbench. This will be deleted once the data is moved out of CAR.
Understood. Okay.
So these are the IDOCs, WPUMs, WP tab for tender, WP FIB is for finance transaction, WP BW is for the inventory, this thing, and we also have WP Bone also we have. I think it's not mentioned here. That is for the sales detail transaction. Okay. RSA 7, not really interested in it. Okay. This is okay. This is you leave the below part. Okay. Just focus on the top. Are you able to see SAP screen now?
No.
No?
Yeah, no, it is.
It's visible.
Customer specific enhancements and body.
Okay.
Wanted it for IDOC, right?
But before landing to the IDOC level, it should reflect in this IMG, not IMG, sorry, in Mon0 also, na? In Workbench also it should reflect the same thing, na?
You said it is already configured, right?
No, see, right now the configuration is done as per the basic standard, means that tax discount and sales is reflecting it. But we have to add this extra segment. See, taxes we can again configure in tax level only, but the another segment is there, na? That where we will place, that is the main question. One solution is that we can send that data also in tax segment, but except that, is there any other way to push that data also in the transaction level?
No. You're saying, tell me one thing. Are you able to see that information in Mon0 or not?
No. Right now it is not there.
But you mentioned it is configured. So what I understood is it is done from the interface side. Is that what you're saying?
Let me share you my screen.
He shared you yesterday, na? That was XML format from this POS team is there, no?
POS team.
They and PI team has linked. But right now in CAR system, we have to consume this data, na? So for that, see, the tax section is there that we can configure in tax. That is not an issue. But the rest of the amount is there, na? That amount, where we will place that's the question.
Aryan, that's why I see here, you can check here. This is you can check my screen, na? Like, are you able to see?
You are using S proxy? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I previously explained, like SFTP. Yeah. See, actually, these are the fields which we are using for this tax purposes.
Okay.
In XIPO, they can able to map it as a IG tax and all. Okay, no problem.
Understood.
Yeah. What about this extra tax code tax rate? We are going to ask you. Like, it should be placed in TLOG-F now, while aggregation time it should pick from TLOG-F table only.
Giving that information you wanted as an aggregated also.
We have to send it to S4 also, no?
Under PIMS, yeah, S4 also. Under
then
PIMS,
aggregated information.
Yeah.
And then it's not a small work.
That's what I did.
Then you have to enhance the aggregation tables as well.
Okay.
You have to enhance the aggregation tables. Once you enhance the aggregation tables, and then you should be able to send that information. Again, I given that IDOC thing, right? So that's the place where you have to put that information. But before to that, you had to make the functional configuration to bring that information into the car. That's step one. Step two will be the enhancing the aggregation tables. Step two, and in between, you have to write a piece of code to do the mapping of these DLAGF tables into those aggregation tables.
Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which business process is enhanced by SAP CAR's predictive analytics? Option A, inventory counting. Option B, customer churn prediction. Option C, employee scheduling. Option D, financial auditing. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at retail data and sales? Our SAP CAR course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP CAR. It's like a smart system for tracking sales and stock across all stores in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome chance to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP CAR Pro? Sign up for our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
We'll start with the OEA architecture. That's the plan for this week. In case in between, if you have any questions regarding the lab thing, please don't hesitate to ask. Let me share my screen. It's all done. Hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. So what do? There are multiple the POS DTA related T codes. First, I will explain you one by one and what and all functionalities we have in POS DTA. Right? I'll go one by one T code. Then we'll try to create one transaction decision. See how it is generating the IDOC. Still, the SLT setup is not yet done, so I can't do much on the posting some transactions, processing, and all that. That takes time. So, but meanwhile, I'll try to cover that end-to-end cycle of POS inbound engine, like the pipe what we refer. So when we send the POS transactions from external systems, some third-party vendors to a car, right, using a middleware ETL tool, could be our SAP PIPO or any other third party. The data comes and stays into a POS inbound queue table. Okay, that is BIBQ. Let me share you the screen. In case if you don't know any of these common transactions, transaction code, to let me know. As I mentioned earlier, any T code or table, right, it starts with POS DW for POS DTA module. I mentioned you right. This is the staging table, that is a POS DW DIBQ. So what it contains, the retail store ID, business date, date, and then a unique GUID and the timestamp when the transaction reaches to the car. That's the timestamp. And then the transaction count. Consider a file, the JSON or XML file reaches to the car. It contains the more than one transaction, right? So what happens? There are two cases. There are cases where the customer, you get the transaction feed into the car, like one-to-one mapping. What I mean? So for each transaction in a POS environment, you get a file generated and that file will be pushed to a car. And there are cases from the POS machine, they generate each 10 minutes or something. In the 10 minutes period, whatever the transactions happens within the POS machine will be generated a one file, and that file will be given, which means in a single file you will have a more than one transaction. So when you see it here, it's a single file, so you will see a single entry here, but only the transaction count indicates that how many transactions are there in that table, in that record. And the record status, whether it's ready for processing and it got error while processing, and whether it's completed with the warning and the completed. So grayed out red, yellow, and gray. Okay. And this is where we spoke last time. Hey, what do we do with the transactions which are in completed state? So what do we do generally? We will mark it as a deleted. As soon as the transaction gets completed, it will automatically get deleted in these two stages. The other stage is ready. Obviously, it should stay in the workbench. In case of error, it will also stay in the workbench. In the ideal scenario, I mean, in the production environment, you rarely see error in the workbench itself. You may see during development QA environments, but not in the production environment.
And in that status, what will be the difference between that completed and completed with warning? What extra will be there when warning will also be there?
So sometimes what happens, we define a task, okay, and in the task, say the cost is not maintained for a material, okay.
Okay.
So the cost determination task, when it is get executed, it doesn't find the cost for that material. Generally, we will just give it as a warning message. We don't say it as an error, right? Because that is what is the cost is doing end of the day. That is only for a reporting purpose, analytics purpose, not for really processing, sending iDocs from the car to S4. No, that information is only for reporting purpose. And if there is any such problem with the cost determination, we will only give a warning message. We're not really interested in fixing.
Cost you are referring to the billing amount, that cost you are talking about, which cost it is, means that sales amount you are saying?
Yes, you have a sale amount and you have a cost. That's the actual cost to the retailer.
That's MRP.
MRP, yeah, for our terminology, it's an MRP basically. No, I can't say MRP. MRP is the actual sale amount. And you have something normal called like actual sale amount. Let's say you have MRP of 60, we don't say it is. And then, but the product is sold for 50. That is your actual sale amount. So here okay. And then we have the cost. But what is the actual cost of the product? It's not 60, it's not 55, it is a 30. That's the cost for that.
Okay. The making cost, not taking manufacturing costs.
Yes. There's always difference, right? The cost and the price is always difference. Price is something which we are linked to the consumer. Cost is something that to manufacture that product, how much it costed, like manufacturing and even at the.
Understood. So that data is also stored in our system.
Yes. I mean, it will be determined and stored for that specific transaction because the cost varies, right? Based on it keeps varying every other day. So we store that information. I mean, we determine the cost for that material and then stores into the car logger table because we should know during that particular transaction what is the cost.
Okay.
Because that is essential for any analytics. Whenever they see, hey, they have few set of inventory staged into this particular store, and now how they will determine the valuation out of it, right? I think the cost is something it places a role. Of course, we have another this is from the cost point of view, but we have an inventory module and inventory visibility module. There also we get the valuation for that inventory. That is also there. It's like two options you have.
Okay.
And then here object key, object, this both you can ignore. And then when it comes to the object key, it will have some unique number. Maybe when we post something, it will consider these are like a technical fields where it will holds the unique information. This is system log. System is actually like from this system the transaction has came and reached. So that is something that we will add it here. Let's say you get this transaction from specific system, right? A geo-based system. So they pass that information that will become and the same thing with how does this particular whatever the transaction is stays right here in the BQ table. So is that created from BAPI? This thing you did it using iDoc, or you created from the workbench. We have an option of XML upload, right? Or we call this one ext. So we have all the details, the origin of that POS transaction. Right? That's it. That's a SOA service what you guys are doing, right? The proxy in your and the client environment which you're working. That's a SOA service.
Okay. So generally, which way we are sending the data means most of the projects use which out of these?
Yes, most. So the first option, right, the copy pass create, that's the one we generally create. Yeah. And this one also there, the RFC model, it all depends basically. A SOA service is something that it all depends under the data, how you are sending it. But what I have seen, these two, 1 and 5 are the general.
Okay. But I have one doubt. That in our project, we are getting the XML files also in Moni, XSMB Moni. We are able to check the XML files also, what and from the POS we are getting. And that as proxy also we were using earlier. And W02, we are able to check the IDOCs also for the same thing. So, things, are we using the three things or how is it working? Means why for three things we are able to see in our system, then exactly how will it be working?
See here, we can send using IDOC or RFC call, right?
Okay, yeah.
Now, whatever information you are seeing in W05 for IDOCs, those are not inbound.
Okay.
They are outbound.
Okay.
Okay. And the IDOC structure is the same even here or here. So the information, whatever you have, that's very limited information. That's the reason nobody uses the IDOC for inbound into the car.
Okay.
Whatever the IDOCs you're seeing, everything is outbound. If you go and see, I think it will be 02. It's outbound IDOC. It's not inbound. Okay, that's what you can do. First, that's the second. You mentioned you're able to see XML. Maybe I'll get back to you what you are referring. I understood what you said. I'll get back to you because for others it's very new and they're not really aware of what we are talking. I'll slowly go and then they will be able to understand like what you are referring. But again, right? I mean, this origin, if you realize, it's not really that critical for us to remember or understand. You can say that there are multiple things. This XML is okay, and this XML is something that all these are like the public create and even exit also, we can directly post from this transaction. These are again in the environment scenarios. You have to remember, like, I think it is a TA, BQ or SOA service in the production environment if you see. But normally this we will do. But again, I will just cross check that what it will be. So what is this XML upload? Yes, from the workbench also we can see the transaction in XML. So that XML you can download it. So when it will be useful, right? There was some issue and now you are working on fixing that issue. And before fixing, you should understand it, what's happening. Basically during the debugging process, if somebody wants to have same transaction in QA, right? I mean, whatever is there in the production environment, you want to take the same data and load into the QA, and then you want to to perform certain operations. In that scenario, what we will, you go to the workbench and you select that relevant transactions, whatever you wanted to use it for validation, so that we can import into an XML. And that's import I'm referring. Once you have that XML, and then we can come to a different environment, and here we can upload it. So that is what is there, XML upload functionality. Yeah. But I'll show you. See, whatever I'm saying, it's not over just like that. I will show each and everything in the system itself. This is about the table. Now let's go back to the T code. Okay, let me generate lab content. Just give me a sec. The next T code, be able to see the right hand side window.
Yes.
Okay, post DW Q. This is the T code. So this is the T code. Now, so what is this T code? Earlier you have seen the table. That's a TABQ. That's at table level and database level. Basically, you're trying to see that what data has stored. But this is the actual T code where you can visit the T code and see the list of transactions which are yet to processed. I think this is the common table in the T code during the process. I mean, it's very helpful for production, dealing with the production environment issues. So I'll tell you the scenarios. There are scenarios, somebody complains that, hey, the past workbench for sales, we are seeing the count is very less. So can someone help us understand that what is the problem, right? So first thing from car perspective, see if somebody is saying that there are less number of sales or there are some missing sales in the car environment, the first thing what we have to see, are these sales reached the car or not? That will be the primary thing we have to see. So one is you can go to the directly to the database table and see that how many entries are there, right? That gives the clear picture. Oh, okay, these many transactions are stuck and yet to get processed in the queue. So that is a one primary. And second, this key code help you to understand what was happened. Okay. So we can come here and provide which store date you're trying to see. Okay. And when you execute, it will give you the list of transactions for that given selection. So we are starting with some particular store and posting it, and then it will display all the list of transactions which are yet to get processed from the inbound queue. And then you select the transaction, you say, hey, now process it, right? And so what it does, the list of tasks are associated, configured for that transaction type will get executed. And then once the transaction completely gets executed, the status changes from new to complete. Okay. And you have an option of deletion. You want to delete some entries from here, you can go ahead with the deletion. The rest are like log entries in case somebody want to export and all those details. As I mentioned earlier, you don't have much information here to read the transaction. It is only the store, from which store you got, what is the posting date, the business date for that transaction. Next, agreed, let me agreed, the transaction type stamp. So this is the timestamp of TAPQ entry. When the transaction reaches to the car, that I think these are very helpful. Mainly this is helpful for us to understand, hey, since how long the transactions are stuck in the car environment, car workbench. Rest, as I mentioned, right, this information, nothing much we can understand, mainly the content wise if you see. Aspect system is the source from where the transaction is. And in the production environment, we don't do a deletion and even you don't do a processing. You can ask the question, then why this transaction, right? There are very specific scenarios, like kind of say there are some late sales which are stuck in the environment, and the business given a confirmation that we don't require these late sales anymore, right? In that scenario, you can come here and then you can delete this whatever the transactions which are, let's say, beyond 2 years or 1 year, somebody confirms you. So that's where we do a deletion. I believe you are already aware of the firefighter access for the production environment. Anyone has any questions on the firefighter?
Can you elaborate that one?
Can you please repeat?
No, I said like fighter IDs we are having. I mean, we know the concept, like what is satisfaction. So
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. See, my intention is to understand everybody's aware of what is firefighter. That's it.
yes.
No, not that much away. Can you elaborate?
So it's not that every organization go with the firefighter concept, but if you see any well managed organization, they will have a firefighter concept. I mean, they implement the firefighter concept.
And then
What
this
is
is
the firefighter?
FFID, whatever you are
Exactly.
using.
Exactly. What is the firefighter? It's like FFID, we say firefighter, FFID. So for no one has access to the production environment to make any changes. Okay. And now when somebody wants to do some manual activity, consider here, right? You want to delete some entries because there is some exceptional scenario and the business given a confirmation and you want to delete those entries. In that scenario, your IT doesn't have an access to delete. Like, let's say everything will be grayed out for you. Even I would say some cases you don't even access to the T code and the production environment.
Okay.
In those scenarios, we use the firefighter. So what is this firefighter? This is a system user or not system. It's a FF user where it will have more access based on that. If it is a functional, you will have a functional user ID. If it's a basis, you will have a basis. For security, have a separate security. And if anybody from engineering or the development, they will have a separate set of FF user ID. So there are some dedicated authorizations which we provided for it. So what whenever you have to do such kind of activity, you request for that FF access. Once you got that access, you will log on with that specific FF user access into the system, and then you delete this. So then what is the difference between our user and FF access? One is that FF access has an additional authorization. Second, It's not just the authorization. Why we need all the setup? Whatever activity you do, that will be recorded for that user. Okay, and that will be used for auditing purpose. So we have a track of all the activity, whatever being done in the production environment. So that's the significance of having an access. So this processing deletion, right, in the normally restricted even in the production environment. Question: why they are restricted? Because there will be an jobs already being scheduled which runs every 10 minutes to process all the transactions. Then what is the need to process it manually, right? And we configure in a way that all the transactions which are successfully completed will automatically delete from the invoice queue. So there is no necessity to delete them manually. But only thing here we keep it. So only in the development QA environments you may have that situation, but in the production you never have it. Okay, but you require this access in the production environment to deal with some specific scenarios. I told you like the late sale is the one of the scenario. Pardon? Okay. When I say late sale, don't get confused with the late sales which we spoke on the post working side. I mentioned it. That's a little different, and this is a little different. So there are some sales which stuck in the inbound queue, and your jobs are not picking up these transactions because they are way behind the selection criteria. Say you went live with the car and with the car system, say date, say 1st of June the car system went live, and then but somehow you got some sales from 1st of January. Right? Somehow you got the sale from 1st of January from the store, and they are stuck in the system. Basically, your job doesn't pick up because you defined in a way that you process everything whatever comes from the 1st of June. Not necessarily that you provide a restriction, but instead that you provide a restriction. That scenario, what happens? Whatever the transactions comes before 1st of June will be stuck in the car, right? So at some point you have to do a cleanup. So that's where you require the deletion thing. And processing manually, there will be some specific scenarios where during holiday seasons, the sales will be very huge compared to the regular. Consider in India, I think I asked everybody, right? Everybody's from India, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. No, why I'm asking this question. So my examples goes more of India. If you say you are from US, then I'll try to put more from the US examples. Yeah, that's what. So in India, we have something like big billion days. I think when you have a need or not, you try to make some shopping, right? That's how that environment gets created. So so everybody tend to make some shopping and create more transactions. So what happens? The regular sales will be like 10 times of 10 times during that period compared to the day-to-day sales. So the volume is way higher. There are cases where the system not able to handle that volume, and it will be backlogged into the system.
Okay.
So when you say not able to handle, right, in the it's an SAP, and you have a limitation of the work processes. You have limitation of that internal table storage, and let's say there is some job is keep getting failed to process it. In that scenario, what happens? If the job is not running for 1 2 hours, you get a huge set of the transactions. So somebody have to do manually, have to process them. Basically you have to do batch wise, saying that, hey, okay, let's do this batch size. That some context is there. In those scenarios, someone have to do this exercise manually by stopping the regular jobs, because your regular jobs are failing already. They are not able to, the variance, whatever is defined, they are not able to pick up. So in those scenarios, I'm not saying that you may have to do it manually. You can even play around with the patches, but it all depends on the context issue, how it is and how it can be fixed and how much time you have. Okay. It all depends on that context. But these are all options you have.
I'm having one question here. Like what I understood is, suppose whatever transaction that is got thrown to the star system, and we can monitor in the Q1, right? So once suppose it is all the jobs getting run by the background job, and some of the transaction is not been clear due to the limitation in the table, whatever you are saying. So my question is like, suppose the job got consumed, one transaction got consumed in car, and some of the job it is not been consumed, then we can find that jobs in Q1 itself or workbench it is coming to.
So whatever transactions have processed successfully, those will be there in the workbench, and whatever are yet to processed or which are failed to process, those will stuck in the inbound queue.
Inbound queue. That is Q1 only, right? Or it's different one.
Yes, that's the same thing. Q1. So the Q1 is a decode, and when you refer it to IT, it's like inbound queue.
Okay. So that has to be manual process that is needed.
I'm telling you, right? I mean, so it's a rare scenario where you see something stuck in the system. So far I have seen only two valid scenarios where you're required to do this exercise manually. That is, either you have some late sales because we are processing sales from first of, let's say, for specific date, and then you got some very late sales coming into the system, and then you don't have to delete, whether you have to process them manually, right? Either you can change the variant, or based on the volume you can pick up, okay, don't make any changes to those variants, because the variants are also very essential. Like we cannot make the changes to the variants, okay. There are cases that you don't have access to make changes to those variants in the production environment. So and we always spectacle about making changes to the, and we very very specific, like, oh, okay, we don't have to make any changes to those variants, and then we basically move all these we ran all these transactions from the workbench. That's the one scenario. And there are other scenario where the volume is high, and that's where the transact and our scheduled batches are not able to pick up that loads. In that scenario, we manually provide a filter. Let me just go back. So ideally, the maximum limit what we do here, the only the posting that we will put it here. What posting that sometimes even we don't have that restriction at all. Okay, it will keep accessing everything whatever is there. But imagine that volume is big and it is not able to process. In that scenario, manually we come here and say, okay, let's execute for this specific store the post date combinations. So you're trying to decrease the batch size as much as possible. Make sure that the transactions are getting processed. I can only see these two scenarios. If we are good, I will go with the next T code. Yeah. Shall I proceed with the next tick? So I have to show you the loading and then how the transaction is visible, but I think maybe a session I will get.
Vish, one more thing I wanted to clarify that you are saying that there's some transactions which are for previous date, those we need to clear sometimes. But I say for these things, the background jobs are also scheduled. So
No, the background, that's what I'm saying, right? So these are all scenarios
jobs
where it come to, okay, and
also see in the production system, there are background jobs also, no, for these things,
correct.
queue clearing and so I'm saying that as you were saying that if we will get any old data, so manually we need to process those data. So is it not possible that background jobs will clear that? We do manual intervention for that.
No. See what happens. There are most of the scenarios when you process it, you don't put any data here. Okay. Consider that whatever comes in.
Yeah.
That's one scenario. The second scenario where during the live, they put a restriction here. Okay. I mean, consider everybody, right? There are multiple scenarios where you are implementing car end to end. That's there in your hand. The other thing, you are supporting a car environment which is already there. And so you don't know, you don't have control. And consider, even though you are part of that, you are not the decision maker, right? Somebody else will make a decision.
Yeah.
And then you have to follow for it, right? Now imagine there is already a variant defined with a date here, right?
Okay.
And the jobs are already running in the system. Now you are into the production support, or you're doing that production support operations, and now there's somebody reaches out to you asking, hey, we have something, or you yourself have identified that there are some entries on inbound queue. They are not getting processed anytime because we have a restriction in the job background job schedule with a date. So what do we do now? Do you want us to process it manually, or you want us to delete? That's the only option here you have.
Okay. So
You can leave it as it is, right? That's not a problem. But you will have a problem during the upgrades, and you will have a problem. Let's say you are migrating from one system, one landscape to another landscape because of other reasons.
okay, understood.
Okay, so basically,
Yeah.
it's a cleanup activity has to be done at some point for some reason, but normally you don't do it. Give an example of my recent project. The system went live for 3 years by now, and what was happened during the cutover process? They got some old transactions during the cutover. As the same example I had given you. Let's say 1st of June 2025, the system went live, right? It's a new system, and then you get data from source. You have to get data from source, which is store, right? But the store is sending you data past 6 months information. What do you do with that? So, and they have observed this part. Oh, okay, we are getting old data right now. We cannot restrict the POS system to stop that information. So let's do one thing. Let's put the date restriction here. So that's a call they took during the cutover.
Okay.
Now, and there was no issue, right? It is there, and your jobs are scheduled with the date, and we didn't see any problem with it because it's not trying to execute the old information. Now, post 3 years, they wanted to upgrade the system now to the latest. I believe everybody is aware of the upgrade. What is the meaning of upgrading? So, consider when the system been implemented, it was implemented in CAR 4.0, and now they wanted to upgrade it to a latest version, that is 6.0. So this is a scenario. So during that process, you will have a problem. What is the problem? It varies based on the type of thing, but in this case, I'll mention you. Say if you have old transactions and you upgrade it to a latest one, there will be structural changes. When there is a structural changes, but the data came and fall into this particular inbound queue as done based on one structure, but with the upgrade the structure got changed, so which is an incorrect data. So when you try to process the transaction from the inbound queue, it will give a dump. Okay, that's how it is.
Understood.
So I mean, yeah, there are scenarios. Okay, there are scenarios for us to understand. Now we have all the options. Now, how do we take it, or how do we move forward? It all depends on the context. Shall I go to next?
Yeah.
This is the inbound record, and the next one is TLACF table, which is a monster. This is the another table, TLACF. I will open in the transaction log flat table. So when it comes to the past year, this is the main table for us, right? There are other, but this is the main transaction table for past ATM model. So what it contains? It contains all the information which is a part of our billing cycle. So store, from which store we bought the product, the business date, business day date, the transaction index, which is a unique number which is assigned to each transaction, which will so transaction index, key, parent key, all these are unique key combinations will be helpful to access the data from TLACF table, with a faster manner. I mean to say the indexes have been created for using this key, so it's easy to get it. The next, something called record qualifier. This is also an important field for us to understand. I will show you what is the record qualifier meaning and to see if you can get. So this record qualifier has a multiple entries. The record qualifier 1 stands for past transaction header data. 2 for the key for cancellation transaction, meaning if this flag is enabled, which is a cancel transaction. And there is some 3 stands for other transaction data, customer information, and here is the retail transaction item data, which is your sale data, discounts, the discount customer enhancements, tax customer enhancements. Arian, in your scenario, you mentioned, hey, we are getting some charges as part of sale items. Right? That information has to get saved into this particular tax customer enhancement segments. I mean, with this the record qualifier, then you can see that information into the workbench.
Okay.
This is for workbench understanding, like how the data will be transferred from your POS files to a CAR.
Okay. If we modify the TLOG table, automatically the data will be showing in that workbench, correct?
Can you repeat your question?
I'm saying that if we will modify this TLOGF table, so some new data will fill, which are not existing. So that data will be reflecting in our workbench system also.
Certainly, yes.
Okay.
The cancellation of item data, which is certain. Let's say if there is any sale item is cancelled out of 10 items, and the cashier doing a billing, right? They'll scan everything, and once the scan is done for a particular item, we said, hey, we don't want that item anymore. After knowing the price, or after you realize that by mistakenly we placed it, whatever the reason, right? And then again they will mark it as a cancel. They cannot remove it from the system, or it may look like they removed it, but it also be captured. It all depends on the different POS systems how it is going to be, but that is also being captured in the POS. So this is that cancellation of that item, that item discount customer. So we have multiple record qualifiers. Each one represents the segment header, whether this information is a header information, the retail sale information, basically sale item information, or the tax item tax, or the header tax. Similarly, the discount also the same thing. And we have something called commissions, right? Each item level we can have a commission segments as well. In case if you have any additional, if somebody is implementing loyalty program and they want to capture that loyalty information, I believe we have at least some idea of what is this loyalty program stands for.
Yeah.
I mean, when you visit any store, right? They say, "Hey, sir, can you subscribe for the loyalty program?" Basically, they issue a separate card. They will say you get some discounts or you get some points, right? These are all loyalty programs. And then basically, when you do a transaction, you should say your phone number, or if you have that card, you have to give it to them, and that's been considered for capturing additional information for that transaction. That's a loyalty program. I'm going to the next. The item key for any rounded transaction. That's okay. And this is the tender. Tender stands for the amount, like the form of the transaction. I mean, the form of the currency which we have paid to the store. Say we paid using a cash or a card, you get given some gift voucher, right? These are all different forms. So those are the tender information. These are and then this is stands for whether it's a financial transaction, goods movement enhancements. This is again 25. I'll tell you right now, it's like 32 around, it will be there. But out of which we 5 are very essential. They are for day-to-day the transactions, they are very essential. Not every customer implements loyalty program, not every customer wanted. See, if you from the functional side, if you see, we always implement tax thing either header or line item. It all depends on the country and then the customer, right? I mean, however they follows. And consider the most of the time it will be at item level or rarely at a header level. Okay. So that is, we don't have to think like which scenario. It's not scenario. It depends on that company, how they are doing. We have to follow the same thing. The tool is flexible enough to do configuration item level, or if they wanted both, we can also do the both.
One doubt I have, these fields which you are showing there, all the options. So all the options are not already active in the system. We need to activate them there. How
No,
that
they are all standard delivered content. They are all out of box content.
okay.
Okay. Everything is visible and you can make use of them when doing the configuration.
Okay. At IMG level, we need to use the same things which the client is requiring, like that we have to do.
Yeah. IMG, I'm not yet went. I'll try if I can start.
Okay. Because I checked in my system, so we are currently using that header one, that one wala segment, and fifth one retail one. But the rest, tax, discount, all those data we are getting blank in our system in the production level.
So tell me which, okay, I don't know if you can reveal that, but is it India customer or UAE customer?
No, India.
India, for sure we have a GST. So tax
No.
must be there. Without tax, I don't think any
Tax is there, but it is directly showing in the use that fifth option, the retail transaction item data. That part only the tax, the GSV, NSV, quantity, all things are reflected there only. The separate tax option is there.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, Aryan, but
The tax and the discounts. What is talking?
Yes, like we have international business also like like what? Like IB stores also there now they have recently migrated to international business. That is but I'm saying in the table which I got shown also that not what the client.
See the tax part, right? The tax and discount basically together.
Yeah.
This depends. Ideally, they are all with a sales item type because for one item the tax will be like 18%. For another item, the tax will be 5%. Right? The tax varies based on an item in India.
Yeah, but retail too, it is 18 only now.
In India, basically, right? So
Yeah.
you cannot have tax at header level.
Yeah,
At least the country like India. At least country like India. So what we do, you have the tax detail at each sale item level, which is your sale item is said, right? The record qualifier is 5. Under that, if you see in the workbench, you will see a tax and the discount. So all these segments will be a part of your retail item. That's the one thing. If you say UAE doesn't have the tax at individual, right? Earlier they have zero tax. Now they have a tax of 5%, which is a 5% of straight, not at any specific item level. So what they do at header level.
Okay.
It's like that.
Okay. Understood.
And in case if you have, I mean, if there is a tender has a credit card information and that requires some settlement kind of a thing, then you will have those settlement. I believe you know what is the settlement stands for.
Yeah.
As a retailer, right? They do so you pay to the shop, but using credit card or a debit card. But what does that mean? The banker has supposed to pay that money back to these guys. Okay, that's something called settlement. So this information they will use it for getting that information and for reconciliation. All this information will be used for reconciliation, not for posting into the S4 for something. So they can see that how much we have received and how much is been there. So that thing they will use it. Tender, fleet, customer enhancement, total sales, total tax. So these are all. I think we have 58. We have. Maybe I'll go more in detail when I'm explaining in the system. That will be more helpful for you to get more confidence. For now, I'm skipping all of this. I will show you in the transaction, but I want to make sure you are aware there is something called record qualifier ID or record identifier. Two terminologies we use. So this is essential. You should understand from the table level. You are a functional car or technical. This is matter. This is transaction type code. So what kind of a transaction it is? So if it's a sales transaction, within a sales transaction, we'll have a normal sale or a return sale, a merchandise sale. I mean, you can have a various transaction type codes, based on the scenarios. So this actually indicates that transaction type code of that particular. Pass number is actually the till number. Like you have multiple counters, right? Like one of the counters type will assign with some pass number. The point of sale machine number, that is what is that number. And this is the transaction number. So the transaction number generally, most of the scenarios it will be populated from the environment, but there are scenarios where it will be determined in the middleware and the seconds in which the transaction gets started. That's a begin timestamp and end timestamp. So say we have some 10 items. So the transaction started, it will capture the timestamp for it, and then the end timestamp where you do the billing, right? Printing comes, so that's where it is. In the department, in case if there is any department specific, let's say if somebody has a store which has a electric, it has a food, and it has a clothing, right? These are all different departments. So that information, but it's not necessarily that you get some data into this. This is operator qualifier and this is operator ID. Qualifier is nothing but says that is a business partner or whatever. The transaction currency, what is that currency for that particular transaction? And this is the partner qualifier and that partner ID. So partner ID is from that store, you paid money to that store, but the item is getting delivered from a different store. Confusion? Any questions? Clear, right?
Yeah.
So that's the partner ID. It all depends on. So normally you get an item from the same store, right? If it is a boss, right? You visit a store, you buy from there. That's a normal scenario. So always the partner ID will be same as the store ID, but again it depends on the context. Whether I mean, when you're doing a design of that system, we will decide on what to put in here. As I told, there are two scenarios. One is you working on already existing system, or you building something new. That's a different case. This is no significance. The transaction type group. Now, transaction type group. Maybe I will explain you in the configuration type that I will explain. Business type is something which indicates whether this so the business type which indicates whether this particular transaction is sale movement, total transaction, a financial transaction, goods movement, a reversal transaction. So the control. It's not defined as something that is an error transaction. Stands. Okay. So any transaction, business type can be from that list. A reversal flag in case if it is a reversal, and debt flag also the same thing. Debt point, credit and debit indicator. Planned stands for whatever the retail store ID you're seeing on the first column, right? That is stands for retail store ID. So you can have a different store ID. The actual store ID you can have a different, but the plant from our SAP terminology, right? The plant will be a different. But in the most of the scenarios I see so far, both will be same. Whatever you see in SAP and whatever the store ID they assign to that retail store ID, both will be the same.
And the store is the same.
Is it? Yes, it will be 4 digit, and there it will be 10 digit. But we will only utilize that 4 digit thing. But you have an option. Let's say if some customer has a different naming in SAP and but different numbering in the actual store. If you have a mapping, that's where you require both. Otherwise, most of the scenarios, both will be same.
If we wanted to increase right now it is there is the limitation of 4 digit only we can save. But if we want to increase the length, is that possible?
No, we cannot.
Okay.
That's a standard from SAP. We cannot make a change to that plan.
Okay. Is the length whatever is available only in that only we have to utilize for each and every section. We can't increase the length. Anything like that.
See, any of the standard fields, you're not supposed to make any change.
Okay.
Never ever change the length of standard fields, and you cannot change also.
Okay.
First thing, because it will impact the database table structure, which is a problem. It is not recommended. That's a day one. And even if you are building some custom implementation, like building some additional custom tables, there also we have to be very much sure that before the solution deploying into production, we should be clear with the size. I mean, you decided, okay, let's have a table and with some fields, and in those fields, like you decided, like, okay, let's have 30 character. And after a week or after a month, you realize, no, the 30 is not sufficient. Let's increase it to 50. Because when you have decided based on the data what you have, that is sufficient. But later you realized the moment you received actual production environment that, oh no, that is not sufficient. Let's make it to 50. But that should be your final decision. Before things are moved to production, we have to make a change to that. Because otherwise it creates a problem for existing the table. Never ever try to make changes to these lines. And it's a upfront no to anyone whoever is asking. What you can do additionally, we can have a new columns, like new custom column you can create, and you can put that information into those. But existing, you cannot make a change. In the car, especially, there is a provision is given at each segment level, adding the enhanced. I mean, to accommodate these kind of requirements, because the POS systems are non-SAP, they don't understand what is SAP stands for, what fields and all, right? So you can have a different lengths, and so for that reason they're given a maximum length to this customer enhance. These are extension fields, field group, field name, field value. See, this is the field value. So they're given a field which is a maximum 40 characters. These fields are available at different segment level. Let's say you want to have some custom fields to be added, right? At sale item level, yes, you can do. You want to add additional details at tax level, you can do. Discount level, yes. For everything you have, but that is also maximum 40 you can have it.
Means in this field we can say that data means how you are saying means.
Pardon?
I'm saying that suppose there is some data for 30 lengths. So in this field we can say that you are saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we don't have to create any new.
Sorry for interruption. Here, is there any reason for this color coding of the text?
Okay. Yeah. There is a reason for it. Whatever you're seeing here in the black, right? They are the actual fields in the table.
Okay.
But whatever blue you are seeing, they are also actual fields in the table, but they came from this structure. So you see here the codes movement of K sequence, right? So they are not directly added to the table. They came because somebody added this structure. See, somebody added. That's why from this structure you have all these fields. So that's the reason they have came here. So you see the color coding differently. What is if something directly been added, then you see a difference. So in this example, you see here, even there is a sequence number. This is being added from this include. You see, it has a single field, right? FK, and it has a single field. It's a black. Because of single field, it's black. It's because this field is added to the structure, just like that. And when it comes here, it has an include statement, which is including this structure and then some additional fields. And this structure, this include structure, contains this particular field. That's what it stands. Here also the same.
So this black one is the first, I mean, the standard one, and the blue one is the extended one that is customized?
No. Everything is a standard.
Okay.
Everything is a standard. See, it's a simple thing, right? You see something with the standard naming convention, it's a standard /cost /.
Understood.
If you see something with a Z, so that will be the custom. So yes.
Yeah.
Like when you're building something and you have a requirement to add something, right? Then that comes here. I would even say for custom builds, we will have something here. See, customer review enhancement. So you already have it here. Ideally, you should save all the information into it. If not, what you will do, you create an additional include here saying that custom fields, and then we keep adding to that one. But ideally, it's supposed to be because it's a table, right? You cannot modify it. Include is always a modifier. So we don't do include for this statement. What we will do, we do append structure. We go here and then put that Z include G structure, whatever is there. So that will come here.
Okay.
In case if you are functional, ignore. Simple.
Okay.
You don't have to understand this yet. You focus more on the business side and then give it to the developer or engineer. Hey, please add these fields into the table. That's your job is done. Add these fields, give the numbering, like how much characters, data type of that particular field. That's it. Your job is done.
Got it. Thank you.
One more doubt I see. If we wanted to add one more column in this table, first of all, it is visible that we can do that. SAP recommend that
No, SAP doesn't recommend you to add any field into this table.
Okay.
No one recommends basically until unless whoever is the architect for that project, he decide, hey, let's add this field into this table. Whenever there is an architect, he's well aware of the project and the system which they are working, and that's will be his call. But normally, SAP doesn't recommend you to put like a table. We have a dedicated table for any kind of additional fields. That is where you have to add your fields, not in this table. I'll tell you the table. And that will be the next table which I'm going to explain it. But yeah,
because we faced one scenario in our project that the client was requesting that there was a size increase of the transaction number which the POS team are sending. So earlier they were sending 28-digit number, but then it got increased to 35, I think so. So, but the sequence number which is saved in our log table doesn't have that much length. So they were requesting to save the data. So I wanted to understand that what can be the correct solution for that issue also.
Okay. I'll tell you the solution. So this is the table. It's an extension table. for whatever custom fields you want to add as part of the project, because I mentioned you already. Yes. Because you are integrating with the POS system. Every POS system which is a non-SAP, it will have a lot of information which is not specific to the car SAP, right? So the data types are entirely different. For that reason, you have something called extension table. This is a ext table, and you have something called X. I don't know in your Harihan, in your project whether it's been implemented X or ext. So only one table will be implemented for the entire system, not two tables. So this will do the decision making during implementing the car environment. Of course, we can revert these things. Revert in the sense we can do a migration in between also, but it will be like one-time call. It's not that you migrate this week and next week, not like that. It's a one-time activity. And in this ext table, you have store ID, business date, transaction index, row key, parent key. So these are the information you have it in the TLAGF table, and here also you have it. Now with this information, you do the join when you represent that into any reporting for any reporting or a workbench. That's the one thing. And now here you have field group, field name, field value. These are the fields where we put the details. Like you, in your scenario, it's a transaction number. You say, hey, this is related to the transaction number. You create some 3-4 digit field, and then you are try to elaborate more about that field name, like the transaction number. And then here the action. Here the length is 40, and whatever you given, that is a 30. So it will accommodate here. This is a one table. It is recommended not to use this table. I'll tell you the reason. This is TLAGF underscore EX. This is also an extension table. The previous one also an extension table. The difference between these two tables are when it comes to the underscore X, it is a row type structure. That is actually column type structure. What I mean, all the details are in that previous table will be there now. Like you have 10 extra fields. So for 10 extra fields, you will have a 10 rows. Okay. But here you will have only a single row, which means it's easy to access and the number of entries will get reduced and it gives a better performance. So from the performance reasons, it is always recommended to use TLAG underscore X. TLAGF underscore X. This is the table we have to use. We don't have any data right now. What I'll try to do, I will show you these tables from here. This is the TLAGF extension table. See what is there? Nothing, right? Store ID is there, the business date, transaction number, row key, record qualifier, and then the workstation ID, which is the pass number, transaction number, whether it's archived or not, just the flag. And then if you have nothing, then where do I put my new fields? That should be your question. So that is where here your custom structure will get added to here using append structure. Now in that custom structure, you can have any number of fields. Okay. Now you wanted a 40, you wanted a 200, it is up to you.
Okay, understood. So this part of that account structure, this is done by the consultant or back person who will be doing that part.
Obviously, it's an ABAP part. But it is it is the consultant who has to write an MT mentioning, hey, add these additional fields with this specific record qualifier into this table name, and this is the field name, and this is the structure. This is the data type. All this information has to be provided by consultant. The creation going into this table, adding in, creating will be taken care by the above.
Okay.
It's clear.
Yeah. So we will be copying the above reference element, then providing the data. Like that only we will be doing it. Because the transaction of this data element, I'm saying that if we wanted to, hello.
Can I repeat again?
I'm saying that suppose in this scenario, we are going to create a new structure to the append structure. Just we need to take any reference, means if section we are creating. So whatever data is there for that transaction segment above the standard one, the same data element and all the details we can provide them. The data type is character. So the same thing I will be giving to the new structure also, or something different we have to provide there.
No, if you give same, that you again ended up having the same problem, right? It's a 20 character. It will be in the 20 character.
No. See, only the length will change. The rest, the things will be same or different. I'm saying that.
Oh, yeah. Correct. Yes.
That's what I was saying. Means data element will be the same only, na? What the earlier transaction, there will be transaction sequence number already in the standard. Na? The same data element I have to provide here also, na? For the new structure.
I understood what you are saying. So the scenario which you have mentioned right now, the customer want the transaction number from their POS machine to the card, but the transaction number is more than 20 characters. So you cannot put the transaction number into there, right? What does that mean? You have to generate the custom number. Sorry. You have to generate the transaction number, the different, you have to generate in between the TTL tool has to generate the transaction number, a unique transaction. That's one. Now, for the customer to see their actual transaction number, we have to create here a new field here saying the transaction number. So you already have a transaction number here. This transaction number is what car understands. But you will have custom transaction number or whatever. That is where your customer understands. Now in your scenario, he doesn't bother about it, but he only bothers about that additional field which you want to create. But for system to work, for system to function, this will be that number.
Okay.
So
that number won't be reflecting in our workbench then. That
into our workbench, and whatever newly you will create, that also will be reflected, but as part of a custom fields.
Okay.
Not as a standard field.
Okay, understood. Okay. So workbench will be referring to this table also. There's log f underscore x.
Yes.
Okay.
It will reflect to this table as well.
Okay.
I'll show you how it look like. Only see the problem for me. I think it will take time for me to go through each and every.
Yeah.
Then I think instead we are gonna talk about the POS workbench for this whole week. Like another 10 hours we're gonna discuss about the POS workbench. Decide yourself. Make your mind in that way. You may think I'm going slow or fast. Some may think I'm going slow. Some may think I'm going fast. But you let me know if somebody is feeling like I'm not understanding. I'm feeling bored. No, I will try to change a bit. But another suggestion here: just be patient because slowly your doubts get clear. In case if you have something, but or you're not understanding exactly, we keep discussing. We keep coming back to these fields again and again for next 5 sessions. Okay. Yeah. So anyhow, so I thought of completing TLAG F and then come to the TLAG X table. You brought the topic, so we covered. Anyone has a question for TLAG F underscore X, an extension table? Any questions on the extension table? Why it is there and why we are using it?
No, so far no doubt is there.
Okay. So total we have 318 fields are there in the TLAG F. I'll try to go, I'll try to explain like what is mandatory and what is really required for us. Right? I mean, if I start explaining about everything, we may lose in between. Okay. And focus on what is important, and then you can go through the table. If you think, hey, I wanted to understand this field. I mean, if you have any questions about specific field, what scenario this data will be filled into that particular field, just do let me know if you have any questions, and I'll try to answer that in the next sessions. When it comes to the currencies, we do have multiple. One is the store currency, transaction currency, and then index currency. Similarly, we do have multiple. Most of the scenarios that will be one currency will be there in all the currencies, but there are scenarios where the store currency is different. Okay, and the transaction currency is different. It's possible basically. In those scenarios, you'll have a different. But being a car consultant, we try making sure the all the currencies are same. Okay. Rarely somebody says, "Hey, no, wait." It's all requirements. Right? Some customer may come back to you saying that we deal with the different currencies in a store. If you have such context, right, that's where you have to deal with it. But we try to push everything to be in the same currency. Turnover is actually your total sales for that particular transaction, sale amount. So you purchase some 10 items with some 2,000 rupees. So that the 2,000 rupees stored into the turnover for this transaction. Change flag is something that if somebody made a change to the transaction data, then we enable it as a change transaction. And this is production scenario. Rarely we do it. There are scenarios we do, but it's a rare case to make changes. And this is an error transaction. And this is the transaction status, the data status here. two are there. What is the transaction status and the data status? I'll show you what. So this is a task processed successfully. Process task exists. So based on this one, you get a color of. This is the one which in the selection screen of Monzero we have an option, right, to select based on like whether completely processed, is there any errors, or processed with some warnings. So this is the transaction which we see it. And apart from this, we have something called data status. This is the data status. The data status stands for whether the transaction has any master data errors, or it is, all the master data checks were fine, 0 undefined, 1 for error, 2 for master data checks are okay. So the master data checks were done, all the tasks were exit, but there are still few more tasks which are to get processed. So this is it. 3 stands for that it is processed. So in the normal scenario, we provide, if any transaction is with 1, stands for 0, it stands for 1, including this one. And 2 and 3, we consider it as a successful transactions from master data point of view.
So Harish, in that 2 and 3, what is the difference? Means which status extra it is showing for 3?
So 2 and 3, it's like the master data checks were fine. That's a primary common thing for both of those. The additional thing between 3 and 4, when it comes to the 3, there was no additional task were performed apart from master data. When it comes to the 4, even additional tasks also get performed. Okay. So when we consider any transaction which is successful, I always consider like 3 and 4.
Okay. So it will be considering master data, nothing else than that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the customer number and the customer qualifier. These are all whatever information you are seeing here. Actually, these are all related to the cashier information, like what time he registering time, tender time, how much time he took to, do the tendering, like open during the finishing the transaction, the for cashier, the what do you call the cash machine, the drawer will get open and he puts some cash inside, or it takes the receipts, he give a change rate, and then it automatically get closed, or he will close it basically. So that will be the tender time it is referring a past, and sometimes he will stop and talk to you for something, right? That's a past time. In case if there is any training happening between, that is what TID is again. That's a drawer number used at this one, till number. And this is the customer ID POS. You have two numbers, right? The customer number here, and here you have a customer ID from POS. So the two fields, it's up to us which one to use, or you not necessarily you have to use it. It all depends on the requirement. This is like customer identifier try method. So this is basically how did you identify the customer, using phone number, using a card, it has some scanner, right? So that's how it is. CAD, that's for logistic system, logical system, like from where we are getting this information. Like we getting it from POS system itself says, right? That's the source of the transaction. So logical system is always stands for the source of the system from where we are getting. This is the creation timestamp, and this is also has an important role. So important role. The creation timestamp. The creation timestamp is the timestamp where the transactions are get processed into a TLACF table. Now understand what I'm referring. Here you have a TIBQ table, correct?
Yeah.
So when the data is staged into TIBQ table, it is not yet processed. Okay. So when it is come to the TLACF table, that is in where the transaction gets processed and the timestamp being captured. When it is coming from here to here, the timestamp is being captured. That's a creation timestamp of the transaction. It's not the creation timestamp is not the timestamp of the when the transaction happens at POS system. So here you have a timestamp. That timestamp is a begin transaction timestamp and end transaction timestamp, right? Hope you remember when we discussed first. So that if the timestamp represents that when this transaction happened at that POS machine. And here in TABQ also you have a timestamp. That timestamp represents that when the transaction reaches to the car inbound queue. And there is a timestamp here, the creation transaction timestamp. that indicates that when the transaction get processed from inbound to transaction, like F. So that's the timestamp. And why I'm saying that has a significance, because that will tell us, hey, when this transaction came to the car, it may have the business date will be like 10 days or 1 week, 6 months before, right? But it is helpful for us to understand that when this transaction came to the car. That is one of the significant field in the environment, like mainly for handling error situations. Somebody says that some data has come, why the data has come. It will be proof for us to saying that, hey, see, all this data has come just before us, just only we got this data. It's like last change timestamp is something that somebody makes changes to the transaction. I think that's a timestamp that's been captured. ERP client, let's say if you have S4 and it has some different client number. So you see here, what is the client number for the system? Do I see it? Why I'm not able to see? Okay, here it is. It's 100, right? Client 100. So this is the system and it is a client 100. But if you see S4 also, obviously S4 and CAR should have the same client number. That's system recommendation.
Okay.
That's what SAP recommends you to install CAR same as the S4 client. Okay. But let's say if somebody uses a different client number for some reason, then we do have additional things, and I think this is where the ERP client plays a role. I'm not really sure if really that one it looks like deliver the new content, but it won't be that smooth if both clients are different. Client numbers are different. The client I'm referring to the mandate field. Okay.
Okay.
And below fields are for analytics, header analytics. If somebody want to create some report, hey, and then you want some analytics based on calendar, date, month, year, hourly, right? You want to see that the sales, whatever has happened from last one hour or something. So this is that particular segment it has the, and then here is the important one. This is the sales item information. You have your retail number, retail type code. What is the retail transaction type code? So is it a normal sale item or is it a reversal sale item? Or if you have additional scenarios, let's say home, we do have a different scenarios. We'll go more in detail when I'm explaining about these details. And then the reasoning code for that particular sale item. Generally for normal sales, there would be no reasoning code. Let's say if there is a return item, right? For that return item, like what reason we are returning that item. So details will be filled in here. And then the item qualifier, the item ID, item qualifier. So right? See, we have something called customer qualifier, cashier qualifier, item qualifier. I'm saying what is that? The qualifier stand. Is it a EAN number or a UPC number or a simple product number, or is it a material group, vendor product number, shipping unit, sales number or something? So these are the item numbers, but for us, I would say it always EAN or UPC. Any questions here?
This item qualifier means what is the use or what purpose you use exactly?
Repeat your question now.
I was saying I was saying item qualifier. What is the use of this one in for to save the EA number? That is what is the purpose for this?
So what it does, this qualifier tell the system that whatever, I mean, let's say if you selected one, which means so after the qualifier, you have actually the item ID. Now in that item ID, is it a EAN number or is it a material group or is it a something else, right? That how the system understands what we added there. So that the record qualifier does. And now whatever field is there in that record in that item ID, that has to be validated against the master data.
Okay.
Now which master data it has to validate? Is it we have to validate with the EAN means mean table, right? Do we have to check with the mean EAN table, or we have to check with the table, or we have to check with the material group table? Which table we have to check? So that will be decided based on the record qualifier. So it is a mandatory field.
Okay.
That is about record qualifier. So so we have a I mean that actual EAN number will be stored here, but we also have to provide what is the record qualifier so that it will be easy to understand that whether what exactly field is there in that. Next, the retail quantity. When you buy an item, that how much quantity is a 1 quantity or 10 quantity, that information will be here. And here is the sale unit of measure, and then the actual the retail value and the actual normal sale amount. So here you will have the differentiation in case if somebody gets the discount out of it. So that discount will be deducted and given as the sale amount into this one. This is the cost I'm referring. Okay. So the actual sale amount will be different from the cost, right? I mean, it will be much less cost to the company. So that's why. So there will be a separate task will be there to determine the cost. So it does the calculation. So that's where I said there are cases that this cost determination will give an error because of some conflict tables or because of some conversion issues. In that scenario, if it is there in warning, but we don't want to stop the transaction flowing into S4 because of this particular issue. So that will move to the S4 without. But only thing we will mark it as a warning. The batch IDs, in case if any EN has a batch ID, serial number, that information, and in case if it has any promotion ideas, those details are there, that also be added here. And this is the entry method, like how did we scan it, and the actual unit price. This is also an additional field where we can capture the units here, sale quantity unit, and the scan time. Here is the material number. For EN, we have a material number, and in case if you want to pass the merchandise category, so the material number will be automatically determined from the based on that item ID, whatever you entered. These two details will be filled automatically, including the base unit of measure. And again, base quantity also will be automatically adjusted based on your sales unit of measure. It will automatically get determined and then calculated that unit. Order channel is something that from where we got. It's a part of multi-channel thing. So from where this particular transaction is happening, is it a POS? Is it a digital? Or is it something else? Like what is the channel where this transaction got generated? Non-existent article ID, non-existent EAN. These are specific cases where we put this information. Maybe I will explain it later. Or if you Google, you will understand what is this non-existent article identifier. This is just the functional thing. Okay. And what I was saying here regarding these are all fashion related. So if you are implementing it for a retailer who is not a fashion one, so these fields will be blank for sure. And if you are working for FMS, as for FMS, for sure these fields are essential. Like we have to see that these fields are getting filled. So what is the season year, the collection theme, right? These are all mattered. These are all will be mattered. These are the tax related things. The tax including, tax excluding, and the item tax, like discount and the discount indicator in case if there is any the cancelled items, like if you mark it as X, which is like a cancelled item. The classification of the category, the sale item, like categories of category, these are all comes from the configuration. You don't have to worry, and all these fields are from this. So I'll explain you more, like for you to understand what is this tax included and tax excluded. If you have a tax value in this table, what does that mean? Your sale value is including the tax. Say if the value is 100 rupees, that 100 rupees is actually including the tax. But if we have a tax in the excluded this thing, which means the sale value, say it's a 100, which means overall how it is 100 plus 10, it is 110 is the actual sale, because which is including the tax. So which field we need to use when we are doing the mapping? It all depends on which country you are implementing the car system. Okay, I'll explain you more in detail. In car, sorry, in India, what happens when you buy something? Everybody gives you the pricing, which is including the GST. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, there are scenarios where people say surprise and later they will add a GST and tell you, but you get an invoice with a GST, right? Basically, the items, everything which is actually you buy, which is including GST. Same applicable for Europe as well. But US again a different. US, whatever you see, you will not see the pricing with the tax. Our MRP is different and US is entirely different. Okay. So there what will happen? You get a tax been added not on the product. So product you never nowhere see whether the tax been included. For us, we see an MRP that is including the tax part, but there you didn't see that price. The tax will become during the invoice time only because they have a different states and each state has a different taxation thing. Okay, so that goes in a different way. So that's the reason you have two fields here, like include and exclude. I know you may have you not understand exactly what I'm referring. I would say patient for some more session. I'll go more in detail. Similarly, the discount include discount and then not discount. What is it? Discount. Distributed data field. Oh, okay. This is again if you have something at header level tax or header level discounts are there, right? And that you wanted to distribute at each item level. That is where this is. But if you really ask me, we rarely use. I mean, I never used it. I not seen that it's been used this particular segment. But if somebody comes to you and says that, hey, we have something at header level that we wanted to distribute. Yes, this is that segment, and this segment is actually a wide line item segment. What does it mean? If this particular item is cancelled, that you add it here, like how many items are cancelled. Basically you provide an x and then you provide the items here.
Few doubts I'm having, not regarding this, general doubts, that in this table, this data element where these names are given, these are all are program names. Yeah? What are these exactly?
Which name you are referring?
In the data element, the name, this slash post w slash void, all these are in this column, all are
Standard delivered content.
no, means what are these? The field names or means program for the field or means that I want to understand.
Oh, these are field names. So no. When you say table in a table, these are all field names. You see data element names.
Okay.
You click this, take you to the data element.
Okay.
So in data element, what is the meaning of data element? Data element always gives the semantic information.
Okay.
Okay.
The settings are same here.
So when I say semantic elements, the data is a data element. Data element represents key. Okay, these details like you want to enable. Let's come over that further. So basically, what is the label for that one? Right, you are seeing a discount item number.
Yeah.
So this information will be there in the data element. It will have again data element will have a domain. The domain will have the technical details of it, like what is the data type of it, like whether it's a CAR or integer. We have some certain data types here. And we have some data types like integer, alphanumeric. Those details and like if it in case of character, you have to decide like how many. But if it is a numeric, right, and then you have to provide how many digits, what is the decimal places, and output length is actually for when you're displaying something, how much max it can display, and whether it's a sign sensitive. If it is a currency, obviously we have to say it's a sign sensitive, and case sensitive is let's say if you don't enable this flag, whatever you enter and add into this table, everything will be converted to the capital and then it will saved away. But the moment you enable this flag, now, whatever you enter, like enter as a capital, only capital goes, small will go. So this is also very important thing when somebody is defining a domain, and everything is all these things will be created by developer or engineer, whoever is.
Okay.
Functional, you don't have to, but being a functional, we should understand this one, and you have to provide like create a domain with this create a domain. Basically, all this information functional only have to provide. But the creation will be done by the ABAP.
Okay.
These are the list of data types we have. So we'll choose based on the requirement. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary advantage of using SAP CAR for customer analytics? Option A, lower software licensing costs. Option B, centralized customer data with advanced analytics capabilities. Option C, simplified user interface design. Option D, reduced hardware requirements. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to get really good at retail data and sales? Our SAP CAR course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP CAR. It's like a smart system for tracking sales and stock across all stores in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome chance to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP CAR Pro? Sign up for our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So we discussed TLOG F and TLOG F underscore X. This is that extension table, right? And when again TLOG F, we have gone through, I would say, half of the fields we covered. I'm gonna continue with the rest of fields. The discount also we spoke, right?
From discount we were starting.
Okay. So for any transaction on the retail item, right? The common part is the sales retail item, and then it will have tax and the discount. Sometimes it varies. I mean, when I say varies, not something additional, but not necessarily, the item is given at discounted price, right? So you may not see a discount segment, and taxes are the similar. Like it may vary based on the product, or it may vary based on a country as well. So this is the segment for the discounts. You see here there is a discount number transaction. The discount number is that it's kind of a sequence number. Right? Let's say you have multiple discounts, you will have 1, 2, 3, 4. But all this information sourced from your source. That's a POS system. And that discount type code. This is so you have I'll take you through this thing. So for each of the transaction type, which is a header, and then the line items for sale line item, and then taxes, the discounts, right? Similarly, the FI transactions and the goods movement transactions. For all of these, we define a transaction type codes, the item type codes. So what is it basically? What is the the significance of this type code? What it makes difference? We do have a multiple scenarios that consider the normal sales itself, right? In the normal sales, one is the regular sales. Customer visits store and then buys it. That's one type of a transaction. Second, customer visits the store and returns the item. That's another type of transaction. And there is another transaction. Customer visits the store and pays in advance, and then we deliver it in the later stage. That's another. And the customer visits the store, but he will pick up the item from a different store. That's a different transaction. Right? And similarly, there are transactions where we take an order over the phone or over the application, which is kind of a bulk order, right? Which is a bulk order, and then the retailer delivers that bulk order to them. So, and then after the consumption, if something has been left, they can even return that amount. So this is a cycle. Like this, we have a plenty of scenarios. I mean, it all depends on which whom you are working, like which customer you are working. The scenarios will keep different. If it's a retailer, pure retailer, the scenarios will be little different. If you are working with the fashion, then it will be scenarios will be little different. But end of the day, it's the same set of transaction type codes, and it's the same piece of thing. Like there are cases like the gift cards, right? I mean, you can put gift card as well. Like somebody buys beyond some limit, then the stores offers a gift card, right? That itself is a transaction, right? For that particular transaction, and they're issuing a gift card. What a gift card is again translates into the financial figures, because they can claim at any point of time. So I'll explain you that part about the types, but we do have like at different level we have all of this. This is the reason for like why the discount has given, and this is the reduced amount, the basically the discounted amount. This is the account in case if you want to provide that account details. This is an additional information. It's come down and you have some here bonus by offer ID, which is again your the promotion related information. I believe in S4 you are aware of that, the bonus pay and then the promotion related. So if you have, I mean, for this transaction, if for this line item, if something has been applied, we can have it. But remember one thing, let's see if the article has a multiple promotions that cannot be captured here. It's only single. In case if you have a multiple, you wanted to, I mean, if the customer wanted to handle it in a different way, that will be captured. That has to be captured in a custom segment. Same thing with the tags. You have tax number, again, it's a sequence number, the tax type code. That's what I'm saying. Right? Let's consider India itself. We have different tax type codes. When I said different tax type codes, we have a GST, right? And in some cases, earlier we used to have a central, even I think now state and the central we do have. That's a one thing. And we have a different slots, right? A 5%, 12%, 18%, 28%. I think then the last one will be 32 or 30, 36. So we have these slabs, right? And now for each of these slab, we'll have a different tax type code, because based on this tax type code, it goes and fits into a different GL account, like whatever the different types of the tax conditions are defined in S4, like we will define here those tax type codes in CAR. This discount and then tax type codes are like kind of an important, because this information flows into the S4 and it's been posted based on the tax type codes what you pass. There is one more thing I wanted to add here. If the tax type codes being populated from POS system, not just the tax, like any other type codes, there are cases where the POS system, sends some different information which is not understandable by CAR. Okay, in that situation, that conversion and the mapping has to be happen in the middle layer. That's a ETL tool like SAP PIPO or any other third party, whatever we use. So that conversion has to be happen that layer, and then it comes to the CAR. Okay, if it is not happen, of course in CAR before even coming here in the inbound we can take care, but I see that it's not the good practice. Most of the tests we push it to the ETL tool rather than doing something on the CAR side. So whenever you work for any project, the one thing you remember always, avoid customization as much as possible. Try to have a system, like try to have out of box system, as much as make it very clean. Don't do a lot of customizations just that they have asked. So we always have to push back. And this is the commission related segments. I believe you are aware of the commission concept here. This is again the sequence number and then the employee of that and what is the commission amount. Like whoever is the sale person, right? He gets some commission if he able to sell the product to him. So that's commission segment. This is the vendor. In case if the product is being sold from a vendor side, that's what it is. And these are all related to the loyalty. This is consider we are having some written transaction, right? Like we have already discussed about advanced transaction, like advanced payment transaction. So in such situations, what happens, like there is another step to, like another transaction comes into the system, right, which is different to the previous one. In those scenarios we will fill this information, like what is the original transaction associated with it. It's nothing to do with the posting or sending information to the item, but these are all informative information. Okay, this won't be used for any further calculations, but this is will be helpful for us to track down, like why this, I mean, for which transaction this return has created, what is the parent transaction for it. When you have a advanced payment scenario, that what do you do with the second thing, right? And second transaction. So that's what. So another important thing is the tender, right? End of the day, everything translates into the currency, money, right? So this is the tender. Once the customer buys something online, offline, right, he has to pay it in one form. So this is what it is. So one is the tender number and then tender transaction type and what is that amount in case, and the currency basically. If it in India, it's a rupees. So that's one thing. Tender identifier and the account number, reference number, these are all like additional information. It all depends, like based on for which project you are working, based on that mapping file, whatever information is there, we'll try to accommodate, any of these fields. And still you see there is something additional information is there that has to be passed to the car. And then we use those, custom enhanced segments.
I have a doubt here.
Yes, sir.
And for example, if you are working for any other country projects like US, Germany, whatever it may be, like until that software installation components only itself, we will get that data as per tender. Like
No,
no.
we will have a dummy configuration. I will show you now.
Achha.
We'll have it. I mean, once we're done with this, I'll take you.
Sure. Yeah, fine.
We will have that dummy installation that doesn't have any kind of this thing. I think we will have Europe, but I'm not really focused on the dummy. But
Achha.
whenever you work for a customer, you have to create from the scratch.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So that will be the initial discussions once the BVP specification gets completed. And once you start writing the FDs, right? So this will be part of that FD preparation.
Okay.
So writing down all the transaction types, like the header level, and what are the retail item types, what are the tenders, what are the taxes, what are the discounts, like these are all we have to write it down. And whether the FI transactions have a scope within a scope or not, or the goods movement is there in the scope or not, because not everybody uses those other transactions. Sale is for sure they will use. Now, what is this transaction type code indicates? That indicates their business. Are you doing this transaction?
Okay.
Basically, they will get back to us saying that, hey, these are all different type of transactions or scenarios, possible scenarios. Now, for all the scenarios, we have to create a mapping. Okay, for all of this is how we are handling it. This is how we do it. That's the initial step when somebody is doing a car configuration, functional configuration. That's a one part. The other part will be the mapping table. Like the file system, whatever the file gets generated, that we have to translate into a car structure. So based on that mapping, that middleware, let's say SAP PAPO persons, they create that interfaces, mapping between source and the target. For any car project, this will be, for any car project which you are doing as from the scratch as a greenfield implementation, this step will be very crucial. Once this step is done, right, the next will be like what enhancements you have to do and all that will be another step. But these are the two things which is very important for any car project, any greenfield car project. But if something is already there, you're supporting or you're enhancing or making some changes or you are upgrading it, or you are doing a live for a different different geography, you're implementing it, or you are supporting the store, new store setups, right? In that scenario, it is not that complicated because everything is there now. Whatever the traditional tender, okay, so you want to introduce a new tender, that's a small request. We request to that middleware, they will do it, and from our side, 2-3 configurations required. You do that, our job is done. But if something you are starting from the scratch, it will be. I'm not saying what I'm saying. These steps are very important. These are credit card details. I'm not going more in detail, okay, because not everybody uses it. And let's see if they're capturing, and you also have to take this information. It's very understandable. You can easily take that information into the car, map that information into the car. Only thing you remember when you are enabling credit card, because this is the sensitive information, we always have to do encryption and masking. I'll show you those things. This is the bank account card details, driver ID. Here it is. Total, I told you, right, end of the day transactions. As part of end of the day transaction, we get like what is the total sales, total line items. And here also we will have the discount type related, and even tender also you will have discount, taxes, and then the tenders. All this information will be. You have something here, the actual amount, short amount, over amount. Okay. So what does it mean? When you do a reconciliation based on end of the day transaction, we will see something called what system does it does the comparison between the the end of the day transaction versus the sales which are reached to the car. So during that process, during the reconciliation process, it sees any difference, right? And that's where it adds that amount into short and over amounts. So this is like will be calculated during the reconciliation process, not from your password. These are all cashier totals, like the number of transactions, how many he did, how many void transactions, void line items. So this is a kind of thing like login time. All these things are cashier related, and statistics will come as part of end of the day transaction. These fields for cancellation you can avoid. Training. This is the one. Yeah, this is an answer one. If you have something financial transaction, right? That's where these things are important. So again, it's the same thing. Tender and the financial looks the same because both are speaking about money, right? I mean amount. So again, this is the sequence number, and here you have the financial transaction type. There it is a tender transaction type code, and then the account ID in case if you have account assignment object. That's so one thing, and then amount. But normally these two will be like account ID, and this will be blank, and then you will have an amount and finance currency. You will have a reference ID number here. A reference ID will be generally why this the FI document is being created, for what reason we are generating this FI document. Right? If you have something additional information, that will be put it into this reference item. Similarly for goods movement also same thing. It's a line item level. You will have the sequence number, goods movement type code, why this transaction is happen, a reason code, and then qualifier ID and item ID. Item ID is EAN, like what is that item and how much quantity is being shifted from one place to another place. Sales unit of measure, amount, exact valuation amount. This is not being populated from POS, it's been generated. And what is the batch ID? If you have the batch ID for it, batch ID, serial number, the details, cost center, all of these details will be put into this one. I have already explained, right? Goods movement is mainly for either STO scenario, stock transfer, one store to another store. It's been used for self-consumption. So it's been used between the different departments also. Different departments say there is a store and they have food court as well. Food court is not the, I don't know if you have seen like there are some big stores mainly in the abroad you see, but in India also I can see nowadays there are some stores are being started with this kind of a culture. So what happens, the store will have, and the same store will have a kitchen as well. I mean, they serve the food, okay, and they have like the grocery and the vegetables, electronics, clothes, So all of these are different departments, right? Consider the food department. Now, for this food department, they need some vegetables or a meat for preparing something, right? So some cases they may consume their own products for doing something, right? So that itself comes as a the goods movement kind of a thing. I'm not saying for preparing everything they will consume, but there are certain cases they will go with the goods movement scenario. The other thing I said, let's say within a store they do housekeeping jobs for cleaning and other things. They utilize their own products for doing that activity. That's a one example. And the spoil, there are some products get spoiled, like they get broke because of that fragile in the nature. That's a one scenario. And the other thing, the some waste, some of the items get rotten, over the period of time. Some more gets expired, right? They cannot sell those products. Those are all spoiled scenarios, right? That item gets spoiled and now they have to get rid of from the store. So you have to decrease that inventory figures. But when it comes to the financial figure, again, it depends on that nature of that particular transaction. How do we deal with it? So in that scenario, we will go with goods movement. And here, these are all fields like we will field. These are all the extension I told you, right? The field group, field name, field value. Let's see if you have something you wanted to send that information as into the extended fields. This is the fields we can use. These are coupon identifiers, like in case if you are issuing any coupon, right? Those details will be captured here. That's it. I know it will be a little confusing. You may not get everything in the first time. You will slowly get understand, because this in the car in past DT, this is the only table we look into it every day-to-day life. So you will understand this segment, when you move forward. If you are good, I will go to the next one. Okay, where is insert? So we spoke about TF. We are talking about PLAGF. What is PLAGF? Anyone has idea? So what happens whenever transactions come to once transactions reach the inbound queue, from here we were processing those transactions, and then that comes into the TLAGF table, right? So during this process, when we are processing these transactions, it try to process, like we will assign different tasks for each of these transactions. So what it does the execution of this each task. So during that process, if there is any successful message or if there is an error message, that will be logged into this table. This is a logging table. The processing logs flat, like basically it's a processing log table which holds all of the transactions, you know, whatever it has been generated, it will have everything that we just execute and see. It has. This is also another important table which we will use it on day-to-day basis, at least sure in a development project. Even production also, but production you may not directly call this one. Somebody would have been already developed some report or some script. We use that script, and then that will pull data from this particular. So what it will have, that is that for whoever processed that transaction, that details and the type of that, and then the task, whatever the task being executed, that is what. Now coming to this transaction index began, and then let's say that particular task is being executed for some thousand transactions. They are fall into, let's say, 1 to 1000, the sequence number. In that scenario you will get it, but if you see there is a break in between, you will see it little differently. That's the one. And what is the new status for this task? The details will be there, and if somebody have changed the status change manually or something, that will capture. Otherwise it will be like automatic. So these are all the message class information. What is the type of that message? What is the message class number? And if there is any variables. These are all the message information.
Harish, this table will also save the data related to transactions only.
Related to the transactions, but it will save the processing log.
Okay.
So while processing, I mean, I have processed one transaction. Now it is in a successful state in the workbench, in the green state. Now, if there is an option to see a message. See, I cannot able to show right now because I'm not created a single transaction in the system. Okay. So if you execute, it will show as a green. Okay. So from where that green symbol have come, because it is executed. When you look into the message, everywhere it says that all the tasks were successfully completed. Okay. That information is being pulled from the TLAGF table. And if you see a transaction which is in an error state, now that error state has its own messages, right? They say EN does not exist, plant material this does not exist. That information is stored into this TLAGF table.
Okay. So it means in Workbench, whatever in the message section, whatever data is shown, that can be reflected here, like that.
Yes. Whatever you're seeing there, that is coming from this table.
Okay. Understood.
Now we have another important one. I'm stepping into that. Fast DW IMG stands for, basically it's a configuration T code. So this is the main T code where we do a car related functional configuration. Okay. So I will go more in detail. I mean, when I say more in detail, actual configuration I will start. But before that, I wanted to show the transactions and everything. We will start end-to-end configuration thing. But for now, I will focus on this particular. See here, because we already spoke about this one. For any project, if it is a greenfield, we have to do a mapping and the transaction type codes. Okay. Now, when it comes to the transaction type
I have a small doubt.
yes, sir.
Actually, this implementation gets like bad program. Like we will use that BC set something. Now, like we like as a functional consultants, we are only handling those business configuration sets. Else mappers. I don't have.
No, whatever you have seen right now, let me put it in this. You see, there are multiple configurations there. Correct?
Yes. Yeah, correct.
Everything has to be done from functional.
Acha, okay.
When you say BC sets, the BC sets is something you get from standard, right? And then you import it. That will fill up those tables. That is here. Whatever you are seeing right now, let me show you one part. Then you'll get an idea. There are some transaction type codes being defined here. What is it? Same transaction type group, test integration, finding, financial transaction, reversal, goods movement, and total. All are defined against 0001, which is a default configuration given by SAP
Standard one.
our understanding. And when you are building a new system, everything has to be recreated because for that customer, he only have sale. He will only have financial transaction. In the sale itself, you want to have a different type of transaction groups. So based on the requirement, we will create. It is just for sample that given. It's not that okay, out of 6, I will put 3, I will put 1. No, it's not like that. It all depends on the requirement. We will either increase or decrease. This is about one. Now coming to the transaction, cost transaction. You see here how many transactions we have. So see, the concept is same. Only thing is how do you name it? How do you change the behavior based on the requirement? That's what it places. And whatever you're saying, everything you do before even you get into the system, you have to finalize the transaction because see, what is it? Sale transaction. It's saying which is the normal sale. What we have something else avoided transaction. What is avoided transaction? Anyone? Yes, just a random guess. I don't want the right answer. I want just an answer.
Transaction with no values.
Okay. Anyone?
The transaction which has been cancelled and that is from the post side and that has been thrown to car and we need to avoid that.
Exactly, Arun. Yeah, what you said is correct. So it's a transaction which is a cancel transaction. Okay. So what was happened? Like you made a transaction and then we said no, I don't want this. I mean, then there is a decision to cancel it, or this order is placed from a mobile or a web application. Once order gets placed and immediately we say cancel it, right? That is what is avoided sale transaction, void transaction. Just call it as a void transaction. We always refer, and we do have a void line items as well. I mean, it is a transaction level. It is cancelled at transaction header level, and there are cases we do have individual line items as well. And there is something called suspended sales. Suspended sale is also kind of a sale. Let's say you placed an order and then somebody says that no, this is not valid for some reason. They have it's a scenario. And there is something called other sale items, other sale transactions. Apart from the regular sale, if you have something, I would say that the sale itself, we will create a number of examples. I'll tell you, the next session. So there is a settlement transaction, there is a no selling transaction, POS reading, cash login, cashier login, log These are all control transactions. When you say control transactions is always about that cashier transactions. When the cashier got logged into the system and when he logged off and opened register, closed register, logged the register, unlocked the register, repeat printing, that also being captured as a transaction. Repeat printing, he given a print, right? I mean, he generated an invoice and given it. For some reason, he has to regenerate it. That's something like additional task is doing. That also been captured. So it will have details like for which transaction he repeated the reprinting. If there is an administrative transaction now here, post in, post out, suspended transaction, retrieve transaction, cashier login attempt. See, let's go down a bit till start of the day till end of the day. Like we are talking about cashier and here we are talking about like individual. These are all cashier related. Let's say if there is a password change, password authorized, the invalid single sign. All these are related to the cashier related. Let's go down. Now here you see the financial transaction started from here. So it's a plain financial transaction and there is a FA transaction involves the cashier is taking some cash cash removal, and there is a bank transaction. Sometimes been State Bank of India, start of the bank. So they, I don't know, start of the bank stands for what could be the scenario where you see start of the bank. At least I'm not seeing such scenario, but yeah, SAP default provided some kind of a transaction which states start of the bank. I don't know. And then reverse transaction for FI transaction. This is okay, which means you will get a minus interest in the amount. Goods issue, which is again our that inventory movement.
Sorry to interrupt. What's minus entry?
So normally if I say when you say FI transaction, what happens? It's a reverse like the cashier took some he took some cash, say $500 he took to deliver something and fuel the vehicle. Right? That's a thing normal. And then he took it, and for that there is a transaction already been generated because he took 500. And he spent only 350. Now he comes back and hand out that cash back to the store, right? This time he's not taking it, he's giving it back that amount. In this scenario, it will be in the negative figures. So that when you do that 500 minus 150, ideally it's a final figure will be 350 only, not 500. Right? Just the scenario I'm telling. Similarly, there will be transactions where we get basically it's account payable and account receivable considered in that way. So one scenario it's a plus, one scenario it's a minus.
It is like credit and debit.
Correct. Yes. Correct.
Okay. Got it.
Transfer of posting, we spoke, right? And receipt of goods received for purchase order. Let's say if something you have received, that is also a part of goods. Received means like your inventory is increasing, right? See, only thing you understand when it comes to the sale transactions, it is always it's going to impact billing, inventory, and financial figures. When it comes to the FI, it is only deals with the accounting, financial changes. Goods movement is only for inventory change. That's it. It won't do any financial. It won't touch the financial figure. Only the sale. It will touch all three. Again, we can control. Let's say for a specific sale item, sale transaction or item, we only wanted to hit sales billing and the inventory. You don't want to touch the accounting thing. We can control that. With the task, we can control what to do, what not to do. Here, the total statistics, total sales, total this. I told you, right, we have something called end of the day transaction. So these are all part of end of the day total statistics. Basically, this will be the end of the day transaction, and this is the end of means of payment totals, and this is the cashier statistics. Like it will have all the details of what time he logged in, what time he logged off, and also like how many sale items scan will those details will be part of. You have seen the deal like right? So whatever the fields are relevant for that particular transaction, this is the one which takes. So you have seen right now, right? All these are the different transactions which is as a for a sample given by SAP. But when we are doing, we have to go to the system.
Harish, one general question actually I'm just wanted to ask for my knowledge. Suppose one store is not using POS system, and can it be possible to manage everything? Because I can see all the transaction over here, whatever is matching to POS system. So without using the POS system also, can it be possible like by HANA only taking care of the POS?
Arun, can you please repeat your question? I'm sorry, I lost it.
Suppose one store is there who is not using POS system and completely the POS could be managed through this HANA, or is it possible? Is there any features that is developed from SAP?
Okay. What I understood is there is a store managed without third-party POS system, but what you're saying is some POS system. It has to be recorded, right? All the transactions has to be recorded into some POS system, correct?
No. That is not my question. My question is we are completely depending upon POS system, most of the store right now. So without POS system, HANA, CAR system can manage all the sales transaction without POS.
Okay. See, it's not like we are dependent on POS. It is that the store will have a POS machine. So without POS machine, how they can take your transaction? The POS machine doesn't like the scanner, monitor, and everything, right? It shouldn't be like that. So the POS system can be if you visit stores like IKEA and few other stores, yourself can go to the or Amazon in the abroad. Basically, in India we don't have it. But if you go there, it's a self scan. What do? You just go there and scan your items and then pay the money. And if you see Decathlon in India, so what do? You put your items into the basket. It does this. You don't have to take your item and do a scanning. You just put your items into the scanner. It does the scanning. How it identifies it's a different, but it does the scanning. It's only you are paying some cash and you are coming out from the store, right? So that is also a transaction that will have all the details whatever. So it is a different form of taking that completing the transaction, not like a traditional way of, but that also will have all the information like what are the items you bought, what is this transaction, it's a normal reversal, how did you pay the tender, like you given a cash or you given a card, right? And all of these information will be there in that particular system. You can call it as a POS, or you can call it as some application or some intelligent application, but that information has to be feed to the car. Now, if you ask, hey, car, can you go on read? No, car doesn't go on read. It is only read if data comes to a inbound queue. It can only read from inbound queue. So if you see, that's what I told initially when we have defined this place, right? So this basically to reach to that inbound queue, it is not a pull. Pull means you are, I mean, the system is pulling the information. It is always a push. Somebody is pushing that information to the car. And very, very straightforward to your question, car cannot be, I mean, car doesn't have a POS interface. Your S4 has a POS interface or not. I mean, that component is part of S4, but you can have a separate system who does the POS. SAP also has its own POS solution basically. So that also, but again, that is also our regular POS machine.
Why this? I mean, question is coming to my mind because I have seen like the cashier login, the staff login, the registerment, all the features that is available in the POS itself. So that is the confusion. Like why? I mean, we
When
are
you say
having the
login,
thing.
where are you seeing the POS in the car or S4?
POS in POS, whatever we are having that options, right? The cashier registration.
That's what. That's what. See what is happening. There is a consider in this way. There is a POS system. The cashier goes to that POS. Where is a POS, right? That cashier counter. Okay, he goes to that counter and he logs into the system, and then he start taking the attending one by one customer and do a billing, right? So that's a process. So during that process, whatever activities he's doing, when I say activities, everything is a transaction. He's logging into the system is a transaction. He's logging out. It's a transaction. He's opening the drawer. It's a transaction. If it is opening as part of a transaction, that will be as part of regular sale transaction. It is a regular sale transaction. But he opened it explicitly for some reason, right? That is itself is a separate transaction. And then he opened it for borrowing some money, like taking some money. That is also a transaction. So now all of these are transactions in that POS machine that will be feed into the car so that everyone we can I mean everybody has a visibility that okay what and all transactions he has done for the day. So which includes his sale transactions, the control transactions are all about the cashier activity.
Yeah.
And then apart from these two, we do if we have something like finance transactions, goods movement transactions, that is also been captured into the car system.
Good.
And we also have a concept called like back store transactions. So when you visit a store, what do you do? Like let's say you wanted to return something, the return doesn't taken with the regular cashier. Have you seen? I mean, any one of you. So when you visit a store, you want to return some product, they generally don't take or return orders from that cashier, from the regular POS machines, right? There will be dedicated person, the machine, where there only you can return the product. If you
Yeah.
observe it, right?
Yes,
It's not
yes, different
that
RFID.
you go there. So that's a different thing. So that return will be done. It's not just for the quality checks. That system is defined in a way that it accepts the returns, but the other systems cannot accept the returns because they are not authorized to perform that activity. So we go there and you return it, they do all the checks, everything is fine. Then they will take the return. I will ask it, okay, now you buy something and then we will exchange it and all that they will do, or they will give a credit note to you. It all depends on which store you are visiting and how they are operating their business. So accordingly, we will define our transactions. Accordingly, we will define our
Regarding this transaction we were discussing that there are multiple types of transaction. Is it possible that in a transaction we are not sending sales and sales data, but rest of the data like cashier data and all that is sent things like that? Also, we can get transactions. Yeah? Sales and all that is also compulsory in a particular transaction.
no transaction with what you said.
Well, any we saw multiple type of transactions. Yeah, just
Correct.
so I'm saying that generally in our project we are seeing that we are getting sales tax discount all that in one transaction, but with that discount code and cash number and ID and all that is coming. Is it possible that billing has been done, but the details are coming like cash details and all that time, or it is compulsory that sales and that details will also come with that?
No, if it is a sale transaction, the retail item is a mandatory.
Okay.
And having a discount, tax, these are all optional. That's what
Okay.
so it's not necessarily that we give a discount on every product, right? So
Correct.
that's
Mhm.
you don't have the discount segment. If you have a discount, you will have a discount segment. That's a
Okay.
one. Second, the taxes as well. Taxes varies. So it depends on the country. Consider in India, we will have a taxes, but in India also there are some items we don't have a taxes for some specific items. So in India itself, right, you have some products where you don't have the taxes for it, right? So that will
Yeah.
be
Correct.
comes like without tax segment. Okay.
Okay.
But if any sale document, it must have a sale
Okay.
item. So if you are seeing such scenario, which is I really doubt whether it will be success transaction. In those scenarios, either you go with a fair transaction because you're saying that hey, I don't have a retail item, but I have a tender, which means it's supposed to be a fair transaction, not sale transaction.
Okay. So we are sending normal this cashier login time, logout time, all that, not sales.
Correct.
So do we need to create that moment? No sales, we are sending in sales moment. Na? So the transaction types about that is there, no? Transaction group, I think so, group of transaction. So for that, we have to create a separate group or how it will work. Because we earlier we read that na financial transaction and sales transaction, then control movement is there. So a separate thing we have to create for that those type of transactions. Because the sales are not there.
Correct. So if 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 we are trying to capture the cashier related activities, say that will be captured in a different one. And if there is a sales without, I mean, it's not sale, I would say there is a transaction where you wanted to capture, that will be there. I think you'll get more clarity when I'm actually discussing about when I'm actually preparing the sample configuration here. Yeah, I'm here to do it. You see, whatever you're seeing is given by standard. Okay, we don't
Yeah,
have
yeah.
all of the scenarios. We will have more scenarios. It all depends on which, but as part of training session, I'll try to cover as much as possible. This is about the transaction type, cost transaction type. And now you see here, group, see here, sale item type, like what kind of individual item it is. Now let's get into the sale item types. It's a normal sale, shipping, like you have a sale, but it has to be shipped. That's the one. And sale to an employees, right? There is a sale which is specific to the employees. So that will be a employee sale to the employee, returns from the employee, tax exempt sale and returns, and sale of gift voucher. That's what we discuss. And the sale of gift certificate, catalog sale, catalog return in case of any service, reservation, no, and the normal return, item void, the returns cancellation, paying transaction, payment, voucher exchange, the balance request. Actually, right, we have this balancing request is part of that advance payment thing. Okay. So we have like these are the standard content, and they had given some samples here. So not necessarily you will create all this transaction type thing into the the customer environment. It's not like that. First, you have to understand their scenarios. Do they have employee sales? Do they have tax exempt sales? Do they have a gift voucher? Right? According to that, we will define the sale types here, whatever the possible the scenarios. Now let's get into the transaction sale item type. There is something called profile type. I will get back to that. Just focus on that information I'm mentioning. And if you see something additional information, if you have a doubt, you can ask me. I'll let you know like when I'm going to that part. So I'm focusing on the only this piece. When you get into individual sale item type, you see here, this is the sale item type category. Profile type is something that see, let's take this up for help. This is the SAP standard they had given it. Now, when you are defining configuring for a customer, we will have our own profile type here. I would say one profile type only. We don't have multiple profile type. There will be only one profile type we will create, and under the profile type, we will define our configuration again. Now, what is the sale item type group here? So in the previous one, we would have see here, this is like under the sales, we are creating this one, sales item to an employees. That's what you are creating. So I would say we put everything under the same sales. Now here, what is the category and subcategory? Is it a sale of code? service, deposit, gift card, reservation, a settlement with a gift card or store card, right? These are all the different classifications. These are mainly used for analytics purpose. There's nothing to do with the category, subcategory, debit credit indicator. A debit credit indicator is it's for mainly the sign, whatever comes in there, that's really for it. And then this is also, and based on it, the sign doesn't get changed. The only thing is mainly when you're creating, generating an item, that's where it gets zero. But this information is mainly for analytics purpose. Like you're building a report or you're giving a requirement saying, hey, we want the list of sale item or amount which are belongs to the service. What is the segregation between all of these three category, all of these four, all these category? That's how we have that option, whether it is a sale item or return item or category. Task processing, we have some details here. I'm not explaining as on today. I will explain mostly by session. Okay, because before I really explain about it, I want to bring some new diagram, a flow diagram of a transaction. Just okay, how you are seeing here. This is like overall the flow diagram. I'm gonna share you another diagram which will have the life cycle of individual transaction. I'll explain more in detail in session spot. Any questions here before I go to the next configuration?
No doubts. But we will be configuring the whole thing. We will go through with this the whole means configuration again. While configuring.
Can you repeat what is the question?
I'm saying that while configuring in the next session, whenever we will be starting the configuration part, that from the profile type till the end, the whole.
Yes, end to end, yes.
So at that time we will go through again with these things, Means
correct.
yeah, okay. Because with the reference, it will be more easier to understand.
Yeah. Correct. So what I will do, whatever you're seeing here, right? You have something called standard configuration, right?
Yeah.
Now you're going to create a new profile. That new profile will have all the configuration, but I may not create like wide range like a project related, but we'll try to have at least the basic scenarios I'll try to cover. So I'll tell you an example. So rather than having all of this, let's have one sale and one return, right? So that will be sufficient for you to do testing, validate thing, right?
Okay.
So that's it. Rest and all, like based on the scenarios, we'll pick up and do it because behavior will change based on the requirement. That's what in these configurations there is nothing like okay, there is a catalog. So what is meaning of catalog? Say, right? So that will be defined. That will comes from the customer.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
There is one thing more, but the way of configuring all of these will be same only now. How the we will be doing for sales, the same thing we will be doing for any other type also. No?
Everything. There is no difference. See, you see here. Let's like random there, right? You see here sale of good rate.
Yeah.
Then right.
Okay.
This is the return transaction basically. See, just the return transaction. So mode, the category is the return. It's a debt, right? Because it's a return, so it's a debt. Then including. So I will cover it in the next session. So
okay.
Just before if I proceed with it, you understand half. You don't get completely because you have to understand what is the task, what is task group, and then if I start with okay, that is there, and this is how you do configuration, it will be more understandable. If I start actually, so this is about sale items. Now discount types. So type groups are there. Okay, if you see here the discount type groups. Okay, discount is because of some coupon, discount is because of promotion or because of the member discount. You understood what is the member discount, the regular promotion, some local discount, staff discount, some tax exception. So these are the different discount groups it's been defined in the system standard content, but when we are defining we will define like how many we wanted it. Okay, now here you see these are the discount you are seeing in the TLAGF table, right? When I'm showing you are seeing there is a discount type code. We show you again. This is the discount segment. In the discount segment, the sequence number. You see here discount type code. This is what it is. This is the discount code. What it stands for. Discount types. This is the discount type. This is the discount type. And along with it, you get other information comes into the. Now when it comes to what is the discount the type group. So it's a coupon. It belongs to a coupon type group. And then you have a debit and credit indicator. So what is this indicator? And then we have some set of task processing and aggregation. This we cover in the next session. Someone has a question. Can I move forward?
Yeah.
This is the tax one. So the tax, it has had like full value added tax, half value added tax, some country tax, federation. So these are all standard alert, but for us, we will define, how many you have. So let's say for different countries, you have a different this thing also, we will define under the same profile with a different naming convention. We say that, okay, these are the set of taxes. Okay, we will define it. Okay, tenders. Before to this, I will show you. As you see here, no tender, like the form of currency, how store is accepting. One is a gift certificate, which is a bank card, cash, check, and the credit card. Like there is some invoice, coupons, and other vouchers. These are the payment means of payment groups defined as the standard. Again, we will define as per convenient. Now, these are the individual items here. There is a gift card or gift certificate, merchandise certificate. What do? You click here, but it belongs to a gift certificate tender. These are different types of standard delivery tender types. See here. So for each of the card, we have defined, it's been defined different tender. For Visa, there is separate, and for MasterCard, you have separate. For American Express, you have separate. For Discover, there's a separate, and there is a dinners, the store credit card, there is separate. There is a food voucher, and there is some tip also that's been also taken into this thing, and there is a rounding difference. So I told you, right, in the total transactions, you have something called over and short amount.
I'll add like decimal values 0.2 like that. These are all related to work list under come like those work lists are different, like how that is a
No.
separate topic. Yeah.
No, when you speak about work list in past GTA, it has a different meaning.
Acha. Okay.
So work list is generally to handle the processed same details. We will have a different work list.
Okay. In coming up session, we will discuss that also.
Yeah, that is also part of.
Yeah, fine. Sorry.
Right, in the whole car session, I will focus more on past GTA and then OE, and the others are like very the minimal information.
Sure.
Because that
Got it. Yeah.
different.
Got it.
Work list is about how do you handle the processed sales.
Handle the face. Yeah. Got it.
Okay, how do you update? How do you delete? Right, and you require some customization. That's called the work list. You see here, there is a short and over amount. Right? What is the short and over amount? When you're doing any reconciliation between the cashier totals against the sales which is car received, and you see something less on the cashier side, then it is a short amount. If you see something more, this is a over amount. Now that amount also has to capture in the system, right? So for that, we will have a dedicated FI transaction codes. So what does it make difference? If you have a dedicated, that information can be posted into a separate GL accounts, which deals with the excess and shortage amount. But that is what is like it's even rounding difference, something like that. But we create our own, whatever the means of payments we wanted to have, we will create our own. Okay. These are standard delivery. Don't go with the assumption that okay, we should have all of this. I think if you have access to some system, I would say it's if you try to explore, like if you have a live system or if you have some QA environment of some customer, just get into that system, see what they defined it, and you compare it. But now you have some idea, like what is it, what is this individuals, right? So that way you can get some idea. Okay, this is how it's been defined in the production environment. And these are the financial transactions. Let me go to the financial transactions. Simple. It's a paying transaction, payment, and then down payment. Only 3 transactions are there. Transaction type groups. And here you see here the paying transaction, safe with the loan, the past balancing, positive cash payment or payment, wages. It's daily basis. We get some daily base employees to the stores, right? For them to pay that. So this is the one they define. There is something called safe deposit, safe withdrawal, and safe deposit. I think that is from the till the past thing. You take it and give it, right? So that's what it is. Past withdrawal, past balancing negative. This is a positive and negative. I think this is what it is. They're referring it. I told that excess and shortage. That's what it is. The down payment, withdrawal of down payments.
So if you really see in my experience, I would say this financial transactions, whatever they define, it's like minimal. Some cases we do have even more financial transactions if you are implementing a financial transactions for that customer. So, and these are the goods movement, like goods received from a distribution center, goods received from another store, from vendor, from purchase order, known purchase order, and shipping notification now, create purchase order automatically. So these are all like goods issue and goods received. See, you see here, goods issue. It's like I told you, right? There are two scenarios. One is that you are moving good, I mean, the stock from one store to another store. The reasons for this is this, and the second one is self-use or spoil, right? So here to goods issued to another store. This is for received, and this is for goods issued to another, and goods issued due to breakage, due to spoilage, due to reserved stock, due to presentation stock. What is the presentation stock? Anyone has idea? Presentation stock? Anyone?
Like display while in stores, that type of.
So there are some stocks which stores uses for display purpose, right? That they cannot sell it to the customer, but they should have that stock with them, right? So that is also their own stock, but they will use it for a display purpose. So that's a transaction.
Yeah, but it's not in.
Pardon, sorry.
Like it will consider for only store purpose, right? Like any not for sales marketing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. That's why it is a part of goods movement. So wherever you see a transaction falls under goods movement, it doesn't create any it doesn't create any accounting documents, which means it is only reflected for inventory adjustment. This is about goods movements. And there is another thing I will cover right now. There is something called reasons. So we have applied a discount, right? And it has a so these are all groups created. One group created for discount, return, reversal, paying transaction, payment, sale charges, no sale, cost rating, goods movement, and the tax exemption. These are all the groups. Let me just go inside the reasons for it. Then you get more clarity. Now, for a discount, so we created these many reasons. Now, question: what is this reason does? So this is an additional field which is required even for sending that information to the S4. What it does, so you get see, it's not that we create it. This information has to come from POIs only. But some cases we have to do a mapping, but consider that it will come from POIs only, but we will create all these reasons here. Now we are applying a discount. Are we applying this discount? For what reason you are applying the discount? Right? Okay, I'm giving you this discount because this customer has a membership. So I'm giving you membership discount on it. Or he gets some coupon with him. So for that coupon, I'm giving it. It's like this discount is because we have really recently introduced some advertisement. There is some grace period is there. Something, right? For some reason we are giving a discount. Now what is that reason? That is something we have to put in. Or is that something got damaged and then they have had damage, not completely damaged. Some scratches are there. That's why we are giving a less price and selling this product, something like that. And similarly, returns, right? So returns, is it a fit issue, gift issue, or unsatisfactory, incorrect, satisfactory? Still here, these are the similarly for reversal. Reversal, that we did some incorrect entry. The past he did something incorrect, he is doing a reversal for it. And this is again a tender exchange. So these are all the reason codes, and even for discounts, we will have more reason codes. We don't have to think about what reason code I have to add. It is always comes from a customer. Hey, these are the scenarios. For this scenario, this is the reason code we wanted. You please add this reason code. Okay. Or with the discussions, you will see from customer, you don't get this 6001. What you will get the description of it. And then we start assigning the numbering for it. Okay. Let's assign it. But I would say let's try to go with the standard, like however it is. Like okay, six discount for discount you go with the 6,000, and then you continue with the same sequence number, you continue with 6,001 and all, and then you define whatever scenarios covers under it. So try to align with the standard, but not necessarily you have to align with the standard and go with your own. But it will be convenient for you or somebody to understand in the future just by looking at it more from a readable perspective. So this is about reasons. This we'll discuss later. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay.
So what I will focus like from the next session, let me show you right away. See, I'm waiting for SLT setup to be done. Otherwise, I would have been focused on the SLT setup and then taking you through one transaction and see that is happening and then jumping into that configuration. Since that is not there, so I limited myself to this portion. Okay. Otherwise, we would have been first discussed that part and then this one. But anyhow, no worries. We'll try to have the setup and then we'll discuss this and then immediately we'll jump into this total configurations. A lot of configurations you may get bored or you will lose in between, but try to focus these areas. Being a car functional consultant, you must be like this. If you are a technical, not necessarily you should know everything. Like some is sufficient for you. Yeah. Anyone here from a web background? I mean, who are trying to understand from a web perspective, like what changes is there? Are everyone functioning?
Yeah, I have knowledge on other.
Now, okay. Because for enhancements and other things, right, we also have to implement multiple bodies. I'm not gonna
Packages, classes, interfaces, those are the
correct. Yeah. So I'm not gonna explain the syntax and other things, but what I'm gonna say that hey, this is the place where you go and do the body enhancement and there are some signature related details. I will provide those details and then move forward. Not going very detailed what statement you have to write on, but I'll explain about
dump analysis. That is
see,
enough.
you see here there is a customer specific enhancements and body implementation. This is where those things comes into the picture. That's why in the course content we have added SLT as well, and then even the above related also very high.
One doubt for myself. See, like this is the car system, like same like setup and architecture for this S4 HANA too. Like any differences are the events.
When you say any difference, can you just elaborate?
Like for example, we don't have like in our dictionary we don't have SE16N.
Okay, understood.
Like
No.
like the type.
It's the same ABAP system only. That is like S4 HANA, and this is like S foundation. Okay.
Like a blueprint. Yeah, got it.
I'll show you what I'm referring. Similarly now, if you log into our S4 system before that, right? You see here the other platform will be same. Okay. So you should have the same T codes here and there.
Acha. Okay.
Like which is related to the ABAP. Your SE16 they do have. I think see when it comes to the S4, right? What they will do, they always have a ZSE16N. That's a T code they use. I think the S16 the SE16 they avoid it giving access to everybody.
Yeah, usually if you can see here our car the version is 6.0. Like initial it will support for this particular 2022 release or 2021 release for that also, like how?
Yeah, it's the same. See, those T codes are so
Okay, fine.
the ZSE16N there in S4 HANA, I mean, your S4 HANA ERP system, that will be there in car because that's the ZT code. Somebody has to enable it. Here you don't have it. Here you only have a SE16. That's it. Okay. Rest everything is same. But if you say, hey, I have a T code for the looking into the inventory, so that T code won't be available here because this is entirely different. And whatever you are seeing here, POS DWT codes won't be available in the S4 side because this is a specific. That installation is done completely car specific here.
Okay, for that we'll use POS DW on the S4 HANA we'll use normal reports. Yeah.
Correct. So mainly you see here ABAP release later that class comes. So this is that one. So whatever you see there, you will able to see here.
These setups and all base system will handle, right? We are not able like how.
We don't do it. That's what in the initial first two sessions we covered that. So this version thing and all what as a functional consultant, what we have to decide what version has to start. Hey, install let's the latest is 6.0. Let's go with 6.0. When you mention this version to them, and they will get back to you with all the relevant versions.
Okay.
Okay. For 6.0, we require this is to 2023 S4 HANA Foundation. This query is required, and this will be the above platform for it, right? So they will get back to you with all of this.
Okay, got it.
With this, you will get this list of things get installed.
That roles who will design that basis or GS like any
What is the
roles and like they will define the roles now for particular IDs, access, authorizations and all.
What's the role matrix? We refer that role matrix is a part of, it's a part of a project. A project, if you are working in any greenfield project, like you're working from the scratch, it is a part of project implementation. So, so one is
Like
that
probably which team will handle that? GRC security, right?
GRC team will handle it. But again, the question here, how they will know that which POS transaction you require, right?
Yeah, right.
So it is the functional who decides based on requirement. See, it all depends on which you are working. Okay, if it's a small scale, I don't have that much of that segregation of duties, right? SOD we call. So that we don't have that much segregation. So some cases you would have very limited people. They do everything end to end. Some cases we have a very big team and everything will be done differently. So let's put it in this way: car functional only takes care of car functional. You don't have access to SC24. You don't have access to SC37. You only have access to only functional related. You are because you are a functional and technical. When it comes to the technical, I would say that engineer, they will have access to all the above related T codes. And these guys doesn't have access to IMG, the past DW IMG which I shown. That's a one thing. And then when it comes to the business, they don't even have access to the any of the past T codes. They will only have access to the Fury application. That's it. Fury application and the reports which are deployed as part of that. So here the roles will be decided, like the role matrix you refer. I mean, if you see any project implementation, it will be like that only. So somebody will like it's part one of the project implementation is supposed to be one of the project implementation, and being a functional consultant, you define like responsibilities, right? Roles and responsibilities. Hey, business will have will do these activities. Again, functional consultant, they do this way. Operations again are different, right? You have operations, the engineering team development team is different, and the operations is different. Like when I say operations, L1, L2, L3, L4. Okay, operations comes under L1 and L2. And when it comes to the L1 and L2, we don't give complete access. We only give very limited access. For them, it is only monitoring and doing very basic thing. Okay. And some cases L3. So when it comes to the L3, I mentioned you, right, making some changes in the workbench, like the transaction changes in the not the configuration, the transaction changes in the workbench, and sometimes the configuration, like adding some additional discount or additional tender or new store stuff that falls under L3 category. So for them, the roles are like little advanced. And there is another set of roles, what do you call that? That admin role, functional admin role. So though you are a functional, but you don't have access to make some adjust do something. So that admin role, see, it depends on our guy. Say if somebody is handling with the FF access, then always that admin roles, everything goes into that FF access. But if they do not have FF access related, then this admin role will be a part of separate role, as and when required. Whoever is doing that particular test, they request on ad hoc basis. I forgot to ask this question. Sorry, but yeah, am I answered, Arun? Sir?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Like there will be some respective teams which we can collaborate and include with them. We have to handle the systems and
Obviously, right? I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
See, when it comes to the role matrix, right? The role matrix is always not the one individual. And even I would say not the role matrix here, even transaction codes here, right? It's not the you decided, it's the multiple people, like that the business from retail you required, the business from the business team from tax team you required, and S4 team you required. Everyone has to sit together and give a take the requirement from every individual, and then you start giving that numbering. Okay, for tax you can give this number, but this one you give this number. That's how the initial, if you are working on any grade field, that's how it starts. But if already setup is there, okay, nothing much, only thing is adding some additional tender, adding some additional discounts. So that's how it takes. And yeah, coming back to the security thing, yes, the roles and everything will be done during the project discussions. And there will be multiple iterations. Like one time you decide something, you enable it, and then you realize that, oh, okay, with this some issues there, somebody is not able to access it. It's like adding an additional or revoking whatever is given. that thing is also possible. I don't know. It depends on org. There are some who does quarterly reviews. Okay, the SOD review they call like, you know. So during that SOD review, what they do, they actually execute some scripts, and that will list that, hey, this particular user has some risk associated role assigned, so this has to be revoked, or you want to give a exemption. So they run that SOD scripts, and whatever is there, and they for review they send it to their manager, like whoever is responsible for that particular system. They'll send it to them, and then they will review it. If they want to take an exception, they will take it as an exception for another 3 months or 6 months, or they will reach out to the respective development team asking, hey, we see that this particular user has more access, which is a risk associated access. So can you please review it and take appropriate action? Like that, he can inform the respective team, and they will review it, and either they will make, so obviously you have to make a role change, right? Whether to remove it or add, or let's say that particular user has an access of delete, not change and display, but we only require a change display access. So right, so we will ask the security team to, hey, for this particular role, can you please do the adjustment? Say instead of that activity display and change, can you make only display access, or this particular access we don't want at the deletion access, please delete it. You put a request to the security, and the security team works on role changes. Once that is deployed, then that particular action item is closed. Whatever I said, it varies, depends on if you are if you are working for a bigger organization, this is how it works, which I explained. If you are working for a smaller organization or organization with less team, I'll put it in this way. So in that cases, things will be the process will be limited process. You don't have much, like with just want to email communication, you are able to take a decision.
This in SC11, when we were seeing the table, that inside that this table, what things are there in that. If we want to figure out means which means elements are having currency as a data type or something like that, is there any option to do that in that? So at once we can see all the elements with currency or something else.
Just let's see what you are talking. You want to see for this table?
Yeah.
Okay. What
in this data type is present, na? So there are different data types. So suppose we want to find that how many fields are there with data type as currency. So is there any way we can streamline all of that at a time? Because otherwise we need to solve all this 318 fields, na?
And it's so high. There is no way you can just filter and do something, because this is a different view. It's not the data view, right? So,
Okay.
see, you are here, and then you plus, you get everything here. So here transaction currency, you get it, and the next one is the store currency. The next one is this is also currency, like turnover. Right? So you have the X currency, that's in currency field.
Okay.
So one thing, sale amount, these are all currency wheel space carry. So you see here data type as a CUR, they are all currency fields.
Yeah. But at a time we can't get, means right now in this there is a mix, na? Character and currency, both are.
Or you export everything into an Excel and then start clicking.
Is that possible? Is that possible?
Yeah, you can export.
No.
You can export.
How do that? Can you do that? I was facing the same issue 3 days back, so I was not able to figure out how to find all the fields with that particular data type.
Just give me a second. It's in until
your screen has gone.
Yeah, just
okay.
It's not allowing. There is an option here, export. It is there only for table content. I'm not able to see here. Yeah. No, I think for tables you're not able to see that. So
Okay.
Yeah. You're not able to see.
Okay, then we have to see one by one only. That is the only way.
Correct. But one thing what you can do with that currency data type is there, right? With that,
yeah.
See actually.
That is single we can able to.
Here is an angle, but it will have currency and quantity together.
Okay. For currency we have separate phase. Okay.
You have a currency and quantity both together, because why do you always have to have a reference field. reference table and reference field. That's why you have this is separate.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like one more date from my side, like as you explained before, like regarding the tender section, no? Can you please come over there?
Here only.
No, like IMG implementation guide, the tender part, tender. Can you please open the tenders, define tenders? Come to like here in this means of payment, we can able to give only 4 characters. Like how is it possible to give 5, 6?
Any code, transaction code, line item code, doesn't matter, BW, whatever, right? It's a maximum 4 characters.
4 characters, like whatever it is, so 4 characters.
4 characters, yes.
Like is it a standard for this particular 4 characters, or is it possible to implement one more character like 5 size like that? It is possible.
No, it's not possible.
No. Okay,
It's not possible. If you are getting more characters from your POS system, in that scenario, you have to do a mapping in between. Like, okay, if you are getting like 000, not 33350, that which is a 5 character.
In PAPO ETL, from there only we have to map.
Exactly. There you map it to the relevant code.
Got it.
Regarding means a doubt, just a course related doubt, that while we will be configuring the whole system, our role is there any our role in S4 also? Means because the data is going from CAR to S4, so some linkage do we need to do in S4 also? Or
Yes.
our work is limited to CAR only?
No. You have to do certain activities in S4 as well.
Okay. So that will be also covered now in this course where we.
Yes, will be covered. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Hey there! Want to get really good at retail data and sales? Our SAP CAR course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP CAR. It's like a smart system for tracking sales and stock across all stores in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tools. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome chance to learn is affordable. Ready to become an SAP CAR Pro? Sign up for our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.